Yes,
All right.
lately we're at our meeting.
And the owls are active.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a public meeting, public, and they almost never do, but you know, they can, we have to hear, so. We call our full day board retreat to order. The full board retreat of Hillsboro School District 1J is called to order. All right, our first activity is team building. Mike, you love these.
I love these.
Mike loves these.
So welcome to our students that are here. We're very glad to have you. I'm looking forward to getting to know you a little bit today, and Patrick as well. Welcome. When we do a board retreat, it's typically an all-day affair, and so you've got that to look forward to today. We typically do not do an entire packet like we would during a regular school year meeting. So what we have are just a collection of slides, and we're going to go through them, and that will be our agenda for the day. We're a couple times today. We're going to do a team building. Would you advance this slide? I don't know who's driving here.
I think it's Angela.
And would you advance one? There we go. Okay, so we're just going to go around really quick, and here's what we're going to share. First of all, give us your name. I should have put that there. Just for those people, I know we've got some new people in the mix, so let's do your name and your affiliation with the district. So maybe you're a student, maybe you are a board member, but your name, your affiliation with the district, or your position if you're a staff member. And then night owl or morning person, dog person or cat person, one bucket list item. So just to demonstrate how quickly we need to do this so that we aren't here till 10 tonight, let me go first. Mike Scott, superintendent of the school district, starting my 14th year in that position. I am definitely a morning person. I get up as early as possible, and I'm super productive in the morning, not as much at night. I love both dogs and cats, but if I had to choose a dog person, a bucket list item would be to begin to hike sections of the Pacific Crest Trail. You want to go then?
I can. Nancy Thomas, board vice chair. Just finished the first year. Can't believe it. I used to be a morning person when I was young. Now that I'm old, I'm a night owl. And I've always been a dog person, although I don't currently have a pet. And one of the things on my bucket list is to play golf in South Africa with my mom.
Jordan Beveridge, I'm the information technology officer for the district. Dog person, morning person for sure, and go to Scotland.
Good morning, everybody. Michelle Morrison. I'm the district financial officer. I am a morning person, believe it or not. I'm doing it right now, but I am a dog person. And one bucket list item, I would like to be a falconer someday.
Oh. Nice.
Fantasy bucket list. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Colin Williams, and I'm the District Human Resources Officer. And I'm both a night owl and a morning person because about 2 p.m. is when I can't think anymore. And I am a dog and cat person. And my one bucket item would be going to Italy. But I eat my way to I'm Erica Lopez, board member, and I am definitely in my a dog person. I have fish. I don't have either. And one bucket list, I would say, it always changes, but I think right now, I was like, I really want to go to Florida.
Go to where?
Sure.
Casey Waladich, operations officer. Definitely on the morning side of things. I start to shut down in the early evening for some of you probably. I am a dog person, although I don't have one currently, and we have a cat. It's fine. One bucket list item. I've always wanted to go to Portugal and Spain. So that would be probably it. Without kids. Right.
Money board member, morning person, dog and cat, bucket list item, or kayak.
I'm Patrick McGuire, I'm a school board member. I'm definitely a night owl. I like dogs and cats. I have a cat right now though, because it allows me to have a little more flexibility if I need to travel or something. Bucket list item, I'd love someday to get to visit London and visit the Parliament there. I remember as a little boy watching the Prime Minister's question time on C-SPAN, and it's always interesting to me, so I'd love to visit that.
I'm Beth Grazer. I'm the communications officer for the school district, and I am a night owl, 100%, dog person, and a bucket list item would be going to pastry school in Paris.
Sounds fun.
Good morning, Jean Kim, also a board member. I am an aspiring morning person. I'm not a night owl. I would like to be a morning person, and my daughter is making me be a morning person. So aspiring morning person. 100% dog person, and bucket list item would be, I still want to complete a triathlon, like a triathlon sprint, not the whole thing. I'm Vika Roy. I'm a student representative. I'm a Century, and I am a night owl. I think that 8 p.m. is the prime studying hour. And I have a dog, but I've always really wanted a cat, so I guess I'm a cat person. And a bucket list, bucket list idea for me would be probably to learn sign language.
I'm Kaylee McGuire. I'm also a student rep. I go to Liberty with a mix of HOA. I have always been a night owl, most likely always will be. I'm definitely a dog person, and probably one bucket list item is to study abroad in Germany in college.
Francesca Sanapi, I'm the Equity Access and Engagement Officer for the district. I like aspiring morning person, but I am probably more of a night owl. I like dogs and cats, but I am a rescue dog person with 2 at home. And one bucket list item, I'd love to travel the 13 colonies. Like get in a car and just do that for like a month.
Travis Ryman, nice to meet everybody. Assistant Superintendent. I am a morning person. I've adapted myself to be a cat person. We're a rescue cat family. We just do rescuing and rescuing. And I'd like to go to South America. The farthest south I've ever been is Puerto Escondido, Mexico. I'd actually love to go to Chile and Argentina. Patagonia, as far south as possible.
Audrey Neville, assistant superintendent. Definitely a night owl, for sure. Dog person, more specifically golden retriever person. And one bucket list item, probably to travel on the East Coast in the fall. Because we never get to the places in the fall. And
You're a few years away from that.
one day, one day.
I'm Rose Ramon. I'm the executive assistant to the school board, and I'm definitely a night owl, a dog person. I have 2 pugs, and my bucket list item is a European vacation, and my goal is to do that in 2 years when my daughter graduates from college and high school.
I'm Mark Watson. I'm the current board chair. I'm in my 5th year on the board. Thank you all for choosing me to be the chair one more time. I am absolutely a night person, no aspirations to be a morning person whatsoever. Doesn't interest me. I don't know what the heck you guys do in the morning. Growing up, I get dogs and cats a bunch, but Ginny, my wife, is allergic to cats, so now I'm a dog person. And a bucket list item, I'll go like cat. So locally, I want my band to play the farmers market, Hillsboro Tuesday market. I think that would be awesome. In fact, to play with them. And
I'll come back for that. You get it booked, I'll be there.
bigger would be Greece. I think we should get in that for Greece. So, there you go.
My biggest takeaway is Patrick watched C-SPAN as a kid. Marvel.
Although it feels kind of right. All right. Our next activity is to discuss the naming of the building that's currently in construction. KBF for us.
Yeah, lots of good information here. This is one of those few topics where there's a lot of information actually in your board packet.
Yeah.
There's just so much information that wouldn't probably fit on all the slides. So I think your best point of the information I'm going to cover is on your board packet. There on the site, there is the, on the website link is kind of our process, has the survey results and everything. So we can get the information there, but the packet is the biggest source of all the history of it. So like this spring, we closely parallel the process we used when we named ES 28 Quality Elementary School with our same process for gathering input. I will say just right up front, it was a lot more challenging to find our task force members in South Hillsboro. It seemed like in North Plains, there was, right or wrong, there was a lot more probably interest in the naming of the new school. But we did move forward with a smaller task force numbers wise than we did in North Plains. So we had two of our elementary principals, Rosedale principal Erica Pierce, Witch Hazel principal Christy Walters. We had a city of Hillsboro representative who was really involved in the South Hillsboro planning development of the neighborhood, Raina. So we had 3 community members, Cashley Kerman, Judy Pfluger, and Eileen Young. We also had a library assistant at Liberty. I will say that the attendance on our meetings was hit and miss, but we did a good job of communicating meeting notes with our task force members and all of that information.
Do you think some of it was that the community is still in the process of coming together?
I do. I think especially
that.
Yeah, I think in that neighborhood, I mean, Travis lives across the street. We had even the Ryman kids handing out flyers to get people interested. I think it is, right? A lot of homes are still under construction. It really isn't an established community yet. I think that probably is a big part of it. Whereas in North Plains, we were able to really use the whole city. And a lot of the North Plains existing families that they knew they would be probably half and half. So I think that's definitely part of it. Like the previous naming process, our first go around is really just to throw out the ask of the community. Hey, it's an open survey. We're looking for names to gather for the new elementary school, ES 29 in South Hillsboro. From that first round, and that's in your packet, that one's titled Round 1 Survey Results. So that's anybody who has an idea. We had some great ones like Lyon Elementary School. Well, that would have taken care of the name, the mascot, and probably the colors all in one. But so anyway, from that, we ended that with 65 name choices, which is on the smaller side numbers wise compared to what we did at North Plains, but not by that much. But we only had initially in North Plains about 85 or 95 initial names. What the task force did from that is they looked at those names and they applied our naming criteria to those names. So automatically, maybe a third of those names got eliminated. Maybe it's that there's a living person that is around, or it wasn't appropriate, the name. So from that, we narrowed those down. And then the task force looked, we had our members do some history checks. So all of these names, let's go through and do your own research. We did our own research on the district side to make sure we could research everything and apply our criteria for that. We then, the task force narrowed that list of 65 names down to 9 names. we sent those back out to the community for a survey. And when we sent it out to the community, you know, the survey was open for about 4 to 6 weeks. So that they had plenty of time and used our normal communication channels. And from that survey, we have landed on kind of with the way the results come in. So the title of round 2 summary. And on that survey, it basically goes from you like the name all the way down to strongly dislikes, and it applies a number to that. So from that, Jane Seguenza, who's our Wuhan marketing specialist, puts all this together for us. Where we are right in this moment is the name Tamarack, Meek is after Virginia Meek, Trumbull, and Chattaquin are the top 4 names. Where we go from here is the task force. Once we have this board update day, we will gather the task force one more time. We'll check in with them, and the task force will forward their recommendations to Superintendent Scott. Superintendent Scott will then put those on an official board meeting. What we did last go around is at the September work session, we had an opportunity for the board, once they've got this report here in August, to have some time to discuss the names. But they won't formally go on a board action item for first reading until the regular session in September. Certainly, the board has the authority to do whatever it really wants to do with the naming process after we get to this point. I do feel like we have done the best job we could with gathering names, soliciting feedback. We delayed some things to make sure we, like I said, door hangers, you know, we got a person out of the door hanger idea where we didn't necessarily need some of that in North Plains. So I believe that we have beat the pavement to get as much information out there to people and as much feedback as we can. The task force, I will share this, the task force, there has been no disagreements in the task force, where that's a little different. You know, usually there's some opinions one way or another. I know in North Plains, we had, you know, some members wanted to go a direction, we had to vet that out. But I will say that the task force that we have are pretty locked in on what the community feedback was, the way that the survey results came back. Are there any questions that I can answer at this moment in time about the process, the names? In the packet, there's a little brief history of each name, kind of a why it met the criteria, why it didn't, what the background is on that particular name. I will just remind the board that when we set this timeline out in the early spring, a lot of it also has to, we're trying to match that up with the completion of the building. And a lot of what they'll be waiting on now is colors, but you have to have the name before the colors, you have to have the mascot before the colors. So this is really the next phase of actually the construction project, so that they can start procuring material to be done on time. So that's why we set this timeline as another reason for getting this name solidified here, hopefully by the end of October. Other questions?
I do have a question.
Yeah.
It's, remember I'm new. Do we, or have we in the past made this whole process available to the public? Does the public know if somebody came in and said, well, how did you come up with archaeology? Well, this is how we did it. I mean, is this like public information?
It's all public, yeah. And even when we establish the process by school, it's a board action. So
Yeah.
we had this in a public meeting where we talked about, hey, here's the process, our naming process. There, it is an official board policy on how we get to our naming process, but everything that we've done as far as survey, calling for people, that's been on all of our public facing communication channel, top news, our website, Facebook, all of those things, the bond page. Yeah.
And I think that took me to my next question, Beth. I'm presuming that we've been talking about this to the community.
Oh, yeah. In the spring, we talked about it all the time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we did send it out multiple times. Like I said, it was a bit of a challenge initially to get feedback and get interest, but I think a lot of that is with that newer neighborhood and not being established. So we really tried to reach out to Rosedale and Witch Hazel. I think one of the things that we're going to do that will help with the next phase is we're going to actually utilize the student bodies at Rosedale and Witch Hazel because Christy and Erica were so involved to be part of the mascot and color process. And they're real excited about that. So we'll have a pretty large group of students from 2 different schools in that community being part of the next process.
But that would be after we pick a name.
That'll be after we pick a name. I thought it was also important that we had Erica and Christy because they're kind of their bordering schools. So they were a part of the process from the beginning as well.
I was just gonna ask, I think we get I mean, right now it's just presenting the information.
Yeah.
When we go back to the work group that has been doing, what is their next action for that?
Well, the only really feasible thing that I could see is if the board said at this moment in time, we need you to go back and do something different for the process because the task force is really, they're satisfied with the results and the process that we've done so far. So if a question came up today or the board wanted us to do an additional thing, I would take that back to the task force and say, we've been requested to do this from the board to make our timeline. And then I would let them discuss and we would take on the next steps. But I don't see any, outside of that, I don't see the task force having any changes.
So right now, can we work to talk about what?
No,
I can't until.
that right now, any questions about the process? So at the September 13th board meeting, work session, that's when we'll have a more open discussion about the specifics of the names. This is really to give you guys an update on the process and where we are at in this moment in time.
I assume that 2 of these top 4 names are individuals, 2 or more geographic separate names. I assume when this comes to the board, we'll get a more detailed background on the individuals beyond just this short summary, so we know a little bit more about why the committee is recommending those individuals as the top 4.
We can do that. Okay.
I feel like we had that in the previous board packet, but that was probably before Patrick was on board.
Yeah.
Do you want to just give a quick summary of these?
Oh, sure. Yeah. And yeah. So for example, let me see, I'll start in order here. So as far as right now, I'll say the number 2 point getter or vote getter is Virginia Meek. Okay. So lived 1820 to 1900, was the daughter of a Nez Perce chief, settled in the Glencoe area, and married to an early pioneer, Joseph Meek. So that's the basic summary of who that person is. We can certainly give some more. There's plenty of information more. You know, let's see here. Millie Trumbull, 1866 to 1940, was an advocate for women and children and labor reform. Here's some information just from the submitter. Served as the first executive secretary of the Oregon Board of Inspectors of Child Labor, spearheaded many early Oregon laws restricting child labor. So we'll definitely do more of a history on the top names that we get to you at September.
Tamarack the tree,
What's that?
tamarack the tree.
Tamarack is a tree. It's a native deciduous conifer tree that is present in Oregon, much more present in Canada. So one of the things that is nice about the tree, there's not a lot of controversy over what the tree has said in social media or politically or otherwise. So it is appealing a little bit in that realm.
Just a tiny request, when we come back on the 27th, I am just that much sensitive to naming schools after individuals.
Yeah.
I think what I want to know is, I know we have the information on this meet, and I'll dig back into that. It would be nice if you could kind of republish that again. But if you could also include how many other of our buildings, whether it be elementary that are actually about the individuals. The only one I have in my head is J.W. Pointer, where my son went, and I hope that's the only one.
No.
Okay. Okay, there we go. So that is my question.
And Nancy is well over, maybe it's 3/4, well over half of our buildings are named after people. I can safely say that.
Okay.
We changed that process prior to, right in the bond, before we got to naming AS 28. So we have a really detailed process about, if we don't say we can't name it after a person. Over the last couple of bond cycles, we have steered away from that.
Yes.
Really right now, the criteria is if we were to name it after a person, we do have a criteria that they must be deceased 20 or more years. We actually have, we had some names of people like that are actually that live in this area, but there's living family members of the McKinnis family down in that area that it just doesn't qualify because they have living family members. So we can go into much more detail if you want.
No. I just think that a nice summary for those of us, I mean, even just completing the first year, I think that would be helpful.
I will think, you know what, I think maybe the best thing is that we'll put in a board update, come out our, not only the policy, but we have that addendum that outlines, the deceased person or all of the criteria. So we'll refresh that.
That would be great.
You also have that document that shows how each school was named. And
Yeah.
the history
If that would help too, we have a document of like, how did J.W. Pointer come to be or
Exactly.
whatever it may be.
And kind of it go from Pointer to Patriot and.
What's a difference?
Exactly, so.
The mascot and the naming, those go together.
Yeah.
We
Right.
do have a history document that is pretty accurate, that has kind of the history of all of our schools that we can.
Much
send out.
appreciated, thank you.
But like my family have to move away 20 years after to be a Mark Watson Elementary.
Well, it might be longer than 20 years for the
No.
one.
I'm gonna vote no on Watson Elementary.
Virginia.
Oh, yeah. And we'll call it Virginia.
He's understand about the community park with Tamarack.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so in South Hillsboro, the developers like 5 or 6 years ago came to us and said, how can we create parks that have STEM learning opportunities? So Tamarack Park is the park that's the community park that would be adjacent to ES 29. So that's why that name Tamarack came up to the top.
Cool.
So yeah, there are neighborhood parks, which you're supposed to walk to, and then community parks, which people can drive to. There's events. So Tamarack Park is a community park in the design, and it's got native plants. You can see like pollinator plants, and there's signage, so kids can walk around in the riparian habitat and learn about the different plants that sustain the animals. And so part of the vision, I think, is to create connectivity between the school campuses and then the adjacent parks. And so, Mike and city folks and planners all had that in mind before South Hillsboro came online. So I think there's an advantage there. I'm not advocating for the name Tamarack. I'm just throwing that on the table because that's one thing. That's why the name Tamarack.
No, but that's good context, because then it means that we actually planned it. It means that we were intentional. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So the next step is for the task force to make a recommendation of 4. Mike,
Right now, the task force is leaning to 4.
okay,
We've had some discussions about 3 or 4, but the task force will always kind of lean back on. We'll do the extra one if there's a task force member wants that. And then Mike will be
Mike
presented
bring
with
those to us in the first meeting. Yeah.
all of our history, yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll have a better discussion on the 13th about specific names and history. And then Mike will add that to an agenda item for the September 27th meeting, where we'll go on first reading.
So we'll have 2 opportunities to discuss the specific names that we're choosing. And then hopefully by the end of the 27th session, have decided on which one, and that's on review, and then October 25th, we pick it.
That's the hope.
One of the things that Casey and I have been talking about, and not to have this agenda item go too long, but in the future, and it'll be a while before we build any new schools after this one, but in the future, we want to amend our process. We'll bring that forward to the board here after this one's done. But our recommendation would be that we amend the process so that the board has some input earlier on in the process. And, let's say, and I'm not saying it's the case in this one, but let's say that, all 9 names were just below average. And, we just weren't thrilled with any of them. It's a little bit awkward for the board to go back and tell the committee, hey, nice try, but we're going to go with this name instead. And so we're going to recommend that the board have some earlier input and be able to generate some of their own ideas and, have some input into that process and still do the committee. And the committee, of course, can have to do the names, but have a running start.
One of the things that our city of Hillsboro rep shared with us, I thought was a really good idea, because they just named Hidden Creek and some parks and everything. They went through a process with their city council and allowed the board to almost select some names at that time, a long list of names as a starting point. What that guaranteed them of is they could have some historical names, they could have some community names that were important to the board or the council at that time. Any other names of people could have been vetted. And so that's where they kind of would start their list with, is that list of names already. Like that's how maybe Tamarack got, it was already on a list and they still have that list. Doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to name it, but it gave the council the opportunity to put their input on specific names before anything was even constructed or even thought about being constructed. So that might be something that we also do when we have some more time.
Well, and they had gone out to 20 or more culturally specific organizations to solicit name suggestions from them. So it's a very thoroughly vetted list, which I think is great. And they'll use it as potential new street names, building names, parks. It's just the vetted list that has had a lot of input, and then it kind of has a life that goes for many different projects.
I'll wrap up this. I know we want to move forward and we've got a lot to talk about, but this topic and this discussion is really good for all of us because we are all being approached by the community and we should be able to articulate the process and articulate the depth and breadth of the process. So that is kind of the reason why I was trying to make sure I understood all the details behind it. So thank you for your patience. And I think we're on the right track. Although I really appreciate understanding the context of Tamarack. If we hadn't had that, I would have still been thinking, why would we name it after a tree? And now it totally makes sense. So thank you.
All right, there's nothing further about the elementary school. Our next item is to discuss the formulation of our new equity advisory committee. Central officer.
So good morning, everyone.
Yeah, there you go.
So we can go to the next one. Last time that we met back in June, we discussed Senate Bill 732, which is the formation of the Equity Advisory Committee as detailed from the state. And so we have gone through a process, and just as a refresher for those of you who may be new, The whole idea of the Equity Advisory Committee is to advise and inform the superintendent as well as the school board on a couple of things, focused on policy decisions, and then advising when any situation comes up within our schools or within our community on how we can move forward in order to address that situation. The members' duties would be to advise the school district and board on both the impacts of the policy decisions as well as the impacts that the policies may have, and then informing the school district and the superintendent when situations arise in the district that impact underrepresented students, and advising the board on potential ideas of how we can handle the situation. And so this is the process that we've gone through once the Senate bill came into, was enacted. So in April, the Senate bill passed. We were waiting on guidance that did not come through until June, but the bill passed in April. And at that time, our Equity Leadership Council, which was formulated the year before, is made up of administrators, classified, licensed members of our community. We started meeting in April on how we were going to move this forward without that guidance that I had discussed that didn't come until June, but we had a lot of meetings with district-wide, statewide leaders in this area. So we were all working together with the state to try to figure out how we can move this and where was the state leaning on the guidance. Was it going to be a rule or was it going to be a guidance? And so we met regularly with the state, with the county, and the district regarding this, and the implications of what could happen when this group was formed, and how will we go about selecting. Come May, June, we came up with an application, and this was several meetings of us looking and hearing what our neighboring districts are doing, what smaller districts are doing, but really the larger districts, because part of the role with this is that you have to enact and convene your first meeting by September 15th if you are a larger district serving more than 10,000. If you are a smaller district, you're able to wait until 2023, 2025, depending on size. And so we created what would be our look fors based on, and we pulled in things from Beaverton, from Salem, from other districts of what they were already doing. And then we came up with our own questions of what would be our look fors and how were we going to outreach. We outreach through our family liaisons. We outreach to all of our PACs. It was in hot news for quite a few weeks. We sent it to our principals. We sent it to any active groups that we have community partnership with, to generate people who were interested in being a part of this advisory committee. In that process too, we had a selection rubric for how we were going to screen the applications, as well as how we were going to screen once we vetted through those initial applications. If we needed any follow-up conversations or get to know you or just anything else that we were still wanted to know about them. So we had a process for both. Of what we were looking for. The main thing about the Senate bill is that they strongly encourage us to make sure that we elevate the underrepresented stakeholders, and that it was including families, community members, students, and staff members. And so we really spent a lot of time talking about what's underrepresented and what's underserved. And so when we sent our applications, it was on us to really look for those candidates who would bring forward a different and alternative voice than what we would typically hear in some of these committees. And so in the month of July, the team met to vet through and go through those two processes and have follow-up conversations. And so today we're coming forward with, and then we shared last week a list of the applications that were completed by the members of our community. I believe there was 18 that were sent out. If you didn't have the time to go through that, of the 18, 13 of the 18 are in an underrepresented or are a marginalized group. Those 13 of 18, 9 of 18 are identify as people of color. The additional ones identify with the LGBTQ community and are consider themselves or have students or children that are transitioning at this time. So 13 out of 18 in that category seemed like a good amount that we could bring forward to you, so that we could start to formalize the group. Why don't next one? Just as a reminder, the Equity Advisory Committee, there is an option of them referring to coming to the school board and reporting what they're working on and what they're doing. And what we're suggesting is in year one, because it is a newly formed committee, that we would come to one work session during the school year to inform the board and the superintendent on the progress of the team. It is so important that this group has built relationships and connections. So we really want to spend some time with the group, going through a process of getting to know each other, getting to know what our goals are, what are our responsibilities in this group. I reached out to the state just last week, and I got a reply yesterday of what is going to be their part in helping to train our, because in the bill, they say they will support team members. So my question to them was, how are you going to support the selected team members and what is the process? Shelley Reggiano was the one who's heading it up right now, and she's newly appointed into that role. But she made contact with me yesterday, and we're going to come up with a plan, probably with a couple of our neighboring Washington County districts, of how we're going to train up this team. So we're saying one session because we're going to need some time to build that in and the purpose and who we are and what we do, as well as get that training from the state on the parameters of it. And so if we go to the next slide, and then I think that's the last one, and then I'll be open for questions. So the next steps is to approve the list of 18. This is not a complete list. Most districts have opted to go in anywhere from 20, 25, 30 community members. One area that we're lagging in are, we have an area of growth opportunity of reaching out to people, is I would love to get more students involved, especially more male Latino students. And so that could be a process we can work towards maybe midway through the year or when we come to report to you. I hope that the application process wasn't a barrier. However, I do understand for some it may have been because we really wanted to vet through and find the right people for this committee. And it was long and lengthy. So some of our partners may not have, community members or stakeholders may not have completed the application due to the length of it. And so we have a second plan in place to draw those community and students and staff members in. And that could be something we would work towards. But today with the A team, we'd like to start the work starting with just them. And then halfway, perhaps during the year, or maybe at the end of the year, would be my suggestion would be halfway through the year, but I'm open to suggestions. We bring in more because like many of the districts, their committees are going to be much larger than what we're starting off with at 18. But we do need to meet before September 15th. So what you're asked to do today is approve the application list, and then we will notify them this week so that we can have an informal meeting with those members before September 15th, and then hold our first meeting by September 15th to start to figure out. There's going to be a lot of learning of what exactly your role and responsibility is as an advisory committee. And so we'd like to start that and be in the right parameters of fulfilling the obligation of September 15th being the date that the state is asking us to have a meeting with them. Questions?
Wow. That was a lot. Congratulations. That's a big one. I was concerned about the numbers. And so there might be some time in the future to give us a little bit more context. In my mind, I'm thinking committees of 20, 30, 40 people, that's a lot. And it's also ripe for not getting anything done, especially on a hot button issue like quote unquote equity. So my concern is there, but I hear you. I am 100% behind you. Start with what you have. Let's be compliant, have our meeting by September 15th, and then make it open and manage the expectation of our community that we will continue to recruit for those places where we might have numerical challenges and or representational challenges. And it could be that we might have to go to some herbs. We might have to go to some strong community members if we're having, I was thinking, Erica, I mean, I'm just thinking if we need Latino males, then we need to talk to probably a community Latino male to figure out what we're not doing to recruit those kinds of people. Does that make sense to you?
I would just add that I was looking at our student demographics and which students have the most challenges within our system and trying to specifically or intentionally figure out how to get that demographic.
Yeah.
In our, because I think back to the whole point of this, getting voices that normally aren't involved and like identifying what it is that we're doing or not doing that that creates these barriers for participation. But I think the other thing I was just wondering around the support in the state or even just education, I think something that not only what their role and responsibility is, but also like how does our system work, like our board process? If we want to make a change on a policy, what would it take? How do you do that? How long does it take to actually take effect? But having that to the board proves it, you know, I think just educating people on like that process, a lot of people don't know how we do our business. And I think that would be very beneficial, especially if you're looking at impact, and if they make a suggestion and it doesn't go into effect right away, like why or what happened.
A couple of things that I have kind of going along with Erica. I'd love to know how the Equity Advisory Committee would work with our existing PACs, especially since the PACs really do have, in my opinion, a really good pulse of what's happening within their individualized groups. And so I don't know if there's anything that is already set in place in what the Equity Advisory Committee would be tasked with and how they would be tasked with to work with the PAC, but I'd love to see, I think, how they can collaborate more as opposed to doing duplicative efforts. And then my next question is around, I guess, the membership designation. I see 4 different categories in the application file: community member, just disappeared, family, staff, and student. Do we have goals of how many representatives of each category we are wanting, or are we just, you know, can staff outweigh the rest of the folks who applied? What are those membership designations?
So when we did the first screening of the applicants, we took off what their what they identified, whether it was family, student, staff, because we really wanted to just see who was coming to the top. And then we went back and sorted them by where family, student, staff. The question that you're asking is, did we put a parameter on each? No, when it came to families, but that was our largest area of people who came in. So we took a small percentage of how many family members had applied to be a part of the group. We could go back and look at that if that is something that you're thinking is something, because I know there are a little bit more family members than there are. And some of those work in the community, like 2 of them in particular that are family also work in the community. And so I was thinking, could we shift them over to community members, although they filled their application out as family, which would balance things out a little bit more.
I think in the long run, I know we're talking just right now in the initial kind of setup of the committee, but I think in the long run, when we're thinking, you know, 5, 10, 15 years from now, how the committee is set up, and sure, I think we could make some amendments kind of as we go along based on what works. But I think that it would be important to make sure that we're balanced. And I don't know what group we would want more voices of than, you know, compared to others. But I think it would be helpful to do that exercise even at the beginning, so that we have a balance of voices. And we truly do have the representation of who we want on that committee. That way we're not in 5 years from now sitting with majority, you know, staff and students and not enough family and community, or, you know, vice versa.
A lot of the larger districts are doing a 50-50, 50% students and 50% the rest, because they really want to hear the students' voice. We were trying to balance it, and even when we went through that first process, we only had 4 student applicants who we moved them all forward. And it could be time of year when it was sent out. It could be many were getting ready to graduate. There could be various reasons why we didn't get which is why I'm really thinking we need to target our Latino males and even potentially our Black males, because they are not as representative in the demographics so that's one model that I know that some of the larger districts are doing is a 50-50. We did with taking as many as we could that were students and then balancing out the others. But that's good information to have as we move forward. And we do have an idea about the PACs that Travis and I have been talking about making it potentially one of their board, representative board would be somebody who would advise on the ed. So we can double dip on it, and then there's not and one of the selected people is currently on one of our official PACs. And so that'll help with that one. The other 2, we've got to work on representation.
So following soon, my other thought, forgive me, Francesca, is out of all the 2 things. One of the things that came to mind was out of all the groups I heard you mention, I'm sure I missed, hoping I missed, our children who may have developmental disabilities and or IEPs, making sure that, and or physical disabilities that may, or physical abilities in other ways, making sure that they are represented as well. And that might tie into the family, right? That might be big family representation as well. That was one of the things that was brought to me by several people who endorsed me. Do not forget our children with IP. Do not forget our children who have disabilities, whether they be mental or physical, so that they are included in the process.
There are 2 candidates who, again, in the family category, who specifically called out IEP, and I didn't include them in my 13 out of 18.
Good, awesome, thank you. And then the second thing I was thinking was that it sounds like, help me out, Mike. So for example, we just did the big push and we have our wonderful 2 new student reps. Well, we actually have 3, but 2 are here, right? Students may not realize that there's other ways for them to have been involved. Like they may not realize that they could have been involved with the board through the equity committee or through another committee. And maybe, I don't know if we need to articulate how students can be involved with the board, the different ways that the different avenues that they can actually be involved. Because admittedly, we just picked what we thought was the best of the best because we have them now on the board, when there could have been students that said, you know what, I don't know if I want to be on the board, but I would like to be on this equity committee because blah, 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 blah. So I guess, I think we just need to work together to make sure that we're articulating to the students the different ways, the different pathways that they could articulate themselves and be represented here. Does that make sense?
And that is part of the plan. The guidance and the rules around this didn't come out until school was out.
Yes.
And so as we get into problem, we have access to kids again, we can definitely.
Yeah, the law was just passed.
Yeah, and late and as typical, and they didn't give us any time, and now they can just swish and flick and do your thing.
Yeah.
So no, this is an incredible amount of work. It's very important to us. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna say this. Don't get mad. But we can't stop the process because we're thinking we're a very diverse district, but we're only diverse in a couple of ways. There's very few people who look like myself, and let's just call it what it is. So I don't expect to have tons of representation of people that look like us because that's not where the student body is. But I do expect to have a tremendous amount of representation for the Latino community. I do expect to have a tremendous amount of input from people who have children who are identifying other or who have, however it goes down. But I just want to caution us not to go, don't lose the perspective, because you're not going to be able to get everybody because everybody doesn't exist like that. In other words, if Black people are only 2% of the whole district, yes, we should have a voice. Yes, we should have a seat at the table. But the train's gonna be moving with the full representation of the people who actually make up the district. Does that make sense? So I know that sounds like a really surprising thought coming from me, but I am extremely cognizant about making sure that we're not bending over backwards to make sure we need to just bring everybody together as much as possible. Not going the other way for smaller groups that are only 1% of the entire population of the district.
I will say of the 38 applicants, even if it was 75 applicants, these would have risen to top either way. And so I'm very excited about the diversity. I mean, from somebody who identifies as Muslim to somebody who's titled Albano to somebody who's Native American. There is a lot of diversity in the group that's represented. And I know there are pockets of holes that we need to fill with our Latino community.
I was just gonna add that I do like the idea of the 50-50. I think that our dynamics in the room will be how to students and engage in the adults. Give an opportunity for them to really focus or be comfortable in. So I think that giving them numbers on for our students will be key in also getting that feedback.
Speaking of student, you guys want to weigh in on anything?
Yeah, so do we have flexibility in the format or like the, how does this make sense? Like, so, okay, like we were student representatives and we each got pulled from different schools. Has there been, or is there a possibility of maybe in the future having a select group or a select, because I know that there are a lot of clubs in my school personally who have gotten projects that we were trying to push to present to you guys on the board. Is there a way that in the future, because I know a bunch of students, a bunch of my close friends who would be eager to be on a committee like this. Is there a way that in the future we can have a specified, screened club with a teacher, because then we have teacher students, and I'm sure the families would be very eager to also voice their opinions. Mm-hmm. And then you have a localized group of each school or each high school, baby steps. You can start in each high school club with, organized teachers who are also passionate about this. And then you have students, teachers, and families to then vocalize and voice issues arising at an individual school, rather than, a sporadic, there could be 8 students from Century, but only 1 student from Liberty who heard about this. Versus if you specialize it towards certain high schools or certain middle schools, then you have a group of students from each school with their families and their teachers, and then you get voices from each school. If that makes sense.
I was also so I was also going to build up with Haley. So could we also make sure we share these opportunities with our students? So are you looking for students that are male, or are you looking for community members? Because at my school at Century, we don't have any for our officers at our Latino student union. We don't have any males on our board. And we recently just got our first few Latino teachers. So I was wondering, are you making an effort to share this information of there's a potential chance that your voice can be heard in a committee like this?
And I think it's sort of, I wanted to take a second to point out, like this, in the future, almost everything is possible. We can consider, this is a board level advisory committee on par with CCAC and the budget committee. So there's previously to this, there's only been 2 board level committees, CCAC and budget committee. This becomes a new one. The state just told us we have to form it, and the state said, oh, and by the way, you gotta have the first meeting by September 15th. So I think some of what we're seeing is the growing pains inception of a brand new committee that we've never had before. So yeah, I see Francesca making a lot of notes. So I think in the future, we're going to be doing a lot of different things. I want to keep us a little bit on track today. What we need to do is sort of be sure by the end of the day when we get to the regular session is be comfortable with the list of people who we're planning to appoint to the committee are in the packet. Make sure that we're comfortable appointing those people to fulfill our legal obligation to have this committee have its first meeting on September 15th. So, I think all of the discussion on future facing and what we do going forward and how we construct the committee and all that is great. But I want to make sure that we understand the primary role of today is to ensure that we form this committee for the first time ever with unless there's objections, with the people that are listed in our packet, and we will do that so are there any questions sort of specifically related to the formation of the committee today and the potential applicants that we have?
And we get email for check, right?
We're supposed to vote today, though.
We're supposed to vote today. They're in the packet.
Yeah.
So being another, committee under the board, it falls under public meeting law, so is there a separate site set up for where the meetings are being held? And I assume all the communication will happen the same way, right, CCC or the budget committee and minutes and so on and so forth.
And that is in process and it'll be ready by September. Thank you for the question.
And I'm guessing much like board members are not members of the CCAC, but sometimes they stop in. A board member can stop in at that meeting if they want.
So making sure I understand, we will be voting this group. I will recognize some of the names, so I'm very happy to see some of the names. Is your mom one of these people?
Yes.
No. I thought that's awesome. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So.
So you don't get a vote on it.
Yeah.
So are there any questions about the roster as it's currently proposed and the potential formation of the committee this afternoon?
Is there any numbers on their like association with certain schools? Like, are we able to see like a total number of a student from a certain school? Just so we can see kind of like.
It's in their application materials, but I don't know if we haven't quantified it on graph breakdown or anything like that. But when you read everybody's individual application, it says what feeder I think they're from.
And again, that's a good observation, because we can, after we vote today, we will have the opportunity to fill in gaps. That's something that we can sort by for sure.
Yeah, because I was just thinking like if we have a large group from one school, that's amazing. But then I think that we also know what schools to target and how to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That we would.
And we would definitely share that with the community, so the community knows where we need to pull and fill in these gaps.
And so just for clarification, the understanding is that we are voting today, later today, on all of these individuals as a group to advance to this committee, right?
I guess unless board member would like to pull out an individual for discussion, sure. I think the motion is made as a group. Right now, the motion language is made as a group, but like with anything, we want to pull out or discuss any individual member individually. And I guess, on the list of future agenda items, at some point in the course of the year, we can figure out like how we manage this roster, how long is the term, how often, what is the procedure like the bond committee or the CPAC for general application. It's just the getting started is going to be a little bit different because we have to do the first meeting done by September 15th.
I think all of our other board committees, we vote on before the group. When we do budget,
There's
After discussion usually, but right, like if we have 9 CCAC applicants and there's only 5 spots, then we have to pick the 5, yeah.
There are two suggestions here. One being that it would be the entire group. The second one being that with the recommended changes that are in.
So I guess that's what I want to make sure that we get to before we move on to our next item today. Does anyone not feel comfortable voting on the current list as a group? If so, let's make sure that we have that noted and roasted and start formulating. So if anyone's not comfortable with the current group as it's composed, now's your chance to let us know so we don't use that motion and or we discuss those people individually now here who, if they are uncomfortable. If anybody's uncomfortable with somebody being represented on this committee, now's the time. Alright. I guess it's motion one when we get done. Oh, there's no down there. We are down there. Alright. Any, Francesca, do you have anything else or anybody else have any questions for Francesca on the requirements of the equity advisory committee? Thank you. I know it's been a lot of work and the state legislature did not give you enough time to do it. So I appreciate the expediency that you and your team used to put this together.
Thank you. There's a great depth to the people who are on this list, so.
All right. Jordan, you want to tell us not to click on phishing scanners?
So yeah, just a quick few things about some cybersecurity pieces, sort of at a high level here. So you can go to the next one. One of those things is, as part of we had some late requirements come from as we were looking to renew our cybersecurity insurance that we hold. And that would require that all staff members go through training in cybersecurity on some very specific topics in order to do that renewal. And so that came about late in the spring. And in order to get those put together in time to deliver out to staff this summer, we did create those specific to HSD. And these are the topics those cover. You will also be receiving, as board members, a request to go through these trainings as well. Because of course you have district accounts and receive quite a bit of email and different things that we need to be careful of. And so soon you'll be getting that request to go through these trainings as well. As I mentioned, we got that late in the spring. So right now, I would say I would not qualify these as great teaching. They are the information that was required for as required for our insurance. We'll be correcting that over this next year and making them much more interactive and informative as well, but the information is included in them right now. It's sort of just self-paced slides. So that will be coming to you very soon. Go to the next one. I did want to cover just a couple things. One is around password management. If any of you have not enrolled in our district password management site, we'd definitely like to have you do that. So if you're not sure, ask me on a break or at the end of today, and it just takes a minute or two to do that. And so we can double check that if you need. The key to that is then it allows you, if you do run into an issue with your password or need to reset it or recover it or any of those things, you can manage those things yourself if you're enrolled on that and have the security pieces set that are needed to do. And then again, as always, if you ever have a question about whether your account is compromised, that's the site you go to and update your password immediately there and notify tech services, call a help desk for any assistance. Okay. One of the things we've had come up a few times that people didn't understand and is included in the training, but I wanted to highlight here. We use Duo as our multi-factor authentication engine, and many of the things that you go to require that for your email and Google and different systems. But we wanted people to understand that if you receive a Duo challenge that says, hey, there's someone trying to log into your account and it wasn't you, that you understand at that point they have your username and password, because it does not send the Duo challenge unless the username and password is entered correctly. So we needed people to understand that if you're out, working in your yard and you get a Duo challenge that, hey, I'm not logging in right now, why would I be getting this? That means whoever tried to log in is you already have your username and password. So it is important at that point that you go ahead and go change your password. And so, because that would be important to make that change at that point in time. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, and show my and deny that request. We've had some people approve them, which is not a great thing. And so it is important to deny that request when it pops up and it's not you getting into your computer or account. What are we doing? In some high level terms. So over the past years, we've taken a number of steps to elevate our security. We were one of the first districts that required all staff to use multi-factor authentication. We've been doing that for a number of years now. There are quite a few districts, because of the new cybersecurity insurance requirements, that have had to add that just in the last year. We're in the process of doing that for all staff. And so we were already at that point. We do get regular audits of different systems and have done a number over the past few years and have a couple planned for this year to try to keep us up to date on our systems and the settings that we have in them. And we learn from each of those, make additional adjustments to our systems and roll those forward. We do have a dedicated member of our staff that we added in the last couple of years that is specific to cybersecurity. Then we also, again, have our cybersecurity insurance that we started over the last few years, and the requirements of that keep sort of ratcheting up what they require for us to keep that. So we are dealing with that. I would say a lot of the things that we deal with, unfortunately, for many years, we tried to, err on the side of making things as convenient as possible and have quick support and resolution to different things. And unfortunately, some of those things are in direct opposition to good cybersecurity principles. And so we've had to sacrifice some of those things. And unfortunately, I think that's going to continue, is finding that balance between the right security settings and sort of district posture in that area and making things easy and convenient. And so we are starting to go, just because of the amount of issues that have been created for other districts and with all companies and organizations out there in trying to protect our data. We do have a lot of data that is very important to us and our community that we hold and try to do in a secure manner. So it's important that we continue to get better at this and continue to stay, abreast of the most current information and needs. So then just a reminder, if you come across anything, you're concerned with anything, it's that sort of spidey sense people get when you read that email that you're like, gosh, is this right? Most of the time it's not. When you get that feeling, it's usually pretty accurate on those things. I almost never have an email somebody sends me that says, is this email okay? If you're questioning it, 99% of the time it's not. And so that's just what we gotta do. So, but if you do have questions, please don't hesitate to ask. And our biggest thing is reporting things as fast as possible. If you see something weird, to report it as fast as possible so we can respond. We had one of those recently. Somebody did exactly that. What I said, approved a duo challenge, got into an account, and immediately their first thing to do is they tried to send something to one person in HR. As the other individual, now they were in an account, sent something to HR individual. Luckily, that person was like, this doesn't seem right, and reported it right away. So we were able to shut it down within minutes of that happening and get the password changed and do that. And so if that had gone on, for days before we heard or months before we heard about it, could have been a very different story. But because we were able to take care of it in minutes instead, that makes all the difference in the world. So that it's just very important. Call the help desk, let us know, and we'll jump on this. So look for that request to walk through those trainings and, any questions? I think that's the last slide.
I will keep it, I need a paper really quick right now.
Yes.
If I request a gift card, just go ahead.
It's been one of those, just tell staff, your principal's never gonna send you a random request for an Apple card.
One of the things that Jordan always reminds us is that security is not convenient. And with that said, when we were switching over to the dual authentication, there were a number of people that believed that that would be such a hassle, and I can't believe we're gonna have to click it. And now we do it without even thinking about it.
Yeah.
Actually, we should think about it. But it is become second nature, and we will continue to do everything we can to not compromise the data of our students or our staff.
And I will add the list of this training along with the other list of training that I have to do. We'll just get them all done.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Jordan. This is our annual SRO report, right?
Yeah, this is a report and a year in review, we'll call it. Just to start off, in the start of this previous school year and implementing our new IGA with the city of Hillsboro and Washington County Sheriff's Office. It was challenging. I think everything from coming back to school to dealing with, I think the biggest challenge with the SRO program, so it wasn't with any of the SROs, it was the newness of the IGA. We also had new sergeants on the city of Hillsboro side. We had a new public safety chief on our side. We had a whole new training regiment with the SROs and the program that was brand new. So in having a lot of discussions, more specifically with the leadership at HPD, we feel like, and the district agrees, we were very reluctant to make any changes. There was nothing significant enough to make a change. We wanted to treat last year as year zero of the implementation year. We kind of muddled through some of the challenges early on, staffing, all those things. And so we're really looking at going into this year as year one of our implementation. Everybody is pretty much returning, especially at the leadership side. There are only, I'm going to call it one new SRO as opposed to 4 starting last year. They would have gone through kind of our yearly training calendar. So we really have high expectations that this year one will be much smoother as we get back to more of a normal program. We also have a veteran SRO from HPD coming back to us, which will be helpful, very familiar with the district, and as Spanish speakers, that'll be super beneficial to our program. Having said that, we'll go into a little bit of the detail. So if you guys remember back in December, we had our mid-year SRO data sharing. This is our full year sharing. One of the main points of the new IGA was we want to know, the board wants to know, and the community wants to know, how are SROs spending their time? How are they meeting the goals of their program? So we've broken it down, and we get reports monthly, and we share the summary of those reports biannually to the board. So this is a summary of the 21-22 school year of how SROs spent their time. So we broke it up into community engagement and relationship building. As you can see, some examples there. And then this is the culmination of hours that each SRO has logged in their reporting to say, I spent 1 hour on this day, I spent this number of hours for this month doing one of those examples. So as you can see, the activities run parallel to our goals of the program. And you can see just the sheer number of hours where we presented, they've had that information. I will say, and we'll go into this maybe a little bit more, but one of our primary goals, we're just talking with Francesca about the training calendar. One of the things, and as a result of some of you in the surveys, we want to target one of our goals in the SRO IGA is more presentations and availability of our SROs to talk with students in the community about law enforcement, about relationship building, about those things that are important to them. Maybe it's more drug and alcohol presentations, maybe it's safe dating, maybe it's all of these things to get more of the education piece now that we have had that year zero of the IGA. When it's really important that is one of the goals of our program is to get more of those relationship building and education pieces. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, Francesca, you're gonna have to help me a little bit with the survey. I didn't compile the survey. What we did as part of our goal and our promise to the community was we would survey in the spring staff, community, students, etc., about some of our base goals of the SRO IGA and how it's going. Just another caveat, you know, I will say in fairness to the people who took this survey, there were a lot of surveys happening in the spring, as they usually are. I think one of the challenges for leadership here in the district is how we schedule those and how they stack up and what we're asking for information for. So I think that was one of the challenges. Francesca, I'm hoping you can give a little bit of background on the survey. And
so the survey was created and based off of the survey we had done previously when we were trying to work on the IGA and the MOU. And so when this was pushed out, it was pushed out to all families via Synergy. Help me out, Andrea, if you remember correctly. It was sent to all students in their district email. It was optional for them to get it during their advisory time, but the two main communications was that it was sent to them by survey. And so on the first slide, it's just the breakdown by gender, race, and what community member, family, staff, etc., how they identified within it as a stakeholder. Why is the heaviest that responded 55%, but our demographics in the district is we're about a 50-50 school district, so it's not too off from where we would want it to be, where we need to focus on and a little bit more closer attention to is our Hispanic Latinx, that was only 14%, and we're close to 37%, 38%, and so it was only half of what about. I didn't know how to do that. About half of what we would have wanted in that survey, but they did go out of two different modes of communication.
I saw a referral draw from a student. Did you never see that?
You never saw them. Interesting.
I think that at my school, we used to have a resource officer, but then we hired like family members of students as security guards, so I don't think that I had a consistent resource officer throughout the year either.
More the survey was sent to your district email, but you don't believe you ever saw it in the district email?
I don't believe so. I didn't hear about it at school either.
And you check your.
Interesting.
I only ask them because I have an 18-year-old who's had a little attention. That's not that's yes. You know, we will work with our Audrey. That would be for us to work with our building principals to ensure that that did go out, because there was
I feel like we pushed it out, but I'm just wondering if either.
Yeah.
Go directly to, that's why I reached out for email, so I'm just wondering if there's a butter truck situation that occurred with that.
No, I don't think that's an indictment on you guys at all.
No,
I-
100%.
I asked my son, did you get the email I sent? He goes, no. Your employer wants, they're gonna communicate, we're old people, can you do that? So, yeah.
okay, what you have here is really just a breakdown of the data in the survey, and I don't think we can spend a lot of time on it. You can review the data. as you wish. I will say, like we talked about here, we certainly, working on the timing and the notification and the push of the survey, we certainly want to give everybody, every student, every community member the opportunity to provide feedback for us. We can only make changes or make improvements if we can get feedback. So I think we'll always have a goal when we do this surveys, find better ways to get more people to participate. Well, like I said, again, I'm going to go back to this year zero. We can lump that into this, and we'll just continue to get better in working with our buildings and all of our PACs and everybody, because this is really the way that we're able to improve the program. I do feel like we have a good foundation from where we started with going back to the process of going through the SRO program and coming up with the IGA. The foundation, I firmly believe, is there. Now we'll continue to build on these things to make improvements as we move forward into the future.
The raw numbers inside the wheel, those are the raw numbers of how many.
We had 285 people respond to the survey.
19,000 students were parents and 2,000 faculty and.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we did send it out via the normal channels and hot news.
Yeah, I got it.
and all those things. It's just, this is what
We didn't have
see back.
Yeah, I mean, you respond there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask, so when was the survey done?
It was sent out in May, very in May.
Early May. Okay, next, there was nothing that necessarily really significantly jumped out that we need to immediately have. I'm gonna pause on this slide because I had to go back. I have what this means, where it says participating, because even in the survey results you got back, it wasn't there. So here's in order. So 92, Francesca, help me if I'm wrong on this. So 92, one of the primary roles of SRO is to foster positive through relationship building. Number one, the 92 number is participating in restorative circles. The 141 number is participating in elementary classrooms. That could be PACS meetings or morning meetings, etc. The 151 is participating in secondary classrooms. So that would be advisory classes or health classes. 219, that should be welcoming students to school and greeting in hallways. Okay, the 155 is participating in after-school events. And the 150 is mentoring students. So that's what the bottom numbers that got cut off, or the bottom sentences, what they mean.
And with 255 respondents, this was the case where they can pick more than one.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, next slide. So this is one of the things that, as a goal of ours, is to address. So we did get some good feedback on this. So working with our SROs, what are lesson topics you'd like to see SROs facilitate? So career-related, community building, digital citizenship, substance abuse prevention. So we'll be working on that with our partners at HPD and the Sheriff's Office in the next month and early in the year to really focus on this area. Next slide. Okay, so here's some of our very next steps. Establish a training plan. We are in the process of establishing that training plan. So if you remember, that's all of the training that we did with our SROs on a variety of topics. Our equity training, students with disability training, home visit training. It's really, I'm really proud of the work that Francesca and her team have done. I think it's really great, honestly, and to get those law enforcement folks in a room on Mondays and go through those hours of training. I think it's opened up their eyes, and I think it'll be even better this next year after they've most of them have gone through a version of it the first time. So we'll have that training plan completed in the next few weeks prior to the school year. Also, we have some meetings with HPD to again go over our goals coming up for the next school year. All of these things. Like I said, I feel a lot better this year. We have a lot of the same people in place. A couple of the SROs have shifted, but we really only have one new person that wasn't with us last year. Plus, we have a returning person that was an SRO in our district for a long time that was over at the former Capitol Center in Beaverton, who's coming back to us, which will be a huge benefit.
And she was a part of the training last year.
And she did participate in all the training. And then what we'll do is again, in December, we'll do that mid-year review with the school board. And then in the spring, we'll do the same thing, new survey, updated survey, and then a review of our MOU. Next spring will be a little more extensive this year to see if the city or the county or the district want to make any changes to the MOU. If we were to make a change to the MOU, that will go to the city council and come to the board. I don't know if that will happen or not, but we will certainly monitor that. Are there any questions that I can answer about this report?
I would like to put some context behind this. First of all, thank you. This is huge. I was a member of the Black Village. When we were putting forth this, there was a concern, the number one concern expressed by the Black Village at the point that we were working on the new MOU was the fact that there was a big factor of the group that just wanted them out because they were being used as disciplinary forces. Once that was brought to the board, once that was made public, then this MOU is what changes that. So you see the training, you see the integration, you see the relationship building, and that was the key. This is what we were looking for, to remove them from disciplinary actions, and thanks to Mike for enforcing that, right? So I just wanted to give that context. This is huge. This is big. This is where we wanted this thing to go. We wanted the SROs to be there. And I personally never wanted to remove them because it just takes one incident, just one child or one teacher impacted by a person that is not wanting to do us, that wants to do us harm, and then everybody would change and want to go, where's the police? Well, we have them embedded, we have them understanding the complexity of children and families, because that's ultimately what we're doing. We're teaching them the complexity of education, children and families. That's what this is. So I just wanted to give that context. Thank you for pushing this. It's a big lift, but we've come a long way. So thank you.
Thanks. It's one thing Nancy reminded me of when she was talking about this one. One of the things that we did this summer, about a month ago, we had our annual safety summit with all of our school administrators, all of our upper management. We did spend a pretty good section of time with our SROs and going through the IGA, covering things like what is discipline, what isn't discipline, what is the SRO role, how do we handle X, Y, and Z. So again, I will continue that. I think that was a good session for our administrators to learn, because it is a learning tool for our administrators. They're shifting the way that they have relied maybe on SROs historically, just like the SROs are shifting about how they're policing and interacting. So I think we'll continue to get better with that, and we have new people as well. Like this, we have a lot of new principals, and that is a theme that is going to continue. So I think we're on the track and always looking for ways to improve. We're early on in our journey of this revamped IGA, but I feel pretty good about where we are in the moment.
I think on like a student side, I mean, kind of like we were saying, I love this, and I think it's like a big breath of fresh air. I know it was 0-0 last year, but I think that it is important to note that last year was a really scary year, especially. I'm not sure if it was district-wide, but at least at my school, there have been a lot of incidents, a lot of threats, a lot of really bad fights. And I think that, kind of like how I was saying earlier, security guards that are hired on. I think one of mine was, a parent that I grew up with who's a photographer. Love him to death, but I think that, you know, a school resource officer, one or, you know, hopefully many, or not many, but, you know, more than one in schools, it really helps the students with a breath of fresh air, especially because of the world we live in right now. I would say, if anything, you know, keep going with this, because this is amazing.
I think that's a good question for the students who are involved. So, you know, we have 36 schools in our district. We have 9 SROs for those 36 schools. So that's always one of our challenges is, you know, when we have maybe a student or a specific school, well, oh, I haven't seen my SRO. Well, it's not that they're not there in the district. It's just their time is hard to come by, and they do spend the majority of their time at high schools. So sometimes middle schools or elementary, that's always been a challenge, and continuing to help that with just the numbers. But I think it's always a good frame of reference when we're talking to students who may not be super familiar with the SRO program, just to point that out, that there's very few compared to the number of schools we have.
Well, I totally get that it's like an understaffing issue. I think that that's, you know, a lot of issues right now is just the lack of bodies. But I just think that it is like an important goal to get one or a few in at least every high school, and then branching on from there. I just think that, especially as a student, that is a very important thing.
I agree. One of the things that we feel pretty good about is, as we were going through the decision-making process to decide what direction we were going to go with SROs, I know there was a little frustration with the community on how long that process took. And if you think back, that process took an entire year for us to make the decision that, yes, we do want to maintain SROs in our district, but we need to change what that experience for the students looks like, or because it was a great experience for some students, other students, and other family members, it wasn't. And so that year-long process really gave us an opportunity to dig deep into what the values were of the community and the students around what the SRO interaction would look like. And then that led to this IGA that Casey's talking about. And now, as we're through the first year of the IGA, we really now have greater understanding of what that means for all of the parties involved. And as we go into the second year, we will be keeping close notes and figuring out if there are any changes that need to be made. But I think all you have to do is go back to last spring, where you saw a rush of districts who had made a decision with SROs a couple of years ago. And there was some changing of heart going on at that point. And I feel good that though our process was long and it was labor intensive, and it feels like we ended in a spot where there's a lot greater understanding of the role that we need them to play for all of us.
The final contextual point that I want to share with our students is that we don't pay for our SROs. That is through the partnership with Hillsboro Police Department that we are extremely grateful for. So in addition to being, to some degree, probably understaffed, imagine now, it might make you think differently when you realize, oh, the district doesn't pay for them. Aha, now you're starting to understand some of the complexity that happens when they're putting it, so they can't have 35 of their force in our district. So the fact that we have the 9 with IGA, and maybe sometime in the future, they might be able to do more, we don't know. But that's just a data point that I want you to keep in your head that you can share with other people when when you're having those conversations and everybody says, we already have one, we ought to have one in every school. That's not, who's going to pay for that?
Yeah.
Just the consideration.
Okay, so I wanted to add into the culture at my high school. We've, most students that I interact with feel that the SROs are not as useful, sometimes because we've had a rough year last year with threats, really terrible fights. And so I want to know, what are we doing to make sure that our SROs are qualified? Because I spoke to a lot of students who are in our leadership and said that the majority of the fights that were broken up were by teachers and not SROs. But I appreciate the context that you've given us about how we're very understaffed as SROs. So how are we going to get more SROs, or is that under our control as a district?
Yeah, so we're going back a little bit to the school level fights and some of those things. That's not the SRO's role
Exactly.
to police the hallways. That's not part of their program to do that. So that is a school and a district administration thing to, and you probably saw that at your school as the year progressed, more adults in the hallway and more things like that. So I want to kind of be clear that it's not the SRO's role to facilitate and police the hallways when it comes to fights and those kind of things. The social media thing is much more challenging, right? Because those are reactionary things, right? The threats come many times via social media or off campus. The SROs or law enforcement come and deal with the process once that threat has been made and their presence is on campus. To answer your question about how do we get more, I don't have an answer to that.
Or are we getting, some that are at least more qualified than others?
And so I guess one of my questions to you is just to make sure, are you talking about the law enforcement qualifications or are you talking about security?
Right.
Campus security.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's different.
Okay. Yeah. So I think as with everything going on, finding quality people to do the jobs that we have in the district. I will talk to my friend over here in human resources, but recruiting a lot of jobs is extremely challenging. And I think even our building administrators, we get to these points where we have these job openings and we're looking at the qualifications and we really do come down. Do we want a person there who meets the qualifications or not? We just have not had a great luck in finding super qualified adults to fill these roles as campus monitors, like many other positions. So I think we'll always continue to raise the bar. We won't go below our standards, but we're in a challenge to do that. I think certainly training and the way that our buildings use campus monitors can always be improved. And so we'll always try to better their understanding of what their role is in the building. Right. I think one of the things that we can discuss, down the road are the numbers of campus monitors where we are today sufficient, where some of those FTE numbers are years old? Do we need to address that as we move down the line of years of school? Do we need to add more? Do we need to add less, have less at certain levels? So I think that would be a discussion for us to have at the district.
And we did add some last.
We did add some to certain schools.
But I also want to say that I like your perspective. And this is one of those things that I talk about in my day job, managing expectations. When you don't know, then you presume an expectation that actually might not be true. And like you probably didn't know that the SROs are not supposed to bring up fights. But everybody in their mind thinks that's what they're supposed to be doing. So this is going to be part of that managing expectations. Any information that we can give you that Mark and I can share with you or that we can lead you to so that you can then help us to manage the expectations of your classmates, we would be happy to do that because it's really about sharing the truth and how the actual process works.
I think the misconception came from the fact that we haven't seen SROs like so frequently, so we don't know what they do as much.
Yes.
But we have like that misconception, so thanks.
No, absolutely. And so now that we know that that's a key for you, we can always help guide you to that information so that you can then begin to share that with your classmates, because that's really what this is about. You're here so that you can learn and help us manage the expectation and then also push out that information. So thank you for bringing that forward. We appreciate that feedback.
And hopefully we'll have time for an onboarding orientation kind of session.
Absolutely.
For y'all and Patrick as well, frankly. Yeah, and I'm reluctant to use the term understaffed when it comes to SROs because that's not how I feel our situation is. So yeah, we spent a lot of time at ensuring that we were doing things differently than we had in the past. And, you know, as they hop on an issue in the media, you find plenty of media locally, regionally, nationally about this issue. And I'm pretty proud when I read some of that coverage. I see, well, if you're gonna continue that program, we need to have local accountability to school board data. Like, it's almost like a checklist of the things we've done. You read a newspaper article or your commentary and say, if you're gonna continue to have an SRO program, these are the things you really need to be sure of. And we're pretty sure of all of those things, right? That clear delineation between discipline and legal issues, right? So I think we've taken a lot of great steps and some of that coverage, to your point, you know, a nearby school district was mentioning in the paper that they had in the teens, 13, 15, 17 different officers report to their school when they had incidents after they disbanded their SRO programs. And those officers did not have familiarity with the building, didn't know what wing this number was in, didn't know where the lunchroom was, didn't know where the gym was. And all of our SROs know all of our buildings. Yeah, I think we've done a great job. I don't want to rest on our laurels. I think we keep doing a great job. And yes, we need to consider more campus security. That's different than the SRO program. But yeah, I feel I'm glad, thank you for the board and looking forward to staying on top of things and continuing to be on the vanguard doing this the right way. Anything else on the SRO program? All right. Audrey, welcome to the big table.
It's a little scary. So good morning.
One second, we are a little bit behind, with big surprise. Which is a shock to no one. 10 a.m. was supposed to be our break. This is scheduled for 20 minutes. I think maybe everybody's cool with it. We'll do this, maybe have a break a little bit after, and then slide equity and focus to after the recess. Everybody cool with that? So we'll still get a break roughly around 10, but not quite. Sorry.
No, no problem. So my area is just to help the board and all of you hear about what our schools are going to be focused on around instruction and financial and voice for our next school year. Can you flip to the next slide? So one of the things, just based on feedback from our academic conferences, and for those of you that are new, we have academic conferences with our principals where they share in the spring kind of how their year is going thus far and the challenges they're facing and the needs that they look for going into the next school year. And based on some staff feedback, as well as what our principal supervisors see in schools, our family engagement opportunities, we had some student listening sessions, as well as multiple staff listening sessions. So basically from all of that feedback, we kind of came up with these two areas of focus or lenses of the work that we're going into next year. And one of the questions that we often ask in interviews is, what is more important, high quality instruction or relationship building and finance culture? And I think as you think about leadership in our school, the answer to that question is actually both, right? It's high quality instruction and building relationships, having finance culture that's a positive community building center for our students and our staff. So I think as we go into this next year, we are having our schools look through everything through these two lenses. And we have leaders and teachers and staff with strengths in one of these lenses, and sometimes they need growth and support in other lenses. So as we move into next year, these will be our lenses for all of the work that we do with an equity thread and initiative throughout that Fran will be talking about. So if you can pop to the next slide. So just to give you some context for each of our levels and what they'll be focused on, and we separated it into kind of two. There are often times where things lead into the other or lead into the other. So going into our elementary school next year, we are going to spend a lot of time and focus areas on the instruction side around ELD, which is English language development. With a new curriculum that we have coming in, that's going to be a high priority, and we'll be working through that. We'll continue our focus with wonders and Maravillas, but start to fold in the writing components where we saw some of the areas last year that needed, that was a piece that needed support. We really pushed on reading, but we know we need to lead writing back into that because that's such a skill for students going up PK-12.
And then win time and small groups. Win time, we use that acronym I think before with all of you, it's what I need time. So we call that our small group differentiated time. And that's going to be really focused on our language arts and our math work. As we look at our data, we know we did some amazing things last year in a very challenging understaffed year in our schools. And we will continue to differentiate and support students as we, I guess we're in the endemic phase, that's how I phrase that, as we come out of this, and just again continuing that work. On the climate, culture, and voice side, we are going to really kind of double down our efforts around morning meeting structure and curriculum for social emotional learning. So that's right in there. We have some help work that is going to be playing into that as well, and then continuing our work around student voice and family engagement. That is. There are threads of things that will continue that we won't, lose focus on. But again, just keeping students at the center and just really thinking about what they need for instruction as well as what they need for climate and culture.
Andrea, could you tell us quickly what percentage of the district students requires ELD?
Oh, that's a great question. I want to tell you about. Or somebody just gave me the numbers. Can I get back to you on that?
Absolutely. No. We're trying to put them.
Yeah.
It's just that we know we're what, almost 50-50. So we're no.
About 3,000 kids. So I want to say 15 to 17%, but
okay. That's good. Thank you.
All right, and then back to the next slide. Our middle school focus areas, we'll be doing a lot of work around language scaffolding and sheltering, which is also English language development. But we also know that scaffolding and sheltering is good for all kids. And so really just, it allows you to also differentiate to some extent. At the middle school level, we've talked about, we've got some support classes. We are now calling those connection classes as well. And just really targeting differentiation for our students. We've done a lot of work at the middle school around equitable grading, so that will be continuing as well. And another area of focus will be health curriculum development. On the climate and culture side of it, continuing to do work around advisory to support social emotional learning. During that last year, it was challenging to build community in the same way at our secondary schools. We didn't have the same, like I think about things like assemblies or spirit weeks or just things in which students gather and bond around their school identity. And really going into next year, that is so important to do that work because you can't move into restorative practices, you can't move into collaborative problem solving if you don't have a community in which you're a part of. So I think really this year, the focus particularly at our secondary schools is to build that community again. We'll continue to do our work at the middle school level on college and career pathway connections because we do see that as such a value as they go into their high schools or wherever they go next in their pathway. So that'll be a big focus at the middle school.
So do the CCP, is that in connection with STEM as well? Or no?
In connection with STEM a little bit at the middle school, we've been really trying to help them make connections between their core classes, and then they also have actually elective classes that are more aligned to college and career pathways. We created a really cool career action lab. Yes, and so really just continuing that work and kind of growing it beyond just the elective itself, but thinking about it like, why is math important? There are career pathways that are really, great question. High school, we'll go pop to the next slide. And in the high school focus areas, same with language scaffolding and sheltering in all classes, they will continue to build their systems to support equitable grading. We've done a lot of great work on that. We are supporting a lot of students that are achieving credits, particularly if you haven't popped over to our summer schools that happened earlier in June at the high school. We did a lot of work there. They'll continue their work around student engagement and refining their access time, which is part of their advisory time to help students get academic support as well as admission. On the climate and culture and voice side of things, again, advisory, creating some social emotional learning through advisory at the high school level, continuing student and family involvement. They'll be beginning the pieces of restorative practices at the high school level again. And again, going back to, it's about building community first in order to do that work and continuing their work on engagement in college and career pathways. Maybe we'll get back online. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about our focus going into next year.
For the middle school
CCP, I'm gonna assume, are there any like elective classes now in any middle schools that focus on STEM learning aside from like computer science?
Well, yes, we have something called a career action lab now, what you're understanding.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably, we moved to a 7th period at the middle school this last year, so we were able to add another elective opportunity. So probably when you both went through, there was only a 6 period day, so basically you got one elective. But if you were a student that needed like language services, or you were a student that had an IEP that needed a specific class for that, you didn't necessarily have access to your elective. And so we moved to a 7th period day and created something called the Career Action Lab. And within that class, they do modules that have a STEM focus. They have different, so for example, one of them has a forensics unit, a pharmacology unit, an interior design unit. And so what I call it is like an appetizer course to basically help students begin to see their pathway for high school, to give better guidance. So not like a full year course, but really just an opportunity to do 2 to 3 weeks in the area, get a little taste for it, try something. So that's what they do now at the middle school, one of their electives. And we get about 65% of our kids through the elective after this next year, so they'll have that opportunity.
Would you say that there's any room for high school students, specifically those going through CCPs of like humanities, STEM, and mathematics, whatnot, to like come into middle school and like have guidance of like, hey, if you're interested in like the health science career pathway, this is what you can do, because my high school, I'm involved with the outreach program that helps our freshmen see what the possibilities are for our health science career pathway. So do you think there could be a potential there?
Yes, and we pre-pandemic, we had started a little bit of that with after school clubs, in which our high schools would come down to our middle schools and run like the health, Century. So actually Century was one that had a great partnership with town because it was walking distance. So they would come down and they do after school programming specific to their CPP, and so kids could sign up. And during that time, there was always waiting list for kids to join that, and they do like they did something with testing something one time, and they did different things. So there's really there is that opportunity. I think they're challenged the last 2 years. I think just getting people to be willing to do it, kids to stay after school, all of the pieces. So we're hoping to bring that back. Nice. Okay. Great question.
It seems so simple that we would have our focus areas be core instruction and climate, culture, and voice. And the way that we've been talking about this is, you know, you go on a road trip, the further we get away, and let's say you're listening to the radio. I know you're probably listening to your phone, but let's say your phone broke and say you're listening to the radio. The further you get away from home, the radio station starts to fade in and out. That's kind of what's happened to us since March 2020 when the pandemic began. And the further we got away from that, we've got, as the song starts to skip a little, we have people making up their own lyrics. We've got, you know, the song cuts out every now and then. And so we really need to recenter our efforts. And that's why we're seeing core instruction, climate, culture, and voice. And for those 2 areas, each level will have their own specific things. And not only is it important for you to know that, but we're going to be, we've been working on this with our administrative team as well. And this is really what we're going to anchor to as we move forward. I think every district that I talk to, they've experienced the same issue where there's a little bit of drift in terms of what's our focus and what are our big rocks that we're anchoring to. And so that's why this effort, to make sure that we're all on the same page and not filling in our own lyrics anymore.
By the way, just to be clear, I know you guys have never actually listened to a radio, so you might have a good analogy, but we'll work on that.
Mike did the same thing on the came away in my cabinets last week. I'm a radio guy, so.
Okay, so you get it?
I know
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
Right there. Yes.
I remember.
Any other questions? Yeah, I think probably. All right, so, Francesca, you're gonna get bumped to after recess. You're cool with that?
Absolutely.
All right, so we're gonna take a short break, 10 minutes. Back here in 10 minutes, everybody get up, walk around. All right, we will reconvene after recess and Francesca will lead off our next session.
Okay, so when we're talking about the two focus areas that Audrey explained are core instruction and climate and culture and voice, equity is going to be threaded in all that we do. So for 2 years, for those of you who are new, and just as a reminder for everybody else, for 2 years, we have really focused in on tuning our radio. See, I hit that total analogy. I guess now would be related to Cirrus when they just drop you. There's no warning, there's no fade out. For the last 2 years, we really centered all of our schools on quarterly PD, and it was based a lot on the personal journey, but also on the professional responsibility that you have as a leader for educational equity. And so we talked about building vocabulary and having common vocabulary. We learned about how our equity policies. We learned about how to engage in extensive discourse when we get into topics like this. We explored our biases. And for the most part, that is personal, but it is also our professional responsibility as culturally responsive school leaders and culturally responsive teachers. And so for the 2 years that we've done that, there has been an intentional PD that went out every quarter to schools that were required to show their staff that professional development and walk through. As we move into year 3, still focused on foundations, connections, and support, we've come to the time when we built the foundation. Everybody has the same vocabulary now. Everybody has the tools to engage in discourse and have a backpack full of resources as well as policies that they can anchor themselves to. So now it's time for us to start building on that foundation, that slab of cement that we've set collectively, and building the frames and the beams. And that means that it's threaded in through all of the work that we do. So on the next slide, we're going to be talking about how will sustainable integration of equity show up in our classrooms and in our buildings. These are the 3 rocks that are the 3 lenses and focus areas that Audrey had talked about: language development, core instruction, and social emotional learning. And the column in the middle, this is what would be the responsibility of our teachers as culturally responsive educators when they are focused on that area of language development, whether it was the new curriculum in elementary or really those scaffolding strategies in middle and high school. Equity is threaded in there because we provide students with an opportunity to learn, explore, and celebrate their language. When you asked the question, Nancy, one thing that reminded me back to when I was an ESL teacher, good language development strategies serve all of our students. Those scaffolds, those strategies that you use serve all, and there are others, students maybe who identify in the area of poverty, or students who have had trauma in their life. They don't come to school with the same bank of vocabulary that a student who's lived more privileged childhood has. And so you need to have those scaffolds to build everybody's language development up. And so that is how equity would thread through for language development. With core instruction, it's that providing those scaffolds such as sentence frames, sentence stems, posted objectives, differentiated materials to meet their learning needs. That's how equity is showing up, because your teacher knows where your need is and is basing the work that they're giving to their students and providing them those scaffolds that are going to help us so that eventually you can take away those scaffolds and then we can stand on their own. That's how the equity shows up. And then in social emotional learning, we're focused on the 5 core competencies that come out of CASEL. CASEL stands for collaborative, academic, social, emotional learning. And I'm going to stress the word academic, because when we're talking about core instruction, if you truly work collaboratively to gather that information because you're using it to inform your teaching practices, then you are becoming a culturally responsive educational leader and a culturally responsive educator. In social emotional, it's facilitating those conversations so that you can get that information and those learning opportunities for our students, focused on reaching structures for teaching competencies. And so that's the role of what, and how equity is integrated and shows up for our teachers. For school leaders, they are supervising and modeling that self-reflection, those leadership behaviors, those developing and promoting their staff in this area and engaging students and parents of Indigenous contexts in the development of what we are doing with our focus areas. So those are the roles and responsibilities on both these charts of how we will sustain equity throughout this year of focus areas. And if you go to the next slide, the 5 core competencies that are based out of the collaborative, academic, social, and emotional learning competencies are self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationships, and responsible decision making. And so with each of those that are threaded, and like Andrea says, we have systematically divided into 2, but they do have interwoven weaves together. When we talk about self-awareness, when we are affirming intersectionality and recognizing students' cultural assets, then you are helping them and yourself become more self-aware. Some of our students' facial lagging skills in that area, and that's where you would want to promote it. And another example, relationship skills. I can relate and find commonality with those outside my culture and our group. Some of our students have struggled to get into that productive discourse. And instead, because of the climate and the society that we live in right now, we don't unfriend, no longer swipe left, let's go. They don't have those skills to engage in a debate like some of us who are old, we had to do. We had to engage in that conversation to get through to find an answer. And so it's really building those skills for our students. Creating the connection between culturally responsive, core instruction, school leadership. That is the why of our equity work moving into this year and the foundation for all of these focus areas, improving instruction and building our school communities. And then the last one, as a building leader and as our administrator, one thing we've talked about is with those 2, you kind of look at how am I going to be a leader for core instruction? How am I going to be a leader for equity? When you are leading for culturally responsive school leadership, these are the questions that we're going to challenge our administrators to ask themselves and ensuring them ask their teachers when they're planning lessons, when they're reviewing data, when they're thinking about the environment that they're creating in their classroom. So that will be our equity focus for this coming year. It's a lot of collaboration and a lot of integration to see our work come into fruition after 2 years of focused and intentional. Are there any questions? Oh, we're gonna have another two.
Questions for me?
Not so much a question, just to say thank you for doing this work. I think integrating social and emotional learning into this field is so important because not everyone has the same degree of social and emotional supports at home. And so, some people who aren't as familiar with this view this as a softer skill set, but it's so important to our students living happy, fulfilled lives. So I think it's really incredible you've done this work. Thank you.
And it ties so closely to our employability skills that we focus on in CCP. When you ask our community of what do they want, they really need those soft skills and that ability for people to be able to be aware of themselves as well as others and to make responsible decisions based on the collaborative. That's what they're looking for in many of our larger companies and even the smaller ones. You can teach some of the other skills, but these ones are harder. And I know I hear soft skills and I'm like, that's rebranded, right?
Yeah, I think kind of going off of what you were saying, I think especially after 2 years of, virtual learning, isolated at home, I think this is like the perfect timing for this. Because especially like, I imagine if you guys walk the halls in high school, I wouldn't say a lot more quiet, but it's a lot more like isolated between individuals. There's not as many big groups walking around. So I think if anything, this is perfect.
Are you implementing this in all schools from the Truman School and high school?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, with high school, it's our intentional focus is going to be responsible decision making and leadership skills. But we have new curriculum and not new curriculum. We're rebuilding our curriculum in middle school and in elementary school so that they really have that time to build that foundation and our memory. So when you get to, high school, you can really focus on learning.
I would just say, I'd like to add that I think a lot of these things, that slide where it has all the and I think that is so great that our district leadership and schools are doing that. And I think also kind of turning back on us as a board, that we also look at this and be responsible for ourselves. If our leadership and district is moving in this direction, we work really hard to do so that we're also taking this back as board leaders and reflecting that to make sure that we're reinforcing that culture.
Thank you. As many of you know, we are in the process of updating our strategic plan. We have a couple of slides and Beth will talk about that.
Yes. So we are finally going to start the process of revising and updating our strategic plan. I think it will become a 4-year strategic plan from now on to align really closely with our district's continuous improvement plan and some other planning and accreditation processes that we have in place. So we last fall secured the services of Performance Facts, which is a consulting firm located out of California. And we're very impressed with how they approach the work and the depth and breadth of their skills and other districts that they have worked with. So we're really excited to get started with them. And that process really kicks off with a 2 full-day meeting of the core team on August 16th and 17th, followed the day after by a full-day meeting of the instructional focus team. And in advance of and getting ready for these big kickoff meetings, there were some student focus groups that were held in the spring. And we met with, or I should say the consultants met with groups of students from every single one of our schools, from a handful of students from all of our elementary, middle, and high schools. There was also a student survey that was administered in the spring. And then many thanks to multiple members of our HSE staff here who helped complete an extensive data collection process that was done about a week and a half ago on July 20th. And that data includes, I'll just kind of give you a little laundry list so you can get a sense. And this was data over the last 5 years, disaggregated by racial and ethnic groups, disaggregated by grade level, and that included kindergarten readiness, attendance, chronic absenteeism, high school GPA, broken down by grade and demographics, English language arts, standardized test scores by grade and school. Similarly for math and science, our grad rates, enrollment, teacher experience, access to pre-K, dual credit, AP, IB, tag identified students, participation in the breadth of coursework for English language arts, math, art, social studies, science, CTE, called curricular breadth. So basically broken down by the actual course name, like how many students are participating in that, disaggregated again by their demographics, discipline data. So all of this data has been put together by members of our staff, is currently being analyzed by our consultants, will be kind of a starting point for our groups that meet in 2 weeks to start this process. And going back to what we heard from our consultant in the spring when she came and gave a brief presentation to the board, kind of outlining the process, they kind of see what data do we have, what are the data telling us, and what are we going to do about it? With the ultimate goal of positively impacting student learning, our instructional effectiveness, and creating an empowering infrastructure moving forward in the district. So, obviously there's a lot involved with this work, and we're really excited to get started. The board is ultimately
the overseers of this process and will be the ones to receive reports on the progress and ultimately approve the plan when it's developed. There are opportunities to get involved along the way. Nancy and Erica have been invited to participate on the core team if that is something that you aren't able to or are not interested in doing. We can certainly make that available to different board members. There are also opportunities to participate in kind of information gathering or feedback gathering processes that aren't as formalized as some of our larger teams. For example, there will be lots of opportunities for kind of community forums and feedback sessions throughout the fall, and you're more than welcome to participate in those. You can see here just kind of an outline of our schedule for the next several months. So we'll be pretty busy and engaging a lot of different voices in the process. There will be a more formalized student voice team that is put together this fall. We haven't pulled those students together yet because wanted to obviously give a chance for the school year to get underway and for people to express their interest in participating, because it would be good if those students could commit to participating in a couple of dedicated sessions, as opposed to the sessions that were held in the spring that were kind of a one-shot deal, just to get some initial feedback, that these students would actually be kind of delving into more of some of the initial structures of what we're putting together for the strategic plan and giving us feedback on that. So
the light blue is clearly.
Yep. So we've got on the 13th, the consultant will be coming back. I'm thinking that one on the 13th is virtual, but on October 11th, she'll be back here in person again to provide updates on how the planning process is going and where we're at.
Then you have
Make sure that you're informed.
for planning folks in the purplish one. Wouldn't be appropriate for us to go to student voice meetings, get it? What other ones on this pantheon of color chart would it be appropriate for a board member to drop in or check out or whatever?
I think on a drop-in basis, it's most appropriate for like the community forums.
Okay.
The other ones, it's more like if you're not kind of part of the thing and spending 8 hours at a time on it. Then also, I guess, we'll just need to be a little bit careful of forum issues. If we've got two that are definitely there, if we had two that decided to drop in, we could be in a little bit of trouble.
But really, if you're not a board member part of the core planning team, the blue is where you participate, and if you want to go to the community forum in the lower left, that'd be another opportunity, but that's pretty much.
That's pretty much where it would make the most sense. Yeah.
Beth, and I apologize, it looked like I may have failed to respond. I failed to post.
You failed to respond.
Oh,
It's still 2 weeks out. I just didn't know if you were going to be able to come. So
okay. We'll work on it.
And if Nancy, you're available, then let us know so we can figure out somebody else wants to do it on the spot.
That's a Monday and a Tuesday, and you can go
Tuesday and Wednesday.
Oh, Tuesday and Wednesday, Tuesday the 16th and Wednesday the 17th, and we need, so I need to take 2 days. Okay.
And again, you had just voiced back in the spring that you were interested, which is why I picked you, but by all means, you're not locked into that, and we can certainly open it up to other, so. Not trying to make it
for probably 2 board members participate all day on Tuesday the 16th and Tuesday and Wednesday. So like 2 board members to be able to do that.
I think that's an appropriate level of
Okay.
representation and involvement from the board level.
I do that inside right now, but.
We don't.
Okay. What's that?
Tell your maybe you want a day each.
Oh.
Well, the other thing to remember is, we totally understand you have other obligations like jobs and that kind of thing. So it's all going to funnel back through the board at some point anyway. So don't feel like if it doesn't work, don't stress out.
And I'm not going to say you can't split those days. I guess my only caveat would be that just to be respectful of the flow of the people who are there those days, like you can't really ask to have things raised. You know, you haven't been there, so it's a little bit like you just kind of have to.
Well, then next one.
That's the way it's gonna go.
And it's also sort of accepting a board member to be there for both days at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, strange question. Would it be better, just a guess, would it be better to have one board member who could be there for both days? Or would you prefer different board members on each day, they only get one?
I mean, my preference,
So we didn't get two.
my ideal world is for anybody who's gonna participate to be there for all the sessions, because I just think that's for the whole process standpoint and flow, that would be best. I've got other folks for whom, you know, that's also challenging, but rather than just winnow down the core team to where it's a nub of not that many people, I mean, I would rather have more voices and just try to work with it as best we can.
Okay.
So I know that's not a great answer, but
Put a little bit of that, okay. Moving on. Next.
Besides, just have bullets.
No, not that far. That's not done yet. All right.
These are the
Oh.
top, see, like, you're right.
yeah,
You kind of want to.
I kind of is. Sorry, I did it without the support of this.
It's good. So, Mark, may I go?
Most people have questions about the. Yeah, I guess you dovetail nicely, that's why 5 other sequences and things, but. Any specific questions about process or. The strategic plan revamp before CAB starts? All right, fire away.
Thank you, Mark. These two items do go together, so I'm just going to show some pretty graphics that might help the board understand how proud to be and how our processes are seeking us here. And there's a couple reasons that I care about continuous improvement planning. One is that high achieving districts that eliminate disparities in achievement engage in continuous improvement planning. So we've been doing that for years, and our accreditation with Cognia is one of our strategies to get input like internationally on how are we doing in the school system. Also, I think that in terms of being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, I take it seriously that we need to be transparent about our continuous improvement and our data. And my partner, Michelle Morrison, and I have a lot of conversations about how it is that our values and our goals match our investments. And so we worked for years, and Olga Acuna, I mentioned always when we're talking about this as our federal programs director. We've been in cahoots for years about how different strings of our budget all aim in the same direction toward a finite set of goals. So if you care about that type of work, you should pay attention to the next 5 minutes. These graphics will show you how it's all getting graded together right now. Per ODE's revelation that these things should all go together. So, Angela, good things. You know about high school success and student investment account and all of that. We've been asked in the past to engage in community process, budget process in little silos in Oregon. And it's been a challenge for us to weave resources together to achieve goals. The ODE just came out in its hyperlinks to the slide deck with integrated guidance for how districts are now going to be required to engage in a unified process to invest all these different budget strings and meet all these different legislative requirements. Advance one more, please. And what they're asking us to do is engage in a really specific planning process, which we already do because we've engaged with Cognia. Now we're engaging with Performance Factor, our strategic plan, and we're going to sync up with a 4-year cycle of getting reapproved for our continuous improvement plan, which gives us validation for our federal programs investments. It helps us with high school success, formerly known as Measure 98, SIA, and all that stuff. You guys have been, most of you all have been along with us to the ride for how we engage our community and build budgets and track our progress. This is a graphic that just shows you that in years to come, this will be the cycle. Advance one more slide, please. They prescribed a 12-step process for how we get there. And you don't have to read this, but just know that it starts with community engagement, figuring out who we are, what our values are, and then moving toward that. Our strategic plan gets us through the community engagement and who we are part. And then the local plan gets us to how do we invest our money and make budget decisions based on that plan. Go ahead, one more. And there's a footnote. If you read it really carefully, I'll read it to you. Districts are highly encouraged over time to align any and all strategic planning processes to the timing and rhythms within this guidance, rather than running separate and distinct strategically planning efforts. This would mean that four-year plans required under guidance are also the continuous improvement plans and the strategic plan for a district. So when I read that footnote, oh, can you imagine how my heart was singing? I went to Michelle and said, look what we're doing. Thank you, Beth, for coordinating this.
Oh, well.
So anyway, I love highlighting footnote number 8 because I think HSP is right there in the spring. These things will all sync up for us. One more, Angela. And so we apply in March after we're at the same time we're wrapping up our strategic planning process. We'll be submitting a draft plan of our continuous improvement plan. ODE will review it. And then there's this QALP committee, which is their quality assurance learning program or something. They're going to review it and get back to districts, and then our plan will be approved in June at the same time that we're done with our strategic plan. 4 years. Keep going. And just if you care to know how the needs assessment and the community engagement and then our fiscal stewardship and our reporting and monitoring is going to work, this little org chart shows you the different obligations that we have. And at the bottom, you can see the arrows that show that the strategic plan gets us through the pre-planning, community engagement, and developing our desired outcomes and strategies. And then our SIP plan will move us into investing resources and then making sure that we have systems for ensuring quality and student outcomes. Eventually, what we want is for our community engagement process to be accountable back to us, and we go back to our community stakeholders and say, this is what we've been able to accomplish, and this is what each dollar equated to on the return on our investment. So in an ideal world, we'd be able to show community members exactly why we invested and what the outcomes are for students and their families. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, I'm representing a team of people who are figuring out how to lead with our continuous improvement.
I have a question because I think you guys had a presentation being similar on the project marketers and looking and their forecast to look at the things are demographics, but what is that we're targeting when we put this investment and when we have a community, why do you think it's coming in this way? This is we can answer why we're spending money on special education, whatever they keep the team, and there's a reading level or whatever it may be. I don't know. My question is, one, is it going to be similar to that? And two, the progress numbers determined by the QALP reviewer or what we get set for it?
Awesome question. I don't know what Tiger Falls is doing, but I do know that with the guidance from ODE, we have certain longitudinal performance targets that are required of us, and we'll be tracking those over the years. And it's longitudinal. Then locally, with our strategic planning process, we focus down on priority populations, focal groups that we know we're underserving right now. And we hone in on those as part of our continuous improvement plan. So it's kind of both. We've got some requirements from ODE we know of, like graduation requirements.
Yeah.
And then we have our local goals. And then if you were to ask me why that investment for that goal, we have driver diagrams that we did during our SIA process where we got groups together and said, so every dollar we invest in preschool, why preschool? And then what are you measuring? So is that kinder readiness or third grade literacy scores? Why diversifying the workforce? Why is that a worthwhile investment? And so we look at like 9th grade on track or grad rates. We try to match what that outcome is with the different in the little fishbone diagram, what are the little bones of the fish and how does it get to that target? So in talking with Performance Stack, they want to even further reduce the number of goals we have, make it student-centric rather than as adult inputs. So maybe not just diversifying the workforce for its own sake, but how does that impact ninth grade on trackness? And then have the adult inputs be the inputs.
I like that. I think a lot of times always what we hear more complicated, but your graduation, not like how they kind of measuring, say that we use, but I also don't feel like it encompasses all of these other things that can't use that, which is at the lower level or in the beginning, things that we're not even looking at outside of the graduation or participation or all these elements that give a well-rounded education where it should one that.
Were we doing continuous improvement plan before the student? How tied is our continuous improvement plan to the requirements of the student success? I feel like it's pretty tied now. Did we have one before that?
The continuous improvement that actually came from federal program requirements. So if the state gets federal money, the state disseminates that money to districts, but it has to have a continuous improvement plan from each district to kind of validate how that money was spent to the federal government. And then at a certain time, leaders in Oregon decided, you know what, as a practice across the state to make sure that our general fund dollars are being used wisely, let's adopt our own continuous improvement planning process. And then instead of just Olga and me caring about it with federal programs, it became like, well, now we have to have a larger plan. That was at about the same time we engaged with Advanced Ed, which is now Cognia, to do that K-12 systems accreditation. Again, to be transparent with taxpayers to make sure that what we do is valid. And now you get like the legislature passing student investment account, and you get voters passing Measure 98 for high school success. And then you get departments stood up to say, well, we got to make sure this money's spent well. And now somebody took a step back, mostly because Michelle suggested it, and said, well, why wouldn't we just have one continuous improvement process for districts, and then all those different grant funds would fall underneath it, and then we could get some unity in our budgeting process, and then monitoring how districts are doing their investment. So we've been really excited that now it's a little more comprehensive. It's not easier yet, sure, but it's at least now when we get a group together to talk about the student investment account or the student success act, we know that we're also engaging that group on high school success. We're also engaging that group on preschool investments, diversity, completion of workforce, all of the priorities. So that become more comprehensive when we have a community engagement opportunity.
So some subset of the work is serving multiple. Right, and so some subset of the work being done in this group event will serve our student investment account application and serve our American engagement application and serve our general fund, right? So we're using, we're making efficient use of our cost by not having to file separate reporting on.
Correct. On that end. On the other end, if we have a goal like ninth grade on track, we're weaving together multiple funding sources to achieve that goal. When we buy that elementary curriculum or we approve that health curriculum, we know that we're upstream, we're hitting that same goal, ninth grade on track. Is enrolled in higher level learning, API, dual credit, and then graduation. So we've talked about grading and blending resources for years. This process says, oh yeah, you guys need to see you've been doing it okay. Whereas they used to try to make us fill out a different spreadsheet for every different nickel and dime, it's now one spreadsheet-ish.
So Travis won't say it, I'll say it. Probably about 5 years ago, he had this diagram on that basically aligned all of our, he drug us all in, we all had multiple times, he's very and basically aligned all of the work that we did in the manner that we required. So we were doing the federal work, we did the NCIA work, and the SIP, and the board goals, and the school improvement plan, everything was aligned, and that's and then we were blending resources with Michelle's partnership there. And so this is something that we've been doing for a long time. In fact, we had the opportunity, Michelle, been very involved at the state level to provide a lot of guidance as to how this work should be aligned. And it's selfish on our part to some degree. We don't want to duplicate much of efforts when we've got these things going. And then Travis's work in making sure that we stay aligned in this. I feel like we're ahead of the curve by a couple of years in this.
I just had a question about maybe for a follow-up. I really like the Gantt chart imagery of like what's happening and what time per season. And maybe incorporating that when people sending back to us later, as to like where our strategic plan is at, where our equity work is at, where our budget process is at, like for us, it's easy to look at one sheet that over where everything is happening more time and that's easier to share. We'll get a question and have Michelle been talking at state and you know that has there ever been talked about doing a buying budget versus something of the year for our district or even is that a chance? Is that something that we were talking about or even possible?
Technically, we still have to do it that way. We haven't, I mean, that's based on the state that the local budget law will allow us to do a biennial budget. What we do, and we've been through it multiple times, is when if we're moving into session, we will plan for the biennium, but we usually adopt a year time. What that does for us is it allows us a little bit more flexibility within our annual appropriation. But technically, you know,
I'll put it out there just as a maybe because it does take a lot of time. Here, that time our budget committee, our board committee, but also I was thinking more like with this going the strategic plan, like how can we have some stability when our leadership change, my board changes in the past already 2 years behind that what we spend, how we spend it, that lines up with our strategic plan and this plan as well. So just maybe as a exploratory question that could be something that.
So each biennium, the planning that we do behind the scenes is exactly that. We are thinking a 2-year budget. Where the challenge comes is how much of that money actually comes through. Right? And that's where we have to do some adjustments on an annual basis. So conceptually, we're right there with you. And the recommendations that we're bringing forward it's with the 2-year budget in mind. In the mechanics of it, there's always some adjustments that need to be done, sometimes some major. And so that's where the challenge becomes, just with the funding mechanisms in Oregon the way they exist.
Yeah, that first forecast, first pandemic forecast was bleak. Yeah. Right, I mean, it has made a lot of change.
Yeah. We didn't know operationally, or economically how we would fare. So.
I know it just contextually, Erica, even when you have a biennial budget, it still gets impacted annually and can be gutted by any action of the legislature, which is often difficult. But it's good to know that they were thinking the way you were describing.
That's the global piece.
But in actuality, the very, I'll say, unique way that the Oregon legislature has influence on certain things really makes it difficult to navigate a biennial budget, even for any entity. And not just think in terms of as big as OVHSs, and then think of a school district our size, and heck, you don't even get the money you raise. Hello. Yeah, so it can be frustrating. I feel the pain, you know?
Other questions about the continuous improvement plan and the strategic plan then together?
Just a comment, I also like Gantt charts, and so I think it might be nice for us in our role as being ambassador, explaining what the district is doing. Obviously, a very detailed, specific information, but to have a high level overview of take an example of one cycle and what are some of the things in each step that were done and what are some of the results that were achieved. So because we planned and executed this is what happened. And I know that's we have very detailed, but we need to have a kind of high level overview to say this community members access. Okay, this continuous improvement plan sounds what you're talking about, it sounds great, but what are some of the, over the past cycle, what are some of the high level concrete differences that made that we did do this? I know we need to have.
Yeah, you have it with some of those. Good examples come to mind already. We increased the number of dual credit and CT classes, and now we've got 90% of students involved in career pathway. I could show some high level points in the last second, and then we can put it in.
Travis, I knew there was a reason I liked it.
So since in that conversation, we mentioned legislature 3 or 4 times. I'm gonna switch to the next 2 things. And we're gonna talk about legislative priorities next instead of the superintendent. It feels like all of this sort of dovetails together. It's Beth and Michelle, but we also happen to have the head of the OSBA legislative policy committee with us today as well.
All right, so typically in advance of each full 2-year legislative session, we undertake a process whereby we look at the coming biennium and things that we might hold as priorities. And those could be almost always around funding, obviously, for K-12 education, but sometimes there are bills that might be brewing or topics that we might want to, as a board, or you all as a board collective might want to take a position on, that you could then advocate with elected officials with a common voice. And as you know, that as individual board members, you can certainly share your own opinions, but when you vote on things, then those become items of public record that you can then speak from a common platform, which is why we find that creating these legislative priorities can be helpful. And we typically try to get these done and approved at least by mid-January, which that allows you to then take those legislative priorities to the elected officials prior to the start of session. So that means we either need to have you voting on those at the December meeting, or we need to make an exception and allow you to vote on that at the work session in January to meet that deadline. If you would like to advance one, I think I put an example of our 2021 legislative priorities, kind of a synopsis of them. Yeah, here we go. So every biennium we approach this a little bit differently, like how we kind of organize our thoughts, or how we present our statements. This last biennium, we kind of divided into top line priorities and secondary priorities, because we really wanted to focus on monetary issues in the 2021 session. And stable and adequate funding, we kind of beat that drum all the time. And Michelle can certainly provide some additional information. I think for the first time, at least in quite a while, we are getting some traction with other districts around a real common talking point that's going to be advocating for perhaps going back to a scenario where it's a dedicated proportion of Oregon state budget that might be allocated to K-12, which would allow a lot more predictability when it comes to budgeting, as opposed to us always kind of waiting on pins and needles until, perhaps even June or later in a legislative session before we actually know what the allotment's going to be. And as you know, we're required by law to have an approved budget by the end of June. And so sometimes we go into that having to create a budget, not even knowing what our allocation is going to be from the state, and that's really difficult. And it's tough when you look back, and granted, at this point, it's almost 20 years ago, but the 0305 biennium, K-12 education got 45% of the state's budget. And if we got that level of allocation now, we would have millions more dollars available to us every school year. And that I doubt that that's any longer a realistic expectation. However, we have dropped down to, kind of the 38-39% range for the last couple of biennia. And that becomes really difficult for us to sustain. If we could get closer to that 40% threshold, we would be in a lot better position. And one of the interesting things about how the state approaches its calculation for what they believe K-12 education needs is that the Department of Administrative Services puts together what they consider to be a current service level budget, taking into account all districts across the state. And there are some things about that approach that just don't necessarily match the reality of what our Association of School Business Officials would calculate our current service level needs to be, or our actual service level. I think we've kind of moved away from current service levels to more of like an actual or a different way of stating that. But part of that calculation is based on the fact that districts pay different employer rates for PERS, and that is dependent upon when and if they have bonded any of their outstanding liabilities for PERS. It depends, you know, a lot of districts' ability to create their budgets depends on whether or not they have a local option levy that adds to their operating capital that they can work with. We never have had a local option levy, for example. And then even just as simple as how you take that biennial budget allocation and divide it between the 2 years of the biennium has a big impact. So typically for education, we get 49% of the money in year 1 and 51% of the money in year 2. And that just accounts for kind of roll-up costs and inflationary measures and whatnot. And, you know, when our OASBO friends calculate that actual service level moving forward, they are utilizing that kind of 49-51 split and knowing that we need to start from those higher expenses in year 2 as we kind of project out for the next biennium. Well, the Department of Administrative Services, I think, bases it on a 50-50 split, which becomes problematic when you're estimating actual expenses. And what we've seen is that we get budgets that once you account for inflation and whatnot, it's almost like we're just doing a backslide in these last couple of biennia that we've seen. And, you know, for better or worse, I guess I'll use the word fortunately, even though nobody would characterize the pandemic as anything fortunate for anyone. However, there have been things about it that have allowed us to save some money and keep away throughout these last couple of years. That's not going to last forever. There have been a lot of one-time funds or limited duration funds allocated to K-12 education that are assisting. But, you know, anytime we talk about kind of baked in or long-term expenses like staffing that we would like to hold on to, those are things that need to be accounted for moving forward into the future. When you add positions, when you add people, you kind of assume that those people are going to stay. And so we need to be really careful about how we build those into our budget, because if we don't have an identified source of funds to continue that funding into the future, then it's not responsible for us to do that based on the fact that we may or may not have these one-time monies available to us. So we need to take that into account. Also, one of the caveats moving into this session will be this prevailing notion that, well, we have the Student Success Act, we have student investment account money, we're funding Measure 98. Well, that's amazing, but those monies are for specific purposes. They are not for general operations. And so it's very dangerous to consider them as a lump sum of money that's available to K-12, because there are strings attached to those funds. And, you know, when we talk about building a budget and serving all of our students, we need to be very careful that we, you know, are advocating for a budgetary allocation that will allow us to continue our operations and support all of our students in an effective manner. So always look at budget. Michelle, like I said, can share more on that. Last time around, we were focused on limiting school districts' public liability. That is something that that was afforded to us. We asked for modifications to the law around school-based health centers to allow for mobile. That actually did happen, and we are currently one of 4 grant recipients in the state that is looking into the possibility of mobile. So we're engaged in that work right now. And then some other items around the virtual charter school path and things like that. We do have the great benefit of having partners and partner organizations around the state that do a lot of this work and have dedicated staff that look into things that are going to probably come onto the docket in the legislative session. COSA and OCA are amazing partners when it comes to that. And oftentimes we will look to the legislative priorities that they identify. And then we'll kind of evaluate those and see where we can pull items that are really meaningful to the Hillsboro School District that we would like to include in our legislative priorities. Yeah, so typically I will convene a small group of board members who might be interested in kind of delving into that at a deeper level and helping kind of just look into the things that are bubbling up as potential bills or things that have been identified by outside groups as potential priority areas, and then we'll utilize that to draft up a list of the district's legislative priorities and then present it back to you all for review and hopefully adoption. And then you can utilize that as you talk to like the issues for the session.
We have to point that we don't have a lobbyist here.
Yes.
Board members serve as lobbyists for our district. It obviously elected officials.
Speaking of us not having a lobbyist, how much does it cost? Where can you get it?
It would be like hiring another administrator. So it would be a significant amount. One of the things that Beth mentioned is COSA is someone that works really closely with us. In Washington County, all of the districts have pitched in through the ESD to have a lobbyist. It has been Ozzy Rose, who just retired last year. So we do have some input that way. The other thing that we
David Gold.
exactly.
David Gold here in the.
Yeah. And we, David is moving over, but we've also worked with the lobbyists pretty close. So I think when it comes to really the largest, let's say 5 or 6 districts, our interests are so aligned typically.
That even though we don't have a personal
We're
lobbyist.
still getting the best.
Yeah. This is where it's our job, sort of just be there during session. Although, I mean, it's gonna be virtualized quite a bit again, because not just COVID, but the offices are all in construction, the Capitol is essentially closed. So every office is completely torn down, no legislator has to access to their office for the entire session, so I think it's gonna be mostly virtualized unless they start putting in trailers, which the legislators love. I turned down, it's gonna be so many people. I don't think I'm gonna be working in the legislature this session, so I'll be able to be more actively involved in lobbying. And this is where we will endeavor to bring the students up to speed on these issues as much as we possibly can, because I can tell you, both from going down there lobbying legislators and from working in the legislative office for a couple of seconds, nothing speaks louder than the voice of the student. When we arrange meetings and show up with a student and we just sit back and let you present the message, every representative and senator is much more receptive to that and listening to it from us. So we'll want to make sure that whatever we settle on, whatever we go with, as our legislative parties, we're prepared to speak with representatives and senators. And if you have anything to do, just saying, like, if going to Salem and meeting with representatives and senators is something that you have personal interest in doing, we will probably want to prepare you for doing that. It can be very impactful.
I mean, that's like kind of where I want to probably.
The other opportunity is, as the session gets closer, the local legislators in our area will meet with all the districts, and we'll also have interact just with our local legislators. And our district is really fortunate. Our legislators are so accessible to us that I'm able to literally come and meet with our students.
And then an education focus, much more, the bulk of our district is Senate District 15, which is represented by Senator Solomon, who used to be a 8-year member of this body. Representative McLean was a teacher in our district for 40 years. And Nathan Sosa, the other representative that's currently there up for election this year, was the chair of the Hillsboro School Foundation. So I mean, our contingent in Salem, very tuned in with what we're doing and receptive for us. Pretty good. So, I think QBN just came out last week, right? 2.6 billion short, with QBN today. Yeah, right, so quality education model, so we've been living this for a very long time, some of us. Quality education model, Oregon Constitution says we have to fund public education in Oregon to the level of the quality education model, and the report every year that says what that funding should be. And if you can't fund to it, then you have to write a report block. So every year since that constitutional limit has been in place, they've not funded it in regular reports. So the quality education model came out, I think, last week, the 2.6 billion short of what Oregon should be funding for the desired outcome. And weirdly, we heard quality education model in a meeting come up recently. It's like, oh my, maybe it's back. So you'll hear us, and that those of us who've been doing advocating for stabilization funding for a long time, I worry that we feel a little bit beat down, more and tired because the arguments, but because we've been saying the same thing for so long, the House of Representatives has 27 new members, probably 27 new members when they start session.
Wow.
So, like half the body, almost half the body is brand new to their job. So while we may be, feel like we're saying the same message over and over again, I think we need to keep saying it because they look new. What the state calls current service level, where the state says, we'd love to fund you to be able to improve things and do more, but we just can't. So we're just going to give you just enough to do what you're currently doing. Leaves us about $10 million short every year. That's not what our actual is. So that's our message.
Mark, can I add there?
Sure.
This will probably come out more in detail with smaller group, that we meet with, but you know, because the actual service level, the current service level can be a very divisive topic. That number for a lawmaker may be different for each one of their districts, even in the state, we can say at the state level meeting. Maybe we might consider focusing a little bit more on the stability factor with the retention and workforce recruitment lens. There's a big focus on that right now. And tying it to the economic health of the state instead of the DAS mystery calculations that we can't seem to get any transparency in. So that number always feels like we're backing into some strange forecast and not actually looking at what our costs are. So please be involved and go to that conversation, because with the ESSER funds from Salem, it looks like K-12 has a lot of cash money. So current service level is going to be a tough battle this biennium, but getting some stability for those out biennium, this is our opportunity to do that. So I hope that we can learn more this time.
It's kind of good to hear you talk about in those terms that, because the reality is and I think I'm just confessing this was probably my greatest disappointment once I came to the board and once I really started to dig into things and to understand that the perception is that we're funded. And the reality is we are woefully underfunded. And then you find out that the great people of the state, probably at the right time, given what they had, they said, hey, we need equity among all the districts. And then all of a sudden you start exporting your dollars, and I hate to use that, but it's, so I just appreciate knowing that you're thinking about this. I appreciate now understanding that we do have a legislative voice, because I didn't think that we did, because it appeared as if we didn't, because we didn't have a lobbyist. But now that we know that we have these relationships with the other big four, okay, we feel a little bit better. But to your point, yeah, this is where we gotta fight. I mean, this is where the new fight is in this state. And I don't think people realize it's coming, but it's here, it's coming. This is what we're gonna have to do. And it could be looking at a different model.
I think we'll see some, which is exciting after many, automatic slide background, so.
And it's not all financial, like Beth said, total liability is something we talked about. It was a device mentioned in the last couple, the last one, but the idea that school board should be required to have some training is a weirdly divisive issue. But it's one that I would get behind. I worked on that bill for a while. Just that school board should be required to like know what Oregon public meeting law is. And maybe follow it. It may be less divisive this legislative session because one of the key opponents of the language the last time around, who's also a school board member in the rural district, is working to help compose the language this time. So maybe by working collaboratively, we maybe by working collaboratively, we get to bipartisan solution. Go figure. But so that like on the non-budgetary front, if you have things that you'd like to bring forward that we think about including as part of our legislative priorities, we think about, you know, how to crystallize those and express them. But like, so yes, for me, the previous two sessions included bills for requiring school boards to have some kind of training. And I would be supportive of that. And we discuss that. Anybody else think that be about? Anybody else have anything on the legislative front?
I was just gonna add, then we have like, we'll have a little subcommittee that can.
Yeah, I think that's the next, agenda one.
Right on cue.
No. All right, so yeah,
Segue.
go backwards, superintendent committees, right?
Yeah.
All right.
And so if you go back, like, you know, there's someone.
Oh, I know, now everybody's going to the mic.
And somebody's near like the radio static now, like long-term planning committee is awful. And then they can't stop doing it. It was all the COVID.
Yes, figuring out things on. Yes. Okay, go ahead and advance. Thank you. All right, so what you have in front of you are a list of superintendent committees. Those are different than board committees. And these are we've had a lot of these committees for a long time. Over the last couple of years, we have spent in northern amount of time on problem solving for open and scrambling to meet guidelines and making sure we keep schools open and we have substitutes available and that kind of thing. So we're in a spot now where we're able to return to our regular scheduled programming to some degree. And so we are, we wanted to get this in front of you. And so we'll just have each cabinet member just do literally a 30-second commercial on what these committees are. And if you're interested in these, just go ahead and let us know. We'll go through them all and then we'll ask if you're interested in any of these. And then we'll just sign up and give them. So perhaps you kick us off.
Yeah, 2 times a year we meet with the career and college pathways steering committee, and it's hiring teachers, students, community, industry partners, community leaders, and we really set the course of what our goals are, and how to achieve them. We're breaking the working groups. We come back together, and it's twice. It's a half a day, so it's not a big commitment, but it's a big network of people that you're connected to if you're in that group.
Thank you, Casey.
Yeah, long range planning, we really review and look at all of our facility enrollment needs, preparing for potential bonds, etc. We work with city, county agencies. We have a community member on there. Traditionally, we've had a couple of board members on there. It's a requirement that we have an active long range planning committee. So we look forward to having that back in the fall.
I'll move to the edge of your seats for this one, Michelle.
The audit party. So this is where we meet with this, our auditors are actually contracted with the board to review the work that business process, documentation for our transaction value month. And so before the audit, the report comes to the board for approval. There's a meeting with the auditor. They review the process, what they tested, what they looked at, any recommendations or findings that they have with the representative of the board. So you have that insight as you come to the board meeting. Usually happens prior to the board meeting where it's thought is. So, it's riveting. They usually have snacks. So.
Usually it's the new board. Did you guys both serve on this? Is it last year? No?
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't have snacks.
All right, Casey.
Okay, this is our safety committee. This is a biannual committee that we've had for a few years now. Really what its goal is to bring in our law enforcement partners, some parents of our students, district staff, and we talk about what we're doing to make sure our schools are safe. And we met traditionally kind of like in October and April. I don't know if those are solidified yet. And we've had 1 or 2 board members. This was the product of Mr. Mark Graham years ago.
The lab plan review is facilitated by our Santa Robot and Olga Acuña, and it's our plan to meet the needs of students who qualify for English learner service. And so the opportunity here is for board members to be a proofreader and input giver and really more deeply understand what our programs are for bilingual, multilingual education. It's a proofreading job, 8 hours per year as needed.
All right, on the next slide, Angela. I will catch up with the next several.
So, yeah, so I've been fortunate enough to have the opportunity to talk about 2 of my main ones up there, strategic planning and legislative advocacy. I think we've spent a good deal of time on that, but if you have any additional questions, let me know. The other thing that we have up there are our coffee chats. And typically, of course, those have been suspended due to COVID, but I think we might be able to regenerate them this year. We will do a fall series and a spring series of coffee chats. We try to hold one in each at a coffee shop in each theater area. Those usually happen in October-ish and then again in March, April. And are just opportunities for folks who want to come together and have some face time with Mike and hear about some important things going on in the district and maybe share their questions or feedback in a casual manner. We will do that. They're pretty enjoyable. We especially like it when we get to go out to self-serve cafes like this Mike Theater. And so those typically happen in the mornings. Those kind of 4 series that are fall and spring, but then we also separately schedule, usually there's 3 evening sessions specifically for our Spanish speaking families and community members so that their work schedules can be accommodated. And so we make sure that we have interpretation available. And I know that our Latino PAC meetings have been happening virtually, and I think that has been really successful and popular with our folks. So it might be that those meetings happen virtually this year. We'll consult with Olga and her team about that. Those are just opportunities for you to attend and listen in if you'd like. Of course, it's not mandatory, and we'll let you know once we result.
Any questions about any of that?
You know, sort of a hand raise, Rose. You want to not take y'all later?
If you, yeah, how do you want to do this? Do you want us to send a list out? Do you want to share your interest now?
I actually just have a quick question. I'm looking down on this. So, Casey, for the safety, said Ryan.
Like 90 minutes usually.
I think we had, a 2-hour block, but it was usually 90 minutes.
Oh,
What was that? Oh, twice. Once we did it Thursday, once in October, like once in April-ish.
I was gonna say, maybe I will be to get back to school about. I didn't do the graduation, but I did put in because a lot of it is for the sharing the road. So it's like starting to like move on the pages, and then I'll But maybe seeing where there might be gaps that.
I think what we've done before is just go, at least now, let's go around, quick hand show some roads that I did. Yeah.
At least interest.
Who might be interested in the career path pathway series? Long range planning. Audit committee. Safety committee. Right.
I couldn't tell if the other committee was serious now.
Safety committee.
Coming back.
Law plan review.
What?
Wow.
Oh, that's.
Yeah. Strategic planning, this is the big one, this is the hard one.
Already in.
Already in, all right.
Yeah.
Coffee chat, we show up as we can, legislative advocacy. So this is where we'll do Google Doc or wherever as we get closer, so if there's more than 4 of us, which we will try to avoid, that's a forum. So we would have to make that, it's not impossible, but we have to make a public meeting and post it and have like, so if it's
When
only.
we started interesting, if we have community members that actually want to do
Yeah. We did it once, like, 3 years ago, we did it 1 year where that was, we had a 4 of us, whatever, we had to public meeting. All right. Cool, thanks everybody, and then, yeah, I'd like to Google, like, if we can figure out a way to recommend some of that and Google out there, people. Like the graduation one.
Well, as opportunities to be part of these come up, if we express interest, still.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and I think Eric was going to make, oh, you were down to Google Doc for graduation, but like. It's like, it was a graduation, it's gonna be on this date, on this date, literally this date, what board member might be able to attend, so we'll make a grid. And you'll be able to see who else might be interested.
maybe anybody's kid graduating this year.
What's that?
Nobody's kid graduating.
Oh, it's coming here, yeah. Oh, maybe not. Are you two graduating this year?
Yeah.
We're tiny bit behind, not too bad.
All right, let's stand up, people. We don't need. Oh, okay. Little stretch break. Sitting a long time. Hands up. Cross it over. Get the brain flowing and go. All right. So one day. All right. I have my wonderful colleagues joining me at the table today. Brian Potts is our HR director, license staff, and Kim Baird is our talent. And they will be joining me in this presentation. And so we're going to talk about our retirement data and just. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So we wanted to kind of anchor ourselves back with the numbers and where we've been and the current data. So if we look at the box or the table, instead of box, the table in the left-hand upper left-hand corner, you can kind of see where we were for overall diverse staff data as of 2017, we had 21.8%. And then as of June 22nd of this year, we're at 29.7%. And that's about a 26 staff member increase over a year due to the.
So the question, what's the definition of diversity?
So diversity has to do with race and ethnicity in this case. So
It's specific, what is that?
and also this has to do with our efforts around bilingual hires for supports of our dual language programs. And I'm happy to take questions along the way. Thanks for turning this off, Nancy. So I want to move next into our license staff. And so as of last year, we had 27.8% overall. And as of July of this year, the current staff that we've hired for licensed positions, we're at 46.5%. And so our principals, our administrators are making concerted efforts to look at diversity and bring that lens into our schools so that we have mirrors that match our student population.
And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it to Brian and you can share.
Sure. The bottom portion is just looking at the growth of licensed diverse staff since 2017. And you can see the first few years on that scale, you know, it's pretty minor. I'd like to point out the big increase, particularly from 20 to 21. And part of that is because we brought Kim on board in November of 2019, right at the start of the pandemic. And, you know, that the first year she was getting things all set up, but did just a great job last year. Really working on our programs, you know, partnerships and getting our recruitment rolling. And you could see that that's led to a big percentage gain, along with just really our administrators being super ultra focused on hiring diverse staff, especially the licensed staff.
I think my question is, I apologize.
That's okay.
I've heard this from the community, there is pushback, and I can understand it, because now, are we headed toward the opposite way? We're not considering, it's really funny, we have this issue where we're trying to get diverse, but yet that's difficult when hiring challenges are as significant as they are for anyone. So I guess I'm wondering how great, check the box if you bring in a female, and this is just really, really persnickety. And I want to make sure that we're getting the right direction. I'm concerned that if we run around and say, okay, I want diversity, and then you have, I'm just gonna say it, you have a white female, and then you have, I don't know, somebody else, and you don't pick the white female, or you pick the other person, are we setting ourselves up for a problem? And I just, do you know where I'm trying to
I think one of the things you're gonna hear here in a minute is about the partnerships that we have and the manner in which we are growing around and making sure that we have a great pipeline available to us. And that's a lot of the work that Kim's been doing. We started that with years ago, but we never had anyone that was dedicated to it. And that was a key part of what Kim does, and she's really good at that. And I think after she explains some of that, you'll see where a lot of those qualities come from. Yeah.
I know you're on it, it's just, you hear it in the community, and you'll say, well, what are you doing? And you see people coming forth with grievances and say, well, you didn't pay. You know what I mean? It's like, it's become something that it wasn't supposed to be. We just want staff to represent our kids. That's what we're doing. But nobody can hire them because we can't give us representation.
And I think Kim will be able to speak to that, because I think we've been very purposeful around our focus in building these pathways and these partnerships with our students and with our classified staff who are invested and are connected to it.
So one of the partnerships that we had was, we started in 2013, it was with Western Oregon University. And that has recently changed names and kind of expanded, and it's now called the Diverse Educator Pathway. And so from that original Blue Scholars program, we hired 11 students that were formerly HSD students who are bilingual and are now working as teachers in our district. There are 20 students currently enrolled in that program. And the big difference between Blue Scholars and the biggest difference now is that the program is not just specifically focused on future bilingual teachers, but it's also people who identify as BIPOC is what they're really trying to recruit for. So we've expanded it from just being a dual language Spanish teacher.
And then I'll speak about our classified pathways, and that's where a lot of my work has been. It's really, when we talk about grow your own, it's really looking at not only our students, but our staff members that are already in our schools. And so a lot of my work revolves around meeting with staff members, learning more about them, what are their goals, and just trying to find the right program and partnership for them. We have long-standing partnerships with a lot of our local colleges, such as PCC, Pacific, PSU. There is one program in particular that I just wanted to highlight, which is our partnership with OSU and their Masters of Arts in Teaching program. So this was established in 2019. I'm sorry, and this is a 2-year program where again, it focuses on our classified staff members who are bilingual or identify as BIPOC. We had our first cohort graduate this past spring. So we have 4 that graduated. We currently have 8 staff members that are enrolled, so they're either in their first or second year. And out of that entire group, we've already hired 10 of them and I'm sorry, I should have wrote that this is our elementary program. So it's really, it's been a great partnership. OSU has been a great college to work with, and we're hoping to expand this.
I think to kind of address what Nancy was getting at, like these are classified staff that we already have a relationship with. The principal's literally tapping them on the shoulder, being like, you need to be a teacher, you are amazing. And then us helping them out and also helping them out financially and bringing them up through the system and hiring 11. I mean, if you look at a 1% growth in our diverse staff, that's 12. So you can see where, you know, some of our newcomers are coming from.
May I please follow first on the 2, they kind of share the same kind of grow your own, but just I guess the difference is the student one is a recent high school graduate going to 4 year, and the other one is existing classified staff that iterate on degree, but it's on teaching, getting that master.
Yes, yeah. And so I think our goal too is to find as, you know, for myself, to find as many entry points as possible, whether you're a student or staff member, in order for you to reach that goal. So it's finding and creating those entry points for them and finding those supports. And then I'll talk a little bit about this on the next slide, but that financial piece is huge, which I will, we'll talk about on the next slide. The nursing partnership, I help facilitate all of our educator candidates or our student interns that are wanting to become teachers or counselors. And with the help with Dr. Lee Fox, we now have a partnership with the University of Portland and their nursing program to hopefully now include nurses to have them come and do their internship with us and kind of just open that pathway as well.
How many school nurses do you currently have?
We have 9 registered nurses. And then we have like million kids, yeah. And then we've got section focused on nurses, school, which we do contact tracing, testing, things like that. And we're registered nurses also, so we have an extra crew right now.
But with that number, that tells me we don't have enough nurses.
We have coverage under the registered nurses licensure. They oversee the health kids and the local health room folks. So the kids who have like EpiPens or anything that they need have qualified to support them. So we're good. In fact, it's actually the end of the day. Whereas we don't have enough bus drivers for X, Y, and Z because of this recruitment and efforts, we're good with all kids and nurses going into this period.
Love, grow your own, love the program for classified staff. What concern do we have with, you know, licensed staff was pretty full. Like we weren't underemployed in licensed staff. Classified staff, we were dramatically underemployed all year. What concern do we have about depleting those ranks and refilling the classified?
I would say that we want to have people that want to be connected to the district in the fashion that they think fit. And so I think it has to do with, you know, there are classified positions, and Kim's going to speak a little bit about working on how to fill those. She's working with Hannah Shipple, our classified supervisor, and working to find pathways to help support those endeavors as well. So we have to look at this as a multifaceted issue and not just, you know, like we're only going to focus on this and that. But we need to look at the broadest spectrum of needs, classified and licensed, and be able to find ways to fulfill that they can see themselves growing, you know, into our district. And I think Dale brought up the fact that, you know, we also need to look at our recent graduates potentially as folks who might be interested in wanting to become classified staff members. And we also want to see people, you know, find their pathway
through our district, to be not only recruited, but to be retained for a long time, so that they see themselves growing, as they see fit, in individual.
Over the years, we have had years where we've had teacher shortages that have been on. The class shortage is pretty new. Yeah, we've been able to do those good jobs that we've been able to fill for just for years and years. And so to Connor's point there about even starting now to have conversations with our high school seniors that are not going to be not choosing to go to college at this point. Those are pathways that we're looking at. But it's a new phenomenon.
Right.
Yeah. So, I guess so I'm thinking back to what we just, with this awesome idea of what we're tapping into other resources that are around the group or in the top 5, right? The big 5, not the top 5, big. But is there a way for us to look into what's happening at the other 4 districts, because we're all going after the same people to do the same thing? That's gotta be tough. And part of this is understanding that the recruiting effort that I'm doing for my day job is horrible, because we can't hire enough people. And I can only imagine that we're going to do the same thing here.
The larger, they're trying to catch up with folks. The other district.
Okay.
They have immediate contact with them. It's also throw your own, and we tell 80%. So it's, I mean, we're just, because this is something that.
Oh, so we're the leaders, not the followers. So everybody's coming to us. Okay. Forget it. Thank you.
Just really quick, a couple of endorsement programs. These are for our current staff, current teachers, already working with us, but anybody who's looking for a SPED endorsement, we have a partnership with Wheels of Farm, and then also a really popular one with the University of Portland, for municipal endorsement. Last year, we had, I think, about 13 teachers in that program. It's a yearly cycle.
So we have, sorry, another question. This is a money question. Because, and I'll give you the context later on my plan. Do we have the money to big board all of these extra certification levels that we're asking the teachers and the class?
We already do that, and Brian can give you more detail around the extended, or extra duties or stipends that we have for the endorsements. Some of them, if we don't have an outright additional, amount to their contract, they, have access to extended contract for extra time that they might need for their area. So that we've already, got some really robust offerings within the contract with these specialty areas.
Yeah, and it's on the next slide, but we can just tap into it. So it's okay. Tuition reimbursement. So staff, we tweaked our contract language during the last negotiation. So basically, let's say you're a new hire coming in, you don't take any classes this year just because you're a little bit overwhelmed. And your second year in the district, you are entitled to the year before tuition reimbursement credits, the current year and the next year. So you actually have 18 quarter credits that you can tap into. So at any point in anyone's career in HSD, they can tap into a 3-year period of tuition reimbursement.
Okay. Now I know how people are asking.
And then I just wanted to talk about some other, financial supports, and it comes through the state, TSCC, which is the licensing agency. In summer 2020 started a diversity reimbursement program. So I know for myself, I had to renew my teaching license this year and also apply for my admin license, and those fees rack up. So it's great to have this reimbursement program where you pay for your fees, your application, and transcripts, and then you can apply for reimbursement. The Education Advancement Council, which is whose data again, they have diversity scholarships. So if you identify as BIPOC, whether you are in a teaching program or an admin program, you can apply for a $10,000 scholarship, which you can use twice, which I was very thankful for. I was awarded that scholarship with my admin program, which helped immensely. So those are just some of the scholarships that are available, and I always tell staff members about to take advantage of to go and apply. And then I wanted to highlight 2 grants that Hillsboro is a part of through or ODE, which is our Grow Your Own grants. One is with PCC is leading the grant, and it's with all the other districts in Washington County. So then you're kind of saying what are other districts doing? It's a lot of collaboration that happens, which it's just great to be part of that collaborative work because it does take, we can't do this work in a silo. And then the other one is with OSU, North Platte CSD. And both of these grants are really focusing on scholarship and also mentorship for our candidates that identify as BIPOC, by teachers, by educators that identify as BIPOC. That mentorship piece is so crucial in order for that retention to happen. And there's also some other support in both of these. You know, I know there was like a daycare support and financial support as well. So if students need to attend a class in person, there's a variety of different supports in both of these grants that we are a part of, and we are entering our 3rd year with both of these grants.
Just out of curiosity, has there been feedback, positive or otherwise, from our ATA and how they do it? I mean, it looks like it's all positive, but
I would say that we have been in conversation and very feedback box this today, and we were close to Jill, even regards to this. And so, you know, there are long-standing conversations that are taking place in the students. And we are always looking at how can we improve, what can we do to make it better. It's not just a destination one time. It's, you know, constant evolution of what we need to do to refine and meet the needs of our staff based on where they want to go. As I said, on their individual journey.
outside of the training lottery, we did never see bringing about.
And so to talk about some of our next steps and continuing efforts, Mark brought up about classified positions. So that's kind of my next step in my work is to work with Hannah and just really looking at data and how can we recruit and retain, especially some of our hard to fill positions in our classified area, and also looking at what other partnerships can we create with different colleges and universities to really help support that work.
Kind of question that I feel like the classified and hard to fill. I think it's great to look at non-recent graduates who are going into the workforce. That is, is there a way of, and this is for either thinking about how do they see themselves growing in our district? They come in and work as classified, maybe for the traditional way, how do they get to, how do you get to that to like if they discover that that was something they want to do while they're here, what will be that pathway?
So one of the things that we did back in 2019 is we surveyed all of our classified staff and diverse, and we met with them. And so what we found through that process was that people want to be able to talk to one person and like them, and then we also shared with our administrators, you know, someone that might be interested. Let's start to connect those pathways, and we receive emails, phone calls all the time in regards to that. So we're always looking at finding ways to find the right pathways that are really nice.
And then the other thing that I had was in regards to our career and technical training. How does that fit into our classified of students and our experience? Do we need, you know, work in education or work in nutrition services? Is there a connection from that work to build gap building? I think there's
culinary context, we can do internships that are mechanic shop buses. Look at diesel mechanics as a program partnership with PCC and the North bus headquarters.
so that we have our classroom where the students get to work on our own buses and get expert teachers to prepare them to be people.
And then it goes to the left. Again?
Yeah, we have electric requirements that fill high, we have pre-admission. And then also one, we have early childhood, culinary programs.
All those different.
That the students are aware that there's an opportunity to work for this.
Part of our CCP here with that we provide, even which is during which members level that opportunities are been for.
I think one of the parts around broadening the recruitment efforts is kind of thinking more broadly. And one of the things that we want to do is reach out to our BIPOC student leadership groups in high schools and work with also our affinity and licensed groups. Find, like, here's my journey, and here's what I did. And so being able to also help folks be connected to each other in that way so that they can find ways to find that way to broaden their journey so that they want to step into that next phase. And so we're really thinking in all the ways that we can to address that effort. I was also thinking about our past, like our family, maybe even being under
the only last thing I wanted to say on is I want to make sure that we take that to the fact. I just read an article about people who look like myself tend to get the low end and we stay there because we can't move up. So while this is great, we also have to make sure that we're not underselling and insulting to some degree by saying, well, we want you to come back and help us, but we want you to be a man. How about maybe you want to be the superintendent? Now we're getting somewhere. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure that we don't lose that equity framework behind it so that everybody has this chance of moving up and understanding and helping us with those hard positions so that we can grow the skill and then think, who do I help me? So we got them.
I appreciate you saying that because I think that has to do with agency and a person's, what is their desire? It goes back to that individual space of like, what do you want to do? Where do you want to go? And I think we wouldn't just put upon some, this is where you're going to go. After we need to go other places. And one of the things I did to touch base on is the 30 folks that just finished their licensure administration from through our Georgia Fox partnerships. And we're expanding that partnership. GSBC has added 9 more credits for the administrative license. So now it is a 2-year program. And so we're growing that, like I say, agriculture and partnership.
I just add one more thing to what Nancy, you were saying about, I know with my work, it's about building relationships with our staff members and not just saying, okay, this is the pathway for you, but it's really listening. Tell me your story. What are your dreams? What's your goal? And I mean, it says I started this work. I still keep in touch with all the staff because that wherever they are in their journey, maybe they need to take a break from school because life happens. Great. I'll check in with you a few months from now. I love building those relationships since I'm no longer in the classroom building them with students. I feel like I'm building them with their staff members, and that's so important in this work that I'm there to support them wherever they need to go. And I will work as hard as I can to find them the support they need to make their dreams and goals happen. So if it changes, awesome, let me know and we'll go down that.
Totally appreciate the fact that you recognize that not everybody wants to be an Uber chief. I get it.
Thank you for your time today.
Ready to go on the thing, right?
Yes, this is next. So we wanted to have our new administrative team join us today for lunch. And I know people like pictures, so I put pictures up there. And so today they're going to introduce themselves and their role. And they're going to share their fun facts about themselves and something that they have on their bucket list that they want to do. And so go ahead and move to the next slide. we'll go ahead and start with,
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the principal at Century High School. I am not in the love, but I will count if that means I get to do a pretty awful night with a coffee meet. And so I have been trained to be a love.
we'll just go down like, I think Chris's doctor today, and it's also, Trent Benz, the principal at South Meadows, he was here last year, is principal at the and, he can also Katie Shelton, the sister as well, for high school. Katie did tell me that she is doing the bell chart, and I'm trying to go her by rabbit.
Fun fact, what he doesn't share. I was doing some kind of crochet. And so I'm not really good. I'll work with it.
They're trained, all of the Jason Place. She has served in their school services director and is now the executive director of I know she never. Yeah.
I'm a student, and that got me is I'm a newbie. So if you have a good picture for a restaurant recommendation, let me know and email me. We ask for this, making sure.
I'm just transfer the principal at Century High School, usually her pronouns. And I am a product of the Hillsboro School District. I went to Eastwood here in Bronco. And I'm a brand new board member to the National Association of Secondary Schools.
Hi, this is Will Bell, new assistant principal at High School. And one thing that I wanted to know is to get my off today, I learned about the whole this side of possibility.
I'm Jean McLean. I am the new elementary director of teaching and learning. And I have almost the same fun facts. Grew up actually a block from each other, went to Eastwood, Pointer, and Glencoe. So part of the agency, and I've been working with for 21 years. So I'm very excited to be in well. I love the Rossi Shooter program. I am a coordinator for College my 8th year in Hillsboro School District. And my fun fact is that I'm working on Grace and Shame Plus for our program. So today for you, I have one fun fact is that Roundup has reopened. That first thing, if you're not aware of that, it's actually a coffee shop. And 2 years to be closed to the pandemic, we have to do back action. We are opening every day, 8:30 to 11 in the week, and I have a free card for all our customers. And if you happen to log your CD later for your work,
Here she is our new director of student services, and she is here from the Bennett area. Where she got her, and so she'll be administrative. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go into. Some people might be coming in, so thanks for your flexibility. Go ahead and go what she wants.
I was born in Guatemala, came to the U.S. as a 10-year-old, grew up in California, from California, and moved here 2006. With a 6-month baby, and then I have a son who was born 15 months after my husband. 15 was apart. Now they're 15 and 16.
Much prayer.
Well, I apologize for being late. I thought it was right on time. Sorry. But I really argued about my meeting session, which was a COVID problem for me. If you need any sort of practice, you know. I was gonna share, I thought I was gonna share about the balance of people when I did the drums. So that's a weird thing. I know. I theme in the room, so, I think basically, I don't, you know, I'm gonna do super things with that. That's a weird fun fact about me, and I am just so excited to be in our and serve our principals in our schools, who are serving our students and our students, and I'm really excited to be in classrooms and be in instruction and to sort of supporting everybody so that we get into the reality. I'm super excited about our new energy, that's been work and student center focus, and when Chelsea comes in my today.
To, you know who he is, you know who I am, but I just want to say the energy that you bring into the room is getting to my spirit. Don't let that energy go away. Love the students and just happy to have you and love to be part.
I'm gonna be all right with the board members.
Of course. Yeah.
Even though people have. I am here for a little bit and get here to work. Who are you?
Second month of the motor. I don't just know lots of the shape on outside of this. And you know,
I do what I in industry and I can wire also supervisor little things. So things that authors, yeah, I'll be in here and I'm just gonna here.
Oh, Nancy Thomas, Vice Chair, trying to learn, big boss here. It's a pleasure.
Not the big boss, Mark Watson, third chair. The job we rotate amongst us all, in my 5th year. And you probably live off my resort. It used to be in Aloha, now I'm kind of living in downtown Hillsboro. That?
Lisa.
Oh, Lisa, yeah. It is your brother. And I think we will let y'all have the first crack at London.
Yeah, we're doing
Mark mentioned this morning that we do have 3 committees that are board committees. And you can see it listed up there, CCAC, the Budget Committee, and now the Equity Advisory Committee. One of the things that has been a challenge for us is that, if you could, would you advance one? One of the things that's been a challenge for us is that we do have board policy that talks about the composition of board level committees. And so if those are our 3 committees, you can read the language there, that the committees will be representative of the student demographics of the district. So that has been a challenge for us. And as staff, we work to try and make that so. But the bottom line is that we need to spend a little time brainstorming today to get some assistance with this, because it's been a challenge. If you look at our budget committee, or if you look at our CCAC, where we seem to always fall a little short of being representative of our student demographics. So I think what I'm asking is to do some brainstorming and then to get your help in getting some names to us so that we can do some reaching out and that kind of thing. So we're open to ideas on how to make this sort of more of a reality for us.
I would say, I know a lot of, I think a lot of students are really eager to get involved. I think that they just don't understand that getting in front of the board, working with the board is a reachable or attainable goal. I think that from a lot of things that I see, school clubs, they always work on projects. I was part of Arise, which is for women's rights in schools. And I'm part of the mock trial team that kind of wants to do everything. So I think that kind of reaching out or even talking to students or us at different schools to try to start, budgeting, we could, start like a finance club or something, or someone who's interested in going into finance. And then, here's a direct route where you can work with the board and the budgeting department, where when you get that experience, high school students are always eager to, resume builders, working with the board is a huge resume builder. So like some of these things that you can, one, step in and talk to the students directly, and then two, kind of explain the benefits for them and for the board. And then they kind of, because, humans are stubborn by nature. So kind of explaining them the benefits, what it would do, what it would, I think that would be really beneficial.
So when it comes to recruiting students, go specifically to some of the clubs that may match.
Yeah, because I think that people or students who reach out for clubs are the ones that are eager to get involved.
Yeah.
And so those are students that would really benefit and would participate and stuff like that.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I was just thinking about our student rep applications and maybe putting even in there, would you be interested in serving on any, if not selection, would you be interested in maybe grabbing students that don't make it?
Yeah.
We receive more applications and plugging them directly into one.
Students are a nice captive audience. They come to our building every day. But, I mean, I think we've had an abundance of riches lately with people, maybe it's the political climate or whatever, wanting to be more actively involved. And Patrick, you're awesome, don't get me wrong, but we only had 4 applicants for a school board vacancy. So I think it's sort of an indicator that so it wasn't always the case where we had 15 applicants for every 2 positions on CCAC. Right, for those of us who've only been on the board 5 years or whatever, are there lessons to be learned from those prior times where it was more difficult to get people involved? And maybe we're heading back into that, we need to sort of start thinking about those kinds of resources.
It's a good point. When it comes to recruiting students, it's easier for us.
Yeah.
Because they come every day and we can get in front of them.
Yeah.
Harder to get community members.
A couple of potential, I think, broadening network opportunities, and I don't know if we've done this in the past, but 2 that I can think of are Washington County Civic Leaders Academy. So both Nancy and I graduated from cohort 1 and 2, but it may be a good idea to get in front of them, though it is a broader kind of, it encompasses all of Washington County. We could present it as, for those of you who live in Hillsboro specifically. Sure. The other one I can think of is Hillsboro also has a Civic Leaders Academy that is run through the city. I don't know if they're still doing it post-pandemic, but checking in with the city of Hillsboro might be a good thing. I know Thomas, my husband, went through that program, and he had a number of presenters through the city who would come and present on ways to get involved. And, whether it's, they focus a lot on the committees that are available through the city's networks. But I think presenting something like ours would be a good kind of avenue there too.
Yes, that board member just talk for 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah. And both of those pipeline programs are really geared towards increasing the leadership pipeline and making sure that it's accessible to regular community members. And so those are, I think, the right kind of networks that we want to get to.
And I would say that there's also for Washington County, unincorporated, they have the CPOs or.
Oh, right. Yeah.
CPOs, and so depending on, and those vary in how engaged and active there might be. So like, for example, the one that covers Hillsboro, I don't think it's as active because they're in an incorporated city. So they already have like the Civic Leaders Academy or all these communities that can participate. If you think about like North Plains, Cornelius, Aloha, all those areas that are unincorporated, their CPOs are really active. And it'd be great to even go to theirs and present their part of our district for them to see this as also an opportunity to get involved, especially when I think sometimes harder to reach the unincorporated areas.
CPO 6 or 9, wherever my burnout house is pretty active.
The other thing I think we could Well, let me ask you this, Mike. You said that you want them to represent the student demographic. Do you mean percentage wise?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So that would mean half of everything should be people of Latino descent. And if you're lucky, you might get one person who looks like myself, because that's about how your demographics are.
Right.
Okay. I needed to confirm that because, right? Then the question becomes, how do we tap into the larger population that we probably have the hardest time bringing to the table? And it's not my population, it's our Latino population. How do we get them to the table?
I think probably partnering also with our culturally specific organization, like Central Adelante, which we already
Yeah, that too.
Yes.
utilize, but
Yes.
with a lens specifically to civic engagement and figuring out how can we collaborate, especially at Adelante, there's a lot of leadership programming. And I would think that they would be.
You're talking about Adelante Mujeres?
Yeah, that's just the old board member going to an Adelante meeting saying, hey, we have this committee coming up. People don't know, just that you don't know, you don't know.
And Adelante Mujeres is partnered with the Washington County Leadership Program. So there's a natural, there's how that comes as well. Right. I just wanted to verify that that was the kind of representation that you were actually talking about.
It is.
I think adding in the, how they can come forward, and I'm using this as an example, the PAC meetings now since pandemic for our Latina group, we have upwards of 100 people that show up to a meeting because it is virtual. They can do many of the things around them well, which is an increase of what it was pre-pandemic. So I'm wondering if even when we put these out, we specifically state to you people who are thinking about applying that it could be that option, because it might be the format for which they're thinking it needs to be, that is a barrier for them. Potentially.
And I think explaining what the requirements are, I think you just need to be there as opposed to being in an active board member. There's certain requirements that need to happen that might create a barrier for people, but explaining that the committees report to the board, but there's no minimum education, citizenship required, or, anything that prevents you from participating.
What's the recruiting timeline for CCAC and budget committee? Going to the fall?
Yeah.
Season in August application, and then September process the applications, and October we start the meeting.
Okay.
In the budget committee, we were working on it in the spring, and then we put it off until the fall.
Yeah, I think our application window is through October, because we have a little bit more time before the actual budget work commences. But hopefully be able to channel people into those roles at the same time we're reaching out to these.
So not to make too much work for cabinet, because it's August, summer. I think there's several board members who would be willing to attend an outline meeting or a central meeting or stuff like that. If somebody will who would be the person to organize, like figure out who's willing to have us, or Washington County leadership, or figure out which groups are willing to have us in. I think we'd be willing to go.
Yeah, we can do that. Based on just some suggestions you give, we can put together a plan and a calendar and reach out for some board members to help with that.
Yeah. The only other thing I was thinking about was the format of the meeting. Like, it's made it really accessible for a lot of us with our life going on to have hybrid meetings when we're not able to be in person. And I don't know if that's something that we're planning on continuing to our committees as well, so that it's accessible, if you have a sick kid or something, that you're able to participate.
CCAC even hybrid travel?
Yeah, they requested at our final meeting that we have a kickoff in October where we have dinner together and meet in person, and then the rest of the meetings will be virtual for the rest of the year. Because they all agreed that that was a preferable format. There was nobody who said, let's meet in person every time. They preferred the Zoom.
Well, that's great for the group itself.
Yeah. it was a good conversation. But same deal, what Erica said was what they said. Well, to your point, at a minimum to make it hybrid.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if it goes completely virtual, that's
How many CCAC openings are we looking at?
7 each year, so it's 14 adult reps in the community on a 2-year term each. So each year there are 7 up, and then if somebody resigns, then we have additional seats open.
I also want to put this on the table for all of our memory and consideration that I don't want to see us in the situation where we were last year, which is we have applicants, but it didn't reflect the community the way we wanted it to. So we held it open. That didn't make everybody feel good. And I'm sorry, I remember you because you were not happy about that, and I don't blame you. But we got to get to the point where the equality is having one system, right? And then the equity is when you get to vote on everybody or do. So we got to get to the point where we have that one system. How do we get the word out to the right people so that right now they know that we have to close this out by, end of September, October, and then we can keep moving so that we don't have to hold anything open and we don't feel like, we can't hold the district hostage because we don't have the volunteers to speak up and do the work. If that sounds strange. So
It is a board policy though.
yeah, it's a board policy, but it's based on the belief that you'll always have the people. So if the policy doesn't articulate what's plan B, we gotta have a plan B. And we have a situation where we need to have a plan B. If the policy says we have to have 50% Latino representation and we don't have 50% representation, no matter what we do, there has to be a plan B.
I think the plan B for the CCAC is that we'd run it at fewer than 14. So we'd have 5, in the example you gave, we'd have 5 participants who identify as Latino. So then we'd have 5 of other demographic groups. And we run it at 10 rather than 14. I think that's the plan we fall back to in the past. And I don't characterize that as holding me hostage with the committee. I'm the secretary of the committee. I see it as meeting the need to be demographically somewhat representative of our student body. So I don't know. I think participation in public bodies is the challenge we're facing right now. If you watch the news, you don't have the motivation to sign up. So I think we can get to these groups of folks who want to be engaged civically and advertise to them. I think those are great ideas.
I also think there's I think as a district or a staff, we can reach out, we can do that kind of thing. I think we're going to have board members reach out too, because there's that personal connection. And I think that will be helpful as well, because our typical routes haven't been working as much as they used to. It's the challenge we're facing.
Mike, one more contact to add would be Chamber of Commerce, I think also has a leadership program. Yeah, I think it's called Leadership Academy or something like that. That could also.
That's part of the leadership group.
Okay.
18 years on board.
And then just for clarity, because I think it was mentioned in this conversation, student representation is only allowed on the Equity Advisory Committee and the CCAC, right? Not the Budget Committee. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you can't work with them, learn from them, just means that your vote is different.
Not student rep, or I meant student participation in joining the board. Because CCAC can have specific requirements for students to be part of the board, same with the Equity Advisory Committee. But I think Budget Committee is one that have school members. Okay.
Sorry, I get all choked up when I talk about this. This has been helpful. Thank you. We will put together, reach out for some assistance on helping us do some recruitment. Thank you.
The other thing we have to get to the point where we go to the community and say, okay, community, our rules say we need this much and we only have this much. What do you want us to do? We can change the rules or you can participate. And sometimes we might have to get that direct. Because sometimes I feel like people don't realize that's what, we have a very equitable way of setting things up. But if people don't realize that, they may not be acting the way we want them to. It's just another question.
Two slides about the role of CCAC.
Yeah, the next ones are the work plan. Let me do those more.
Yeah, good.
Thank you. The objective is that we agree on the scope of work, and we started doing this more formally last year at the retreat, and the purpose is to keep the CCAC being directed by the board since they're an advisory committee to you. So the next couple slides are just the actual policy and charge of the CCAC, and the first quote is the CCAC will review any topics assigned by the board and assist in the development of the school's curriculum and instructional programs. Go ahead, one more. And so what we've done is, instead of a work plan with a bunch of details, we've outlined the topics that from an instruction and leadership standpoint, a program leadership standpoint, we need to cover. So I've worked with our directors, our curriculum directors on this plan. And what we'd like today is for the board to give us a nod that you agree with us as staff that this is the scope of work that we'd like to assign to the community curriculum committee this year. So we would start with on October 3rd with an overview and orientation and introduce this plan to the members. We also go over our interpretation and translation practices. We talk about what our norms are for the group. And again, this one would be in person, and we would probably have food involved to get to know each other. And then we would do new course proposals in the fall so that they would be ready for the new course catalog and forecasting in February-ish. So the first one that we know is on deck is the diesel mechanics program to be approved. There are another couple cooking, but we don't know who's ready yet for a new course proposal. And then those would obviously come to the board in subsequent board meetings. And then as far as curriculum development goes, we're ready with a curriculum adoption proposal from World Languages Study Team. In February, we would introduce the CCAC to the pilot process and the materials under review for high school language arts. Middle school and high school language arts. Then in March, we would introduce 7-12 health pilot and materials review. And then in April, we'd come back with a recommendation for materials for middle school and high school language arts. May 7-12 health proposal. And then, so obviously the board would end next year with a couple of, hopefully, approvals of adoptions for those curriculum areas. And then we have June 5th would be our natural last meeting, but there's a to be determined topic for that one. And as you know, because of staffing and extraordinary circumstances over the last couple of years, this work plan has been moved around and pieces have been delayed. But I feel like this is a really solid scope of work that in order to stay on pace with our Division 22 plans and in order to deliver on the new course proposals that would be working for kids, we have to get through this scope this year. So we're hoping that you will tell me that this is what I should offer to the group. We don't need a vote. We just need a conceptual head nod. Like, yep, do that stuff. Happy to answer any questions.
Diesel mechanics means we're going to use the new classroom at the transportation center.
That's our dream. We have to figure out how to staff that, and we're in cahoots with PCC about what their capacity is, and we would need to bring some vehicles over, and we'd probably co-staff it similar to how we did an aerospace program. We would be doing it under the supervision, essentially like a dual credit arrangement. Our PCC mechanics and pilots help Sherry do our program at the airport. So it would be a similar setup.
Great head nod. It feels like the right approach.
Thank you.
All right.
You always go away feeling good in those meetings because you find out something new and exciting that's going on in those schools.
Thank you.
The 3 board members that had the recent CCAC, she and you and Lisa, is that right? So. All right, we're done. Great. Next up, every year we like to sort of, just ensure that people are comfortable with the way communication works in the district, how we review information, so. Just go to the next one, I guess. Next slide. Here we go. Take it away, Mike.
All right. So one of the things that I like to be sure of is that when it comes to our communication with the board, that you're getting the needs met. And so these are the ways that we typically go about communicating with board members. So we've obviously got the board updates that are sometimes can be lengthy, but I know you look forward to those on Fridays. We've got interim updates that if there's something that maybe is going to appear in the news, or if there's a crisis of some type, that would be an interim update that you would get during the day, typically midweek. When we've got a crisis that's evolving, one of the things that I've been doing is sending board members a text saying, such and such is happening. We're in process right now, more coming. And so that's been something that I've been doing over the last couple of years now. And then phone calls as needed. You know, and I always hesitate to use this as an example, but this is something that happens in our district. We, you know, in a district our size, we're going to potentially have some student deaths or staff death during the year. That's something that typically happens for us. And so those type of events, there would be a phone call that you would get from me. So something pretty major would be a phone call that you would get, and I would just work my way through the entire list. If it's something that's super time sensitive, then I'd get a hold of Mark and we'd divide up the list and we'd go about it that way. But this is typically what we use communication wise. Do you have any is this working for you? Or do you have other suggestions that we could implement that might be helpful?
I appreciate the fact that I know I'm gonna get a text from you if law enforcement, ambulance, or emergency services has been dispatched, or if there's a threat at a school, or it is always nice to get that update. What I don't want is for you to be trying to call us. And I mean, if there needs to be a phone call, then maybe Rose can send us all a text and say, hey, we need to all meet at 8 o'clock tonight, or whatever the case is. But your job is way too valuable to be trying to call us one-on-one if something's going down. Just the text saying, hey, this happened at this school, or we have a lockdown, we lost power, that kind of thing has been extremely helpful. And in fact, I've been telling other people about that, and then they're going, our superintendent doesn't do that, and I'm going, well, damn, we got the best, superintendent kind of thing. So, sorry, that's how I brag on them, because I know that you know.
We can't all meet at 8 o'clock, and that means an unpublished public meeting. So
yes,
it's not, so sometimes the individual phone calls are all we can sort of do.
We have from time to time, if there's, this feels like a couple of years ago, we did small groups,
Yeah.
And I don't remember what the time.
3 at a time or 2 at a time.
Yeah, we can't do that.
I just want there to be a reasonable expectation.
Yeah, not a bunch of phones.
That, right, your
Gotcha.
time, we didn't sign that contract for you to be trying to call us. No.
Is there gonna be like later on, I don't know where I should jump, but like, clarification on communication with school, like, kind of how you were talking about with crises, how you communicate with the board. But I think on our end, we all have gotten communication through principals or through you during crises like that. Is there gonna be like, are you gonna cover that later on, or can I ask a question about that now?
We're not planning on covering that later on. When it does, let me say, I think we may be talking about two different things, but let's just be sure here. When it comes to like Friday updates, the student version of that comes out typically Friday evening or Monday. That's when that happens, and Rose and I worked on that, and then that's something that comes out. Sorry.
That's for student reps, not.
For student reps, yes.
Yeah, sort of a slightly different version with less confidential information.
Right. Correct. Right. But I don't think that's what you're talking about. What is it?
Like, I think over like the school year, there's a bit of, so like when there is threats or stuff like that. That's kind of what I'm asking about, is communication like that towards the students and the parents.
Gotcha.
If that's from you specifically, if it's from a principal specifically, kind of just the means of communication like that. Because I think that there have been a few times where threats have been made and I, like my mom wasn't emailed about it, so I just kind of confused on the communication.
Let me have Beth do that when she works directly with the principals on
Yeah,
those issues.
and we do follow a really pretty much scripted protocol when it comes to that. And every single time there is something like that that happens at a school, we will send out, if it's happening at either a middle or a high school, then students will be included in this process. So there'll be a remind message sent out to all students and all parents that say, basically, we have information to share with you, either click this link or check your email. And then we push out to everybody whose information is correctly in our system. So that could be a source of an issue where your mom is concerned. I'm not sure if she perhaps has an old email in the system, but we use what's in the student information system for parents to then push out that email communication. So it's always sent via remind, a push email. It's posted on our district website under safety alerts. It's also posted to your school's website. Just so there's that really predictable pattern of where you can find information like that. So, but it's also another reason why we try to really reinforce through our own methods and through the schools to go down to their parent populations and student populations. It's so critical to make sure that we have your current contact information, because our systems are only as good as the information that's in them. And so if a parent hasn't, given us their current cell phone number or hasn't downloaded the Remind app, and you don't have to have the Remind app to get those messages, because it either gets sent to you as a push notification or a text or an email, depending on what you have. But at some point, we have to have the correct info for it to get through, and then people have to, have to check that information.
I wasn't meaning because I get most of them. I guess I was asking more about the criteria, but I guess I understand that some things can't be shared. Or a situation like that. So I guess kind of not a question to be asked, but that makes sense.
No, definitely there are situations where it might be a little bit more individualized, like if there's a fight situation or something. Sometimes we will communicate about that school-wide if it's something that was a really large and visible event, but other times if it was a little bit, just involved a handful of kids or something like that, it wouldn't necessarily constitute a school-wide communication. There are some different thresholds about that, but if there's anything that's big and potentially impacts the whole student body, you should be getting communication about that. And we typically send that, but we can send it as though we are the principal. So where your principal could send it, oftentimes to relieve something off of their plate so they can manage the situation locally, we'll send it through your principal's account. So it appears as though the message is coming directly from your principal. But they've vetted it, they've edited it and approved it.
That's what I was a little curious. Just like the means of
right. How does it go?
In addition, Haley, I think for all three of you, when we do your orientation, we can get a little bit more in depth. I know that Liberty, because my son is there, and also there's been a couple times where, we thought something was going on, the kid said something was going on, but that really wasn't what was going on. And so there was some definite understanding about what you're talking about. But that is definitely what we can help you with, and what Mike is going to help you with, especially in understanding what those criteria is, because then you can articulate to your family, to your mom, to your friends, what the real criteria is about when we communicate like that sometimes. The emergency and what you're talking about is when it feels like an emergency because you hear something, it actually may not be what you think it is. And that's something that you won't know. You just don't know. So we have to have that conversation with you and help you understand how we go through those processes for communication.
In general, the communicate that what Mike has laid out here is what we've been doing, working for board members. Just a quick reminder that when we're all on the text thread, it's just one-way communication from Mike to us, essentially. Good job, or thanks for the info, whatever. we shouldn't be getting into the problem solving space on that text thread, because it could potentially turn into a illegal public meeting that the public can't see because we're, so it's really just so Patrick, you'll end up on the text thread with a bunch of people and often don't get, rotten egg smell at Butternut Creek, had that be the building permit, it turns out it was just a faulty whatever, it's been replaced and fixed. Right? The text message is just to let us know, it's not to go, well, why did that regulator go wrong in the first place? I think we should, right, that's not what the text thread is for. Right? So we should never be communicating as a group about things about which you might vote, just be careful on those.
They're discussed.
All right, thank you.
So are all your emails.
Yeah. The next one is working agreements.
I can't, every time I click on it, no matter what I try, I can't get to it.
Oh, mine actually worked. So,
Mine does not.
Does not work.
Wait, no, I got it. I got it.
So
Talk about yourself.
basically, we use this meeting each year as an opportunity to just kind of reaffirm that these working agreements are something that we want to still abide by.
Is that looking for you?
Can you click on it?
It just did work for me.
There we go.
No. You should come up and it should say working agreements for 21-20.
Is there anything new?
So the only, there's the question. Here's a suggestion for you. We have on the second page of the working agreement, we have suggested language, and here's the interesting thing. This has not been a problem with this board at all. So I just want you to know that. But because it's working so well, just want to ensure in future years that it continues to work really well. And so the suggested language would be that we add a bullet that says board members have access to members of cabinet. In the event that a board member contacts a cabinet member, the superintendent shall be copied on the correspondence. So you all do that, but it's not something that's reflected in our working agreements. And so that would be a suggestion. It's just really handy.
Was that codified somewhere else though, that if we email any of your employees, we copy you?
So we talk about it and we all do it. It's just not in here.
All right.
I was gonna say, if when we're dealing with like policy questions and there's a designated contact, would you still like to be CC'd on it?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Just so that covers everything.
Yeah, that would be great. But that was the only thing, and I don't know if anyone else has, or if you want to highlight anything.
I can't see it.
Okay.
I'll do it the last.
I just have a general question. So does this cover all correspondence? In other words, I get what the policies and the big questions and stuff, like you said, I know I've done that. But if I'm reaching out to someone, maybe I went on a school visit and I'm saying, hey, thank you so much for X, Y, and Z.
Oh, gotcha.
Those kind of things is what I'm saying.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's nice for me because I can tell you when people get emails from board members, they're on high alert. just to be honest. So it's helpful. And if you are, let's say it's just a thank you note to somebody, it's a nice little kudos for them, for me to be on it anyway, and so I can thank them as well. So I would say, yeah, any of that is helpful. Yeah, being included is.
That took a minute for me. For what it's worth. Like, that took a minute for me to get used to, like, yeah, if you had that me emailing, it might be a shock or like make you nervous and all, like, from me? Really? But yeah, like, I guess, yeah.
All right, good. We will make that change.
We don't need a vote on that, do we?
I believe those working agreements come back after the change is made. Right. So that would be just yeah. So that would come for official vote next time. All right. Nice.
Oh, let's say all right. Next up, the big sheet, right? I swear it was good. Probably the third year on the board before I understood what the point of this was. I will try to use some of that to illuminate. So that Over the course of the year, we always, have reports for departments and, things that just are cyclical and happen about the same time. This is an opportunity for you to sort of see when those things might happen and also discuss. So Monique and Nancy, we've been here a year. If there were things over the course of the last year that you thought, oh, I would probably learn about that over my time as a board member and didn't. Now's the time to sort of bring it up and figure out, okay, when can we get that? At least we won't put on the calendar today, but if there was a report from a department, when was nutrition services? Like in the spring usually, right? Something like that. Yeah. Like I didn't, at first I didn't know there was going to be a report from nutrition services, but cool, we get it. Facilities, right? All the departments sort of give us a report at some point. So if there were things that you thought you would learn about as a school board member and you haven't, be thinking about bringing those up to Rose and Mike. It's kind of a surprise to just look at it now. So this is the schedule of what we will plan to do over the course of the year. There's room to put more things in. So with that in mind, do you have anything you want to add or whatever?
I think the question I would ask, are there, I think two things, are there any maybe field trips that you want to do? So most recently we can do field trips. So we can meet at school for an hour if there's something that you want to see. I mean, that seems to be what the board had kind of fallen into pre-pandemic, and that's where we got the most participation when they were discrete short events. Or if there's topics that you would like to have a report on, you want to learn more about, we will work them into the calendar. So I think those are really the two things, any field trips that you want to see or any topics that you would be interested in learning more about.
Two things. One is just working on our board governance, like that's something that I mentioned before, from the GA, and just working on our board governance, like online presence, like what we have on our page is really like minimal for us. I think like we should have more information about what it is to be serving, what our culture is as a board, and like figuring that out so that we have people that are interested from other committees or civic engagements when they go online and look at what they did to get it to be more engaging to participate. So I'm thinking about like when we're no longer here, who will serve in these spaces, and then how do we make it so that it's long lasting civic involvement from our community. So that's a struggle right now. So that's one. And then I also wanted to get a follow-up. I think pre-pandemic we had when we used to have the Spanish coffee chats, one of the most like engaged one was around special needs and how to do IEP assessments and like understanding the whole system for parents to even like figure out how to advocate for their child. So I just wanted to follow to see like after that what changes have happened, have we seen a difference in students being identified or research being dedicated, or just a follow up on that.
And did you have a possible governance policy you wanted to consider too?
Yes, they're right now.
No, but like that if we're talking about things to talk about at some point, when we're talking about the governance webpage and presence, there may also be a policy that you would like to include as well.
No,
I don't know if OSBA has a version of that or not, but yeah.
no.
So that would be our legal team drafting it, or Spencer, or yeah, okay.
I do have a question, Mark. We have in red at the bottom, and it has yet to be determined, yet to be scheduled, the threat assessment. And I was wondering, is that what I think it is, or could you just tell me what that is?
I think that was an idea that, I don't remember who the idea came from, but it was to give the board a more detailed update on our threat assessment process. So when the threat comes in, what our system is, to spend some more time on it, other than just a little bit of maybe background that we've shared historically.
I think that was my idea following the safety summit, just because of the way that Will explains that. I think it'd be really interesting and informative for the board.
Yeah, it's really good information to have. It'll give you a lot of background when you get that text message from Mike, we've received a threat at such and such school. It can give you the concept of what we're doing about it.
Okay, that totally makes sense. And Kaylee, this is tied to what you were talking about. And understanding how we do that threat assessment and how that happens. So I didn't know whether, are we still working on that or we just don't know when it's gonna, or.
Correct. It'll happen this year. We haven't plugged it in for.
My guess it's been 8 or 10 years to hear Senator Solomon talk about doing it when she was on the board.
Oh, it was
the big one where they could do it, the chief got painted with blood, laid on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
2011.
Big video.
2011.
Yeah.
So it's been a while since we did one of those.
We're due for a big one.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not this year, but let's be thinking about it. All right?
Yeah, we are. We're gonna plan. We'll plan.
I have 3 years left. We want to paint it with blood.
Yeah.
Mike, I have a field trip proposal
Okay.
to the Pathway Center.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see it in action now that it's up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then are there, I don't know how we would do this for all of our schools, but if there are certain block out months where we shouldn't contact them to visit the school,
Yeah.
that would maybe be helpful to know if
Like during
there's
state
testing.
testing. that-
Right, right.
Yeah.
So if there are either, green light months or like, hey, we could
Yeah.
approach any of the administrators during those months or, maybe blackout months. I don't know which way to do
It
it.
doesn't have to be that official, but like, whenever you talk to a principal, they're like, oh, no, come by anytime, and they absolutely don't mean that.
Right.
But they're talking to a board member, they're like, yeah, come by anytime, if they ask you, but we want to try to be respectful of their time and not put them in an awkward situation.
95%.
But I think it's interesting because it dovetails from the question was, what field trip, but the truth is, for the whole first year, I kept thinking, I really want to go to this high school. I really want to go to this high school. And every time I hesitated because I was actually scared. I thought, maybe I shouldn't do that. Then I was worried about, am I exerting undue influence? I don't know what I was worried about, but I admit I was scared. So I want to know, can we do this? And do I need you to declare it a field trip for us to be able to do that?
Nope.
No, not if you're gonna go on your own. We want the principal to know you're coming, not just drop in. And typically what people do is they'll either let Rose or I know we can help with that, or at least copy us on them. And one of the things that sometimes we found that board members are more comfortable in a group, kind of going through the school and seeing different things, and that feels more doable than just showing up there on your own and walking the halls with the principal. So that's one of the reasons we started doing the field trips.
And back when it was a thing, Martin sort of took the lead on it, I did a bunch too, where just you email a principal and copy Mike and say, hey, I got nothing going on next Thursday, can I come by to say hi?
Yeah, we did do a couple of field trips. I don't know if everybody participated, where we actually were able to go out and see some sites that were under major construction, development. And that's always awesome to see. I mean, the last time, I think it was, I forget the name of the school, they were rebuilding the entire front of it. They were giving them the security entrance. And so those kinds of things were really good to see. And it's evolutionary today. That one is done now. I can't remember the name of the school, but it's done. You redid the whole bus.
Yeah, probably when.
Yeah.
No. That was an elementary school. Because they were redoing the buses and the bus route.
Maybe Brookwood. Well, that was a whole new construction.
Oh, being built.
Well, we've done the same thing in every school, so.
Yeah.
it's-
I do also have just, was thinking about the new apprenticeship program. Are we gonna have an update sometime about our locating? I don't know how it's going.
The new ones.
Apprenticeship,
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that one.
A fun one we did a few years back is, we kind of dove into Casey's world. And
Yeah, I was gonna say, facilities and transportation, two great field trips.
Yeah.
Those are both really good.
I might one of Mark's first year, maybe it was.
Might have been my first or second year, yeah. Our facilities was so good.
even seeing the way that
And how people play.
all the.
Bad game.
They got restored?
No, it was here when I got here. But no, yeah, I lost that police in the fire too. It was weekly laundry participant.
Are we gonna do a half day retreat?
Oh,
When are you?
it had been sprinted, right?
It was in the March one usually, but it happened.
Yeah, we talked about it, but COVID sort of,
Yeah.
it was a month of COVID derailed it. Yeah. I think it's worth talking about.
Well, if there's a vote, I would say in 2023, I'm pushing the limit on vacation and personal time for this body.
Yeah, I would do this, I would do plans for next year, not this year.
24.
What takes?
And so we tried, like, we have a whole day today, but a few years ago before COVID, we couldn't fit as much work as we wanted to in a single day retreat. So we opted to add a half day retreat in the spring and do a long block of time, half day, 18, something, 1, 2, 5, and do an additional chunk of four at that time. So you
Well set up.
and split. But we don't have to do it, it was just a meeting.
I think it was, yeah, it was like afternoon, it was like an afternoon thing that dovetailed into the March regular meeting. So it's like starting the March regular meeting at lunch.
Right.
So are you guys saying that we should presume that we're going to need one of these to catch ourselves up? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know.
it's so dependent on the year. So last year we had some complaints that
Yes.
we had to work in, so those take time and they become a mandatory timeline that we follow.
And during COVID, we had so many extra meetings that we
Yeah.
didn't
Right.
really need every week. Yeah, meeting every week virtually. So I mean, like, yeah, it's hard. I can say that in previous normal years, we could have used that time, but it doesn't seem like it's the kind of thing that well, I guess we'll know by spring, but yeah, I think maybe.
It's just something to be aware of that
Mhm.
we used to do, and maybe if we find that we need to, we can do that. But right now, it seems like we don't have
We
it.
can keep an eye on it, and then at this time next year, we can be thinking about it. Yeah. I'd be okay with that.
If you come up with other ideas that any topics that you'd like to see presented on, and obviously this, there's a number, it doesn't look like it, but there's quite a few empty spaces here right now. And there'll be topics that are just timely that are going to come up, or questions that come up during the board meeting. We'll say, we'll get that on in 2 months. So if you think of ideas, just let us know. Happy to work some things in.
All our standards, like that's our road report.
Yeah.
There, and all that stuff.
Yeah, they're ready for cyclical stuff.
One thing that, I have several small questions I can email you about that I should have been traveling, I haven't had a chance to do that, but one thing that I could just talk to you personally, but it might be worth doing, brought you on a work session about is kind of a general overview of how you make decisions about how to structure the central administration of the district in terms of how many assistant superintendents and what their duties are, how many layers of oversight there are. And I think that any organization as large needs a well-defined expert administration, but sometimes when we're meeting with members of the public, they'll say, how can we be sure that the ratio of administrators to frontline educators is right in the district? So it'd be good for me to be updated on that.
All right. Good plan on the campaign.
Deep dive on how microphones is shot.
I get forward to that. Yes.
A lot of that stuff's in the Oregon school report coming, you get ratio and things like that. And we just looked at when we were at the OSBA conference in Bend, I was reading a couple ones that people have used to say, well, they're so much more efficient here. Their ratios were more administrative heavy than we were. So
and I think that's generally true for a district our size.
Yeah.
But this, I mean, just going over the org chart and greater clarity on that would probably be helpful.
And just understanding,
Yeah.
what you're thinking is, that's why this is this way.
Sure.
Yeah, we could, and I could use a refresher too, like for, like, what's cabin level position? Why
Yeah.
is it cabin level position?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think it varies like other districts. I mean, I always run into this at the state conference where other districts don't have access to cabinet or cabinets being sit on board meetings. So I can ask questions or, it's like, this is amazing access that we have.
Those in-person meetings where you're having lunch with the school district that's got 400 students and it's like, oh, that's jobs, Rose jobs, Kathy's jobs, and two other, there's one person.
All right, very good, thank you.
All right. Oh, the next slide is break, really?
No way.
It's 1:30. So
We're gonna have to.
Are we back on time?
Where are we?
Well, no. Don't give us a break.
The city of Hillsboro, the thing we're doing in the regular session, just discussing that.
No. This,
Casey.
Problem, playing field.
the plan, yeah. Conversation.
You want to do that before we take a break? Casey? No, you prepared to do that?
Yeah, this will be brief. Just want to update the board. So for several years, we have partnered with the city of Hillsboro, but specifically with the Parks and Rec Department to try to leverage and co-mingle facilities where we can. For example, at ES 29, where that's our school property is, it's adjacent to a city park, the Tamarack Park. And so we're always trying to partner on use of facilities. With our intergovernmental agreement, we share facilities, whether it be our gyms and fields, their fields primarily, or the stadium, those types of things. So we're always trying to partner and leverage our properties. For the last number of years, the city Parks and Rec has looked at areas to better serve the residents of Hillsboro with outdoor athletic fields and opportunities for recreation. They're kind of limited a little bit because they have the Gordon Faber complex where most of their fields are, and a handful of parks, but it doesn't reach far enough into the city of Hillsboro and others. So we've started looking in partnership with them, and part of this has to do with the Hops expansion. So they're going to expand Rontonkin Field, and they're going to lose access. The city of Hillsboro, the parks are going to lose access to, can't remember the number of the field, one of the fields and some use because of the longer season where they traditionally in the spring would have some more groups. So we've been talking with the city with us about, hey, what would it look like to potentially develop a school property or something where we have, the city has access to it, evenings, weekends, the school has access to it during the day. About last spring or so, when we had our retreat with the city of Hillsboro, they really got, I want to say, a little more serious about the development, mainly because of the hops, but also they've been trying to acquire some land at the fairgrounds with the county, and that's just been going on for a long time. So what they did is they started a small working group to look at some of our properties that we gave them and we'd be interested in partnering with, of an overlay of what would it look like to put turf fields and lights and parking and really what it came down to is we identified Brown Middle School as a potential great location, more central to the city limits, as opposed to Gordon Faber. And plus we have a lot of property there. And it's at a middle school for us, so it doesn't really conflict with high school athletics and activities, all of those things. So What we did is we signed, with the city, we signed a letter of intent, which is kind of non-binding, but it says both parties are interested in moving forward in this athletic complex, which would provide a lot of space for soccer, baseball, softball, lacrosse.
Are we talking 53rd Avenue
No.
type level?
Bigger.
Oh, okay.
So this would really transform the playing fields at Brown Middle School, basically from Lois. We would leave Greenville baseball, their facility alone, but it would be everything south of Lois all the way down to Brown Middle School. It would be a pretty phenomenal athletic complex. Again, our part of the partnership is the property. You know, the city is the financial bearer of coming up with the funds to actually do it. And then we would likely, the most likely avenue, since we have an existing IGA, is have a use agreement embedded as an addendum into that already existing IGA. We wanted to give you an update because the city of Hillsboro has started talking about this in their Parks Commission meetings and their city council. I don't believe that they're at a point where they have it funded, but they are getting pricing information and working with the designer that we use for our athletic complex. So I think it's getting more serious, but I think we're still a ways out. So we wanted to update the board that we are having those discussions in this partnership. It really is a great thing for us as a district with very little risk, if any. And we just would need to get some more details and keep working with them. They've been very transparent with us about their need and wanting to do this.
It's a rebuild. Baseball, like why is it up to there?
Well, mainly because we've had a partnership with Greenville Baseball. They serve kind of the whole Century area, and over the years that baseball group has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to develop those facilities. And we wouldn't want to do anything at this moment in time to take that away. And I think also, you know, really what we're looking at, and the city's looking at, is this is going to be a multi-million-dollar project. There has to be a little bit of a limit. I think we could always expand that. It's that, and I guess it's a smaller piece of property along Cornelius Pass where the baseball fields are. But at this point in time, we had asked them, unless they feel like they could make that part of it, new facility with everything, let's try to leave the baseball group and the work they've done there and their use alone. Because they feel like this first step would be provide a lot of field space to meet their needs with the loss of potential the stadium and some of the fairgrounds use if that happens.
So look at the Google sky view of it. It's everything sort of north of the school.
Yeah, so if
north
you're
of
looking,
Lois.
yeah, I didn't put a map on there. I have a
And then
map.
the two Reedville fields are the ones you're talking about, right? On the east side.
Yeah, it basically stops at the Reedville Fields. It goes all the way to the neighborhood, to the west, all the way south to the end, to the neighborhood, and all the way north to Lois. So it's that whole area.
Casey, can you tell me what our legal relationship is with Rebuild?
We don't have a legal relationship with Reedville Baseball. They are a community facility user.
But they've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And they don't own the facility.
No.
Okay,
That's common.
so
Yeah.
we have a relationship with them. It's just not
We do.
right. Okay,
Yeah.
but we're gonna protect their investment.
We will attempt to do everything we can until that property is needed by us for something.
Yeah. Would they, and I'm just asking, if they've invested for the baseball part, which is gonna be a big part of what is about to be developed, would they be able to access it as well?
You know, potentially, yeah. I think the part that we're more concerned about with the baseball investment of this new thing is for the upper age levels, because we are lacking turf high school facilities.
Okay.
Where regional baseball is, you know, up until middle school, I believe, probably. So, yeah,
Okay, I just make sure that somebody takes this to our legal counsel, because we've had, that's a transaction, whether we acknowledge it or not. They've invested money. It may be our space, we may not own it, but they've invested in it. And I would hate for them to come to us and say, we want you to pay us for what we've invested.
we've moved people around before. We've had this happen before, where we've had to develop some other facilities if that comes to be.
Sorry,
We've done that.
turning lawyer brain off.
And this conversation is one that's, I mean, we've literally been having this conversation with the city for, like 12 or 13. How many years have you been here?
I'm going in my 15th year.
So we've been having it for at least 15 years that I'm aware of.
So you mean for the Brown development?
Or not necessarily Brown.
Wherever.
Just.
Oh, okay. The
Their
A development.
Their issue is always, they don't have the land to expand.
Right.
We have property, they have dollars to do it, and so this the conversation's been going on a long time, and the fact that they're in the phase and ready to do a feasibility study and do some cost analysis, this is.
So from a governance standpoint, may I ask where we come in and either say, oh, mayor, yay.
Right.
Do we tell me what the board has to do?
Like, get it set up and for building it, but who's gonna be?
Yeah, so that's one of the next steps, once we get a little further down, part of that addendum for the IGA will have to include all of that, the maintenance and the replacement. Similar to what we've done with FC Portland at the Liberty High School,
Yeah.
where there's a shared maintenance and a shared agreement in the IGA.
Okay.
So, because we'll want to spell out the use, the city programs can run from X time to X time, we're not gonna have the public on the property during the school day and all of those types of things.
Okay, that totally makes sense. When you said the FC property at Liberty, now I understand how that is. Okay, now I get it.
Casey, just out of curiosity, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Are they going to go all the way to the track? Will they do the track area too?
Yeah, the track will be gone.
Okay, it would be, okay.
And Casey and I do have a meeting with the principal and the assistant principal over there just to get their thoughts before we get too far down the road, because from a school perspective, they have a great working knowledge of things.
Right.
Oh, awesome. And then we also have to have the protection of the kids. So it's gonna be this bigger people venue, right?
Well, it'll be able to use everybody, so there won't be like a lot of permanent fencing or anything. It'll be fields that can be used by can be used.
But not during the school.
Not during the school.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's ours during.
Yeah,
Okay,
not during the
okay.
school.
Yeah, okay. Understood.
So maybe jumping ahead a little bit, but what about the impact to the community around middle school and traffic, congestion and things like that?
Yeah, so even though it's the city of Hillsboro, they will still, we in partnership with them, still have to go through all of the community land use application where the community will be able to weigh in. One of the things with the design group is they review all of the criteria that are established for traffic control, number of parking spots, et cetera, to make sure it's within the city code. But there will be a public process for land use where the neighbors will be able to come and express support or concerns and following just like any other project that we've done in the district or the city has done in the district.
Yeah, it just came to mind because they're doing all that work like this past, and things like that.
Yeah.
We're gonna undo what we just did.
Oh, no, we wouldn't impact that. It actually will be a benefit because there's a lot of parking. There's, Brown is short on parking and that neighborhood is short on parking. So part of this project, I think they would add 150 parking spots just for vehicles, something like that.
So if I said, do you think this is a win-win for HSD? What would you say?
Oh, absolutely. I don't have any issues with it. I mean, we have the fields there now, right?
Yes.
We're just enhancing and expanding the fields now to a better facility.
Well, and it would get used more, and those neighbors are right there. Brown's been there for 50 years, how long has Brown been there? Yeah, Problem in the
I already started there when it opened.
I did.
It's been there a long time.
Been there at least, I think it,
And
I did not, I did work there on their 50th anniversary.
it's been 50 years then, right?
Yeah.
So like, what sort of implied promises were made to all these people on this boundary about, yeah, well, we're never gonna put a soccer stadium there, right? So I mean,
We don't make those promises.
we don't make those promises. Yeah, but like all these people I can see right here on the board, they're gonna have a lot more games in their backyard than they do right now.
I do have some history on that. When I first got in the district, there was, currently those soccer fields and those neighbors, we used to know them on a first name basis. The way that fields are oriented, it goes right into their backyard. One thing I made sure of in the design is that we reorient the fields so that it goes north-south along the neighbors. And then on the south neighbors, what we'll do is we'll extend fencing it'll actually be better for the neighbors to redevelop this because we'll be able to reorient the fields to not eliminate, but substantially reduce the amount of soccer balls in their backyard.
And remember, we still have to go through the entire community.
Yeah,
process.
right.
So there'll be all kinds of notifications.
I did.
So you're just letting us know that this is something you're exploring and there'll be more information coming.
Yeah, I think we're still really early on it, but it seems like they are more serious than they were 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I think that there's more serious and more pressure because we've lost the Washington County space where we used to have a lot of kids practice there too. And then also with the house expansion, you're taking away all these playing fields. And so a lot of those clubs are struggling to find spaces. And so they don't want that community going to them and saying, where are you taking the field? Instead, like, we do not feel that that's a much nicer story. I feel like there's more pressure.
Like, my company play every Tuesday softball. So it's softball there. They're not playing in its favor. They're playing. Yeah, they don't generally have a softball game on the hour every hour on Tuesday in the neighborhood.
And we also don't have any citywide limits. There's nothing the closest to that edge of South Coast. That's so bigger. It's gonna bring a lot of people into our community. It'll be great to have space over there. So.
I will say, I think one of the things that has made this possible is over the years, Casey's been really deliberate about building relationships with the Parks and Rec department for the city. And I mean, just literally knows everybody over there. And these conversations have continued, not only because of their interest in that, but because of the nurturing of the relationship that Casey's done. And I think that's super helpful for us.
Very, because they're talking to us now.
Yeah.
And make no mistake, they're ready to roll. So that's why I was asking what's the board need to do, because it is land, it is, I mean, we hear you say it's gonna be a win-win for us first and the community. And so when it comes to it, we know what's coming down like.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I guess we'll do the break then. We'll take a break till 2-ish, 2:05. You want to wait for the ice break for the students to come back?
I'm gonna have them come in and then we'll do that. Then you guys go ahead and start.
You should go ahead and, well, they kind of do the description of it. They can't just come in nice, they come in cold.
Not that complicated.
Not that complicated. All right.
Jordan, could you put it back? Right there.
Yeah, there's a slide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was before this video built for a partnership.
It was with Angela.
Yeah, I'm good. Sounds good.
You know, post ice cream team building activity with my club.
It's so good. Okay, there it is. All you have to do is answer, what was your very first job? What new skill would you like to learn? And one of your pet peeves. So I'll get us going. My first job was Mike's Mowing. Little
Entrepreneurial.
hand-drawn business card that I have hanging on my wall upstairs. A skill I would like to learn, I've got to learn to use the router. I think it's the simplest tool and I've still never used it. Pet peeve is when someone bites their eating utensils and they're sitting right next to you. It makes me just crazy. I just have to get up and move. Yes. Unless it's one of my kids' significant others, then I just tell them, would you please not do that? So anyway, enough about me.
Seeing as we have lunch a lot during agenda planning meetings, it's good to know that.
Right.
I'm gonna use that. to know
I'm
that.
gonna nominate this to go the other direction. Here we go. Chair Watson, you go first. I just nominated.
You go this
you
way?
the other direction.
All right, my first job was as a busboy. And we didn't get Halloween off when we requested it, and then that place burned down. I swear it wasn't me. When we got Halloween off,
I'm serious.
Chicago, man. Skill I like to learn. I should learn how to read music. I feel like that'd be a good thing.
You don't know how to read music?
I don't. Yeah, my kids do. I could fake it a little bit, but and I should improve my Spanish skills. I think that's true too. I'll stick with a theme. My pet peeve is when a band as good as ours plays to an empty room like we do all the time. So you're all invited August 13th, Saturday, to come out and see us. There'll be an HSD graduate who's on a music scholarship playing as our guest. My son's gonna come play 2 songs.
Oh, where are you playing?
Last lap in Cornelius. It's right on Highway 8. Can't miss it. Rose, you're up.
First job with a grocery store, courtesy clerk, so a bagger. With all my friends from high school, so it was fun. New skill, I would love to learn to be crafty. I am not crafty at all and have no skill level there. And then one of my pet peeves along the same line with Mike, I hate loud eating, loud chewing, biting forks, talking with your mouth open.
I like how everyone's body language changes.
I know.
Thank you. So my very first job was the taco time across from my neighborhood, and I think I lasted 3 weeks at that job. Right? Food industry is not for me. What new skill would I like to learn? I, like Mark, I would love to know a second language. I also am intrigued by these people that have picked up knitting and crocheting, and I would love to learn how to do that. So, one of my pet peeves, I feel like there's always a lot of judgment whenever I say a pet peeve too. I think probably, let's see, crumbs on the countertop drive me insane, like in my kitchen, and my kid and my husband leave them out all, like they'll get something and they'll leave like the box of cereal and crumbs like everywhere, and I can't, it drives me crazy.
First, I mowed lawns when I was underage, but when I was 14, I rode the bus to wash dishes downtown in Eugene. Spent many years in the restaurant industry. I've learned lots of things. I've been cutting my kids' hair during the pandemic, and I think I have a huge future as a hairstylist. But my skills are pretty crude. Like I can cut a girl's hair straight across the bottom and a boy's hair about like this. So I'd like to really improve my skills. Anybody who wants to volunteer? And pet peeve is like kitchen stuff for me, like taking a cold sponge and wiping butter on the counter is not cleaning the counter.
Soap on it?
You got it.
How long?
First job, I was a hostess at the Jolly Roger in City of Industry, California. Was there for a year. Loved it. What new skill I actually have, you can join us. I have a session with Sarah on how to learn how to knit. I think I did. Yeah, come and join us. We're gonna learn how to do something fun with our hands. And my pet peeve, yeah, there's judgment of that. I know, I felt a lot of stress. I don't like when things aren't done effectively and efficiently. For example, when you take the clothes out of the dryer and you put them on the couch and then you stage them by separating everybody's clothes and then those get staged in each appropriate room and then they get folded, it's like too many steps, like organize it, like one room. Just, or it's like cooking, like when you're done with a thing, put it away. Why do we have to wait until after the meal's done and then you put the mayonnaise? You were done with the mayonnaise 30 minutes ago. Okay, so let's just say it happens a lot in my house. I live with 3 boys, so it's constant.
My first job was starry making. It was a great experience. New skill that I would like to learn is learning ASL and more communication skills because I need to work on that. And one of my biggest pet peeves is people just leaving their shoes like in front of like the doorway. I come from a big family, younger siblings, they do it a lot, and I'm just like, no.
My first job, I had a paid internship in an HR department, when I was like 14 or 15. A new skill. I would say I sit and do nothing a lot, so probably like knitting or painting because I can do nothing but doing something at the same time. So that would make me feel a lot better about not doing anything. And then I think the pet peeve of mine is I'm like punctual, like to a fault. Like I'm always here like 15 minutes early in my car. And I'm like, when can I walk in? And when it's like too early to walk in. So when people are like late or just like don't care about being on time, I just like it like irks me. I can't do it.
Okay. My very first job was at the Hop Stadium, and they tip well when they tell you when you say that you can play 2 instruments and I can read music. And a new skill I would like to learn. I would really love to learn. I would love to learn Vietnamese or sign language. And then one of my pet peeves. Wow, some judgment here.
People who knit.
Okay, it's not like this gets on my nerves all the time, but like my sisters do this to me all the time. But like just throwing in sarcasm when you don't have to. I am like really slow to catch it, and then some like miscommunication happens, and then something terrible happens, and they add the sarcasm again, and I don't know what's going on because they keep adding sarcasm. I use it sometimes to fool them, and it works. So.
Very first job, babysitting. Though I feel like my real first job was door-to-door sales. I sold security systems. Believe it or not. Skill I would like to learn. I would love to learn how to play the drums. I got a djembe for my birthday, and I can do a couple of basic beats, but I would love to learn full on like drum set. Like I don't have those coordination yet, but anyways, would love to learn that. And for the life of me, I actually cannot think of a pet peeve. I know I have many, but I cannot think of one. So I will pass on that for now.
Does that mean I can share too?
We can text policy.
So though I had a few jobs prior, the first job that I applied for and got through kind of a more traditional process was at Sunshine Pizza in Hillsboro. I was 15, so I had to work limited hours, but it was great. I love that job. And skill I would like to learn, drums, we can go together, and guitar. I would like to learn how to play guitar. Oh, pet peeves. Everyone who knows me knows I have a long list of grammatical pet peeves, but to avoid honestly insulting people potentially, I'm not going to do the grammatical ones. Since I can have an extra one from Shein, I'm going to say every time Mike gives up sugar for one reason or another, you can't be. And the other one would be apathy. I just hate an apathetic attitude in general. Like I used to tell my kids, do not say I don't care because that drives me up a wall. Like you need to care. So.
Let's see. Probably my very first job was, I guess, being paid by some family friends to tutor some of their kids who need a little extra help, when I was in school myself. Skill, I was telling Monique that every year I say I'm gonna do something in my backyard and I never do, so maybe learning to grow fruits and vegetables in my backyard effectively, most of the things I plant die, so I have a long way to go to learn that skill. But, pet peeves, well, I will say grammatical ones, since you did, and then say people who do not use the Oxford comma.
Oh,
I wish Lisa Allen was in there.
I know. Anyway.
I was a custodian at my high school during the summer. New skill, yeah, it was interesting, and I was on fire when I went back, no more gun. New skill, it's really not a new skill, just continuing is learning to read music. Pet peeves, and I will go on the grammar bus because I hate driving down the road and looking at billboards, got milk.
Oh.
Those kind of things drive me insane.
This place to pop for me.
Anyways, my first.
I wasn't gonna go, but.
My first underage job was driving tractor in the summers, hanging. My first paid job was on the athletics grounds crew at Oregon State University. A lot of good memories there. What new skill that I like? Definitely Spanish. I've attempted a couple times, but need to get back. Okay, pet peeves. I'm just go with one. So currently it is when you're at Costco or at the grocery store and I'm on a mission, like I'm moving. And you have these people in the aisle that basically have their cart perpendicular, they're having a conversation, and they're holding up everybody behind them. Just have some courtesy, you know, you don't own that aisle on your level.
My very first job, I was like hearing you say babysitting, and I was like, I come from a big Latino family, so I was like, when some of my friends are like, wait, you can get paid for that? But my first real paid job actually was at the Washington County Fair when I was 16. And that was like my first summer job. It was pretty cool.
You were Carney?
No. Just like the cleaning stuff that we did. And then it was like they had a lot of the summer school kids that wanted to participate, so we did that. But we had to do some conferences. Cool. Remember when they had the conference?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A skill that I would like to learn. I really want to I took pottery at KDC and I really liked it and I would like to do it again, but it's a long drive, so we just try to make it out and back during the week. And then biggest pet peeve, I was gonna say people that correct my grammar, but my second life. You know what I mean. No, I think one of my biggest pet peeve is really with my kids. She's perfect. I'm like, oh. And then that back and forth, it's just never ending. That is I'm just yeah.
That's good. Well, I kind of had two first jobs because my dad was always finding work for me in some capacity or another. So I cleaned, did a lot of cleaning in offices at church. But then he decided that it would be great for me to have my own food cart. So I had Hannah's carts. My grandmother made me really great aprons, got to wear a hairnet in 8th grade. Who doesn't have to wear And so I sold pretzels, hot dogs, and reindeer sausage. About reindeer sausage. A new skill that I'd like to learn is I'd like to learn to be a better swimmer because I feel like I go into water and I just go to the bottom. So I would like to learn to swim better. And one of my pet peeves is I feel like you need to make your bed. When you get out of it in the morning, it needs to be made. And I'm having a really strong discussion with my son about that. He's 16. He doesn't agree with that same pet peeve that
He's
like,
not-
you just have to go back to sleep in it, so I make the bed.
he's not coming.
Just a reminder, 10 free counseling sessions with me. Part of your insurance package.
Per person in your house. My first job, like that, was strawberry picking. Hard pot, dirty wood, lots of strawberries, which was awesome food to eat. And then my first commuting job was working in the kitchen at the Flying Ranch. I don't know. So I would commute on a four-wheeler, just a couple of miles from the house. There's lots and lots about kitchens up there. Skill, I like that, like learn how to play guitar. And then my peeve is I've got a short list after listening to you guys, but probably like Casey, I have a hard time with bad drivers, not necessarily in Costco, but just on the road. We commute quite a bit, and so it doesn't matter if they're too aggressive or too slow. I can just feel my temperature, and I'm wishing them to have a good day. That's one.
My first job was I ran the putt hut, which was a miniature golf place. Owner hired me, I was the lone employee, so it was nice. Had all the miniature golf to play, freezer full of snacks and goodies to sell and stuff there. So it's great. New skill, work on my Spanish skills. That, and then pet peeves is probably the like sky is falling reaction. Something's going on. Really, this is the worst.
You can tell Jordan's super excitable, so.
People approve the old messages, but.
My very first job in high school was at a bowling alley. Never forget it because I actually was there the night that they had the final episode of MASH. That should tell you how old. Let's see, what new skill would I like to learn? I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know what new skill I would learn. So I'll come back to that later. I can't think of one right now, but my pet peeve, oh my God. Besides people who don't know good grammar, writing, written mistakes in grammar just drive me just up the wall. And then the third one, which normally comes the first one, is when people misquote the Constitution. And they say those things that are, it's my constitutional right to do X, Y, Z, and I go, I'm sorry. That's not it. Have you read it? Do you know? It's like nails on a chalkboard. Sorry. So, yeah. I know it sounds kind of abstract and anal, but there you go. All right.
As the new person in this group, I'm now terrified to write an email thing. Nobody's getting an email.
You're on the Cornell Tom, whatever you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was like, I was a math teacher. Oh, I don't know what that is.
We've done Brown Middle School. Michelle, the board budget overview.
Great, thank you. I am going to hit on the first two bullets here today, talking about the board budget and meal and mileage reimbursement limits, and Rose would be your support as you access those things, and then probably hand it off to Mike to talk more about professional development, how to access that. Go ahead. So our Jordan, the school board has a budget that actually is under the purview of the superintendent in terms of when we put a budget forward to the community to be approved. The board budget is including the superintendent's budget. So he sees all of the transactions that happen, and they're facilitated by, again, Rose. They plan for it, the discretionary spending every spring, and then that's something that's monitored throughout, the school year as it's accessed. So the board budget includes our auditor fees, board travel, professional development, dues and fees on the associations or subscriptions you guys, feel moved to get in your service on the board. Rose can help you with that. Election and translation services. So those vary quite a bit year to year, depending on how much real estate we take up in the ballot. Publications, any technology, everyone has their technology provided by the district, and the software needed to access your materials. And then the meeting supplies. So everything that we're provided is part of the supply budget as well. We plan for it, we monitor it throughout the year. Any questions about what's included? What's missing? In the past, we have included legal fees when there's something significant happening and the board would like some information back on. We will include legal fees there if request them. All right.
I was just, I don't know if we ever talked about, I'm thinking for future, but like childcare stuff, like if we have board members that need to attend, need to cover that expense, like if our regional meetings or things that we go to, there's some board members, so that's not a barrier. I don't know if that's ever been something that we look at.
I've never talked about.
Because I know like, you should expend other things, but that's like reasonable expense, I think. Would be great if there happened to be one member that needed childcare.
So Erica, are you thinking that would be on a reimbursement basis or
Yeah, like
just provided as an event?
I think it'll be a reimbursement basis because I know that some of our activities or like going on a field trip or doing things that we participate, we can't really bring a small child a lot of times. And so being able to provide that resource would be great.
Our election fees vary, like if we have $3 per election versus 4, it's a big difference, like how much?
I would have to go back and look year to year, but it can change. It depends on what else is in the ballot or what else is in the template.
If we're sharing the cost.
So it's
Oh,
challenging to predict because
Yes.
if there's major initiatives or a bigger election, our cost is less.
Eric, have you seen language around childcare and have you?
I had before as part of like the state wide, like for elections.
Yeah.
When candidates are running for office as an allowable expense.
Okay.
Also for political activities. If you have a candidate that's running in childcare, that would be something allowable.
Okay.
I don't know yet, that would look to be of the election.
Yeah.
See what the
Okay, thank you.
language.
Right now, our current policy just kind of circles back to what's allowable for staff reimbursements. And that would mean that it's ordinary and necessary in the course of the business. So it's not explicitly included or excluded from our current reimbursement policy.
Yeah, just calling it out, like include, can include these items, that would be great. The only other thing I was gonna say, mostly just because in my regular job when we do conferences, it goes with like the agenda of the conference and then it'll see like if a meal provided, then you don't get to request reimbursement for that. But if there isn't, it's just that GSA guidelines and you just get like $14 or $15, whatever it might be. But we don't really do itemized receipts and I don't know why that might be different. I just say like sometimes I find it challenging because we'll go out together and try and just split that up when we go out and we get everybody stuff. Oftentimes I'm just like, oh, I'll just figure it out. But if that's something that can potentially be a burden to someone to do that, I don't know if it's easier or if there's a way of if the conference is covering, then you don't get it, but if it's not, you just get whatever the GSA or what is the need to provide that item. just one, my regular job, like, but I was checking here, there might be some other rules that apply.
Again, it goes back to our staff reimbursement policy as well. And so we just have always required that, and it's been great in terms of our auditing and testing to see that. So I would recommend if you're going out as a group together, when you're being seated, let your server know that you like individual tickets.
Yeah, there's a lot of places now, that are like, no more than 2 tickets. They're like, oh, can't. Yeah. That's why I was just asking if there were, but if it goes along with our, with our staff, then that's fine. I think what we provide is usually like the schedule of the agenda of the conference, so you'll see which meal we're providing, which one, and you just get the kind of our audience with whatever's not provided by the conference.
So just along those lines, Michelle, would it be acceptable if in the case where you have, we only do two tickets or whatever, to have multiple seats, where it's itemized and say, I have this and I have that, submit.
Yeah,
We'll get that way.
we'll copy it and
Yeah. Typically, we will take the item as you see if it's for a group and just note who will fall is there. So again, there's just, it costs more to do it that way on a reimbursement basis. So unless you have access to a purchase card, 2 rows or something for those events. It does take a little bit of planning, but at this point, we haven't relaxed our controls around that. We do request original seats.
So Michelle, people are doing, just to clarify, people are doing reimbursement and they go to a conference and dinner is $29 and they spend 46. You just reimburse the 29,
Yeah,
correct?
that is correct. And we will typically attach a note to the reimbursement, if that's what it is, that says this is our limit. And when we're talking about the GSA limits, we do look at the region of the event. Like if it's in Florida, or if it's in San Diego, like it's different there than it is for us here. So we try and take that into account as well. And we have a lot of folks traveling on behalf of the district, not just the board, but the standard is the same, according to policy. All right. So like we blitzed through this slide a little bit, but again, our policy states that our reimbursements or P card purchases are ordinary and necessary for the business you're doing. So especially as we're coming out of COVID, we're seeing a lot of additional charges, whether just overlooked, let's say a seat upgrade on a plane or an extra charge at a hotel for better than the average Wi-Fi, or we're just seeing every transaction we look at individually. So I know that sounds super picky, but we're trying to make that distinction between ordinary and necessary and what someone is just elected to do, because they have that premium option. And of course, our reimbursement per mile basis for travel. And then lodging isn't guided by GSA like the meals are. So if it's just reasonable. And so what we found, especially again, coming out of COVID and people are starting to travel more, typically if a conference is located closer to the event and we know back and forth travel is required, and we reach right there, it may cost more to have that person staying there than what the GSA would say. So really, we're just kind of trying to look at that and saying, is this reasonable? Did they get the penthouse versus, the regular double queen, whatever. And just making sure that when we are documenting our transactions, that we would appear to every stakeholder that we are being diligent and thoughtful about how we use our public funds. All right.
Michelle?
Yeah.
Just a quick question, because on the slide I saw that it's 56 cents, but later it changed. So that changed as well for this?
Yes, I pulled it out because at our regular meeting today, you're going to see a change in that.
Right.
We've updated that. We're going to ask to update that.
Okay.
585. All right, so that's my nuts and bolts, the dusty old stuff, and I'm going to hand it over to Mike to talk about professional development.
So we do have some guidelines around professional development for board members. And you can see the dollar amount there and kind of the process we use. I guess where we haven't been diligent about using the process is when it comes to OSBA or NSBA. If those are conferences that you're going to, then we just cover that cost for you. Where we would follow the process, and this would be on, I don't know what slide, maybe right there. Yeah, right there. One more back.
Forward two.
There it is. Okay, so let's say it's not OSBA or it's not NSBA. We would want to make sure that any professional development request that you submitted is tied to the strategic plan and can be justified in that manner. And you can see the dollar amount there that's over $500, or if you've already exceeded the $1,500 for that's kind of allocated for you for professional development, then that's the process that we would participate in. Really, this hasn't been an issue for the last, it's been a long time since people have gone to anything other than OSBA or NSBA. I can't, Michelle, I don't know if you can remember, but it's been a while since anyone has requested any other kind of conference. So this really hasn't been an issue, but this is what's on the books for us in terms of just agreements with the board. With that in mind, we do have on the next slide, I think maybe, yeah, the next slide, we've got the OSBA convention. So November 11 to 13, and Rose will be hitting you up about your participation there or not. And then NSBA this year is April 1 through 3. And I know Rose has been very helpful when it comes to those types of reservations about getting in early. So she will be communicating, we'll be asking you the question about your intention to attend or not as we get into the course.
I did want to, I know that we have these two all the time in the OSBA, but I wanted to add another one on there that is part of NSBA event. It's called the CUBE conference, and I think it stands for like urban boards.
Yeah.
And their conference is really centered around equity, and I feel like a lot of times our district is always the one that's leading a lot of things in the area. And so when Nancy were like, are we following what other districts are doing? I'm like, we're the ones that are doing the thing. And from what I've heard from a lot of other board members who have attended that before the pandemic, that was one of the best like educational equity conferences to attend. And it's tied to NSBA, it's part of NSBA, but they do it in October.
You know, Eric, I actually, you mentioned that to me last time we talked, and I talked to Guadalupe, who's a superintendent in Portland Public, and that's a conference that they attend pretty heavily, and
it's not just board, but it's also administration.
Yeah, so we'll pull up the information on that, and then we'll share that with everybody.
I'm going just so you guys know, but
you're going to the OSBA.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No.
So what's being convention expensive for us to attend? Really crazy.
Especially.
Well, the Portland one,
we don't
no
have
hotel.
lodging, so it's
Right.
just,
Oh.
per person.
Meals and registration.
Oh, it's really not that.
Not-
It's a great professional development. Bend is good, but this is like different. Like this is Bend is smaller, where this is super well attended. Every from District 197 to District 1 size-wise, there's somebody there, so it's pretty great.
All right, thank you.
I'm not going away.
And why am I not?
Go on here.
So one of your pet peeves? Pet peeves.
Winter meetings are held like 5 times. So
I'll tell you what, you don't have to go. I'll
I
represent.
think that's it for the retreat portion, right? All right, Rose?
Yes.
All right, we will adjourn the retreat. I think just go right into the regular session, right? Okay. I call to order this regular session of the Hillsboro School District 1J. We will begin as we always do with flag salute.
Where's
Allegiance to the flag and the United States of America. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
There was gonna be from now on?
No, it's been moved around just because that was the interest, but.
Okay.
As
we gather here today, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge that our district service area is on the occupied traditional homelands of the equality of indigenous people. Lands we now call Washington County in the state of Oregon. We honor the indigenous people whose traditional and ancestral homelands we stand on, the Tualatin Kalapuya, Atlamit, Clackamas, Tumwater, Malala, bands of the Chinook, and many other indigenous nations of the Columbia River. And remember these communities, we honor their legacy, their lives, and their ancestors. We also recognize the urban, indigenous, native First Peoples community living in the metro area, which includes over 400 tribal nations. The Hillsboro School District is committed to the recognition and education regarding tribal and local history and working with our local tribes in partnership. We have proclamation. All right.
Stand up so you can hear me. The Hillsboro School District observes Latinx Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the achievements, histories, traditions, and cultural diversity of Hispanic, Latino, Latinx Americans whose heritage is rooted in 20 Latin American countries and territories. The Hillsboro School District remembers that the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson and was enacted into law on August 17, 1988 under President Ronald Reagan to cover a 30-day period starting September 15 and ending on October 15. The Hillsboro School District honors the vibrant history and diverse cultures of Oregon's Latinx community as a central part of our state's story, and recognizes that the people of Latinx descent contributed to the prosperity and culture throughout the history of the Hillsboro School District. The Hillsboro School District celebrates this year's theme, Unido, Inclusivity for a Stronger Nation, which reinforces the need to ensure diverse voices and perspectives are welcome in decision-making processes, thereby helping to build stronger communities and a stronger nation. The Board of Directors of the Hillsboro School District do hereby proclaim the month of September 15, 2022 to October 15, 2022, the Latinx Heritage Month. We urge all community members to join us in recognizing the many contributions and achievements of Latinx Americans to the development and prosperity of our community.
I do not believe we have any audience time.
No.
Right. And we can read the thing. Would anybody like to move to approve the agenda?
I move that the Board of Directors approve the agenda as printed.
Okay.
So moved by Director Kim and seconded by Director Lopez that the Board of Directors approve the agenda as printed. There's no objection. Carries, agenda is approved. All right. Few action items. K6 health materials, Travis, I think we've gone over this quite a bit already, right?
Yeah, we hope you feel well informed. And today I have my friends here mostly to answer questions. You have the executive summary of what we're asking to be approved for adoption. And yep, it's linked into the slides too. And I'm here with Marcema Tovar, our Director of Multilingual Programs, Gina McLean, Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning, and Becky Kingsmith, Director of Secondary Teaching and Learning. And Marcema and Becky have shepherded the process, and Gina's going to help us with implementation this fall. So you guys heard earlier that health implementation is a priority for us in our K6 grade levels, and this vote will help us do that. We would look for a vote from the Board of Directors to approve the adoption.
All right. When we do motion, then we'll do discussion. Somebody would like to make a motion?
I move that the Board of Directors approve the proposed curriculum, the Great Body Shop, as provided for K6 health curriculum, digital resources, teacher materials, and student resources.
Second.
Moved by Director Thomas and seconded by Director Lopez that the Board of Directors approve the proposed curriculum, the Great Body Shop, as provider for K6 health curriculum, digital resources, teacher materials, and student resources. Is there any discussion?
I just wanted to add that I really like this time that we got an invite to the open house.
Yes.
That was out here to look at the materials. Yes. I was able to make it, but I really like that there's an opportunity for us to have
And I just have a comment as well. I appreciate that having a follow-up session, for those that's not able to make it, during the May timeframe to look at that material. I would request that, just for future reference, I'm making those, the May invite seemed really short notice. If there was able to provide a little bit more notification on time, that would be great. But I do appreciate, having that open for the July, being able to get a chance to. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Rose, can you call the roll?
Erica Lopez. Aye. Nancy Thomas. Okay.
Aye.
It's okay, there's no specific order. Because
Oh, I was like, did my name work?
Aye. She and Kim.
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye.
Patrick McGuire.
Yes. Yes.
Aye. Thank you.
Motion carries.
Sorry about that.
I'll sit around. Thank you. Thank you, Travis. Good job. Our next action item is a minor change to the IGA with the city of Cornelius. Let's make it now. Hey.
Yeah, so it has to do with our vacant 40-acre parcel of property in Cornelius. We have an existing right-of-way dedication in agreement with the city of Cornelius. However, the initial plan was on the western edge of our property is 29th Avenue. The original plan for the city of Cornelius was to add a railroad crossing to get pedestrians down as they start to develop the neighborhood south of our property. The railroad had a different opinion. The Federal Transportation group, basically, they were going to require the city of Cornelius to, if they wanted to add this crossing, they would have had to close 2 to 3 other crossings in the city of Cornelius. Also, there were some significant elevation changes. So the city of Cornelius came back to us this spring. We worked with us. On the eastern end of our property is 345th Avenue. There is an existing crossing there already. So what this does is this amends the IGA, where instead of having the right of way directly from Highway 8 down 29, the public right of way will now be 345th. It'll skirt the northern end of her property and connect with 29th Avenue. So this is a minor addition, change in the right-of-way dedication that we're asking you to approve. Adam and I have reviewed this and worked with the city. There's no impact in the future of our property there or anything. This actually will benefit us with having the infrastructure in place more than what we currently would have had. So if there's any questions I can answer, it's pretty minor.
No, I just want to say thank you for the email.
Oh, those are good questions. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And move that
Sorry?
Want me to go?
Sure.
I move that the board of directors approve changes to the city of Cornelius right-of-way dedication for improvement to South 29th Boulevard.
Okay.
Moved by Director Lopez and second by Director Ward that the board of directors approve the changes to the city of Cornelius right-of-way dedication for improvements to South 29th Boulevard. Is there any further discussion? Call roll, please.
She and Kim.
Aye.
Erica Lopez.
Aye.
Patrick McGuire.
Aye.
Wendy Ford. Aye. Nancy Thomas.
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carried. Well, the rumor I heard was when they wanted to do the Cornelius Pass one, the city of Hillsboro one said, we'd like to have a new railroad crossing. And said, okay, great. Which two would you like to close?
Yeah, that's true.
That's how we lost.
What's that?
That's how we lost access to the old way we used to be able to.
Yeah, yeah. Now they go all the way around.
Just so you know, you guys, last night I was coming from practice. And I was coming Cornelius Pass right from land where they're doing all the construction. They actually I got to watch them remove the entire old pole that had the traffic lights on it. It was the most fascinating thing I'd ever seen. They literally, they had two people up in budget. Sorry, I had to say it, but it was just, it was amazing. Anyway, sorry.
Our next action item involves the district mileage reimbursement rate. Michelle?
You know, this may look familiar because in June, we adopted a rate which was incorrect. Staff began to kind of roll into the year and get things set up. They brought it to my attention. I pulled an old rate for you guys to approve, so bringing it back with the actual revised corrected rate of 585 per mile, and it will be effective July through June 30th of this year. So we're asking for you guys to revise the rate.
Any questions for Michelle?
So you said this year or for this coming year?
This is the current year that we're in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our current school year, or fiscal year.
Current fiscal year, yeah.
Somebody like to make a motion?
I move that the board of directors establish the district's mileage reimbursement rate for the 2022-23 school year at 0.585 cents per month.
Second.
Been moved by Director Thomas and seconded by Director Kim that the board of directors establish the district's mileage reimbursement rate for the 2022-23 school year at 58.5 cents per mile.
John Mark.
Is there any further discussion?
He was trying to make it look.
Is this matching the IRS rate or is the IRS a little higher?
Yeah, as of the date that we were supposed to, which is January 1st, it was 585. That's the date we used to set this school year. So yeah, I do think it's creeping up even higher, but that's outside of what our timeline says we would select.
Well, is there a reason we approve it every year rather than just have a policy that automatically updates indexes to the IRS rate?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
We could technically do that.
What board do you got?
Just curious.
At one point, it was, you know exactly what the rate was every year, you know, predates me. So I'm happy to entertain them.
Maybe this is policy update.
Yeah.
Or AR update.
That might be, well, the question would be to find out if there is a state version of that same thing that automatically adjusts with the IRS guy.
Yeah, Rose and I can work with policy.
Pretty sure it's a state policy, not a district policy, but I'll look it up.
Yeah, but it could refer to the JSA and not necessarily have us in a hard amount, which we feel that is. Good job, Penny.
Any further discussion? Well, in the meantime, I guess we'll call the roll.
Sheehan Kim.
Aye.
Erica Lopez. Aye. Patrick McGuire.
Aye.
Winnie Ford. Aye. Nancy Thomas.
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, the next action item is to approve the slate of candidates for the Equity Advisory Committee as required by the new state statute. Justin, any further clarification on that or whatever?
No, I think we've covered it all. But thank you.
All right,
I move that the board of directors appoint the equity advisory committee members as recommended by the superintendent.
A second.
moved by Director Lopez and seconded by Director Thomas that the board of directors appoint the Equity Advisory Committee members as recommended by the superintendent. Is there any further discussion?
Just to say thank you to Rose for volunteering to be a member.
Yeah, I noticed that too. All right, yes, and I appreciate Francesca and Rose and Mike doing the work with a sense of urgency to make sure we remain compliant. All right, can you call the roll, please?
Sheehan Kim.
Aye.
Erica Lopez.
Aye.
Patrick McGuire.
Aye.
Monique Ford. Nancy Thomas.
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye, motion carries. I think that concludes our action items. All right. Yep, we have a couple of policies on first reading. The people for whom they're assigned for questions are there in your packet and the agenda. So Patrick, just for you, generally, what we do is we put policies on first reading. If you have questions and stuff, we direct them to somebody by email, indicated in the package we're supposed to cover it. And then if there's no discussion or whatever, then we approve them at the next session. The ones in your packet are listed for first reading. All right.
Unless you have a better process, because you're one for one.
Yeah. All right. I guess we are at the end and a little early. All right. Not to spring this on you, but at the end of every board meeting, every board member has an opportunity to just basically say whatever they want to say. And we usually begin with the students. So you don't have to speak, but if you'd like to speak, you're all welcome to say whatever you'd like to say. It's student representatives now.
Okay. How can you play an instrument and not know how to read music?
I could play the guitar. Yeah. I kind of want a G chord. If I can't look at a staff. I can't look at the notes on a staff. Well, I guess I know on SACE, right? No, that's fair. But no, yeah.
Right down.
Very team.
Eric can help you.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, right.
To step away from music. I think so as student representatives, like what, because I assume this is relatively new, a student rep board.
5 class, you're the 5th class, I would say.
Oh,
5th or
okay,
6th,
just-
4th or 5th.
So like, what are you wanting to see from us? Like, what's our contribution to you guys, and like, how can we try to make the most of this opportunity as student reps?
Student time judges, you say whatever you want, but if you want to ask questions, cool.
Oh.
We'll talk, that's fine. Hopefully we'll cover some of that in your orientation. And what we'll do is you'll be assigned, I think I'm on the float chair thing, whatever. But I love being student mentor, but all right, so you'll get 2 board mentors assigned to each of you for the first half of the year and for the second half of the year. We'll do an orientation session where we sort of cover like basic expectations, give you a little package of stuff to read, what we do during board meetings. So normally we would have done that before this meeting, but y'all are busy and I was in isolation. So, so hopefully we'll cover a lot of that kind of stuff, and then you'll be able to rely on your board mentors for like other impromptu questions that come up over the next meeting. But yeah, so you'll have 2 board members assigned to each student that will sort of help you along the way. And Mike and I are, me and Rose or whatever, we'll do an orientation session. Hopefully we can get it all figured out.
We'll aim for the next.
Good questions. Yeah. It is sort of awkward to have the first board meeting before you have any sort of information about what the job entails. So,
Jumping right in.
yeah.
And then this particular board meeting is not like all the other board.
Right.
meetings.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of times people will share what they've been up to that might be of public interest or the rest of the board's interest. If you've done something in furtherance of your leadership capabilities or things like that. A lot of times student reps will share what's happening at their school, kind of trends and things that represent, kind of a student perspective. I would say anytime you can take that beyond necessarily just your school, like if you feel there's something that we as adults, older people aren't necessarily understanding about what you students are experiencing, anytime it can go beyond maybe just your real local and immediate span is super useful to us, because that helps us better communicate with students, or perhaps consider adjustments to the way we operate so that it better serves our students. But it doesn't always need to be that profound either, so don't feel pressured by that.
It's legit, whatever you.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you. I'm very glad to be here with all of y'all. So if there's anything you guys would like me to do, just reach out.
I would like to add one thing when we were talking about, this, resource officers at the school. I would like, or just, I guess my campus security, I think that should be an elevated issue right now, or more focus on it, because I think that, you know, I think that there should be a lot more focus on it because of the school year that we had. I personally missed 7 days of school this year because of school shooting threats in my high school. So I think that, you know, elevating campus security, police, presence on the campus would go a far way. I think as students, we can, you know, kind of a more, clear idea that like going to school right now is kind of scary. So I think that understanding and trying to elevate campus security to try to relieve some of that stress and fear off of students would be really important.
Thanks for being with us. Mike, you're up. Superintendent's time.
I've spoke plenty today, so I'll just use it as an opportunity to thank you. This is a long day, and I know that you all have other responsibilities, whether jobs, families, or just other things. So thank you for prioritizing this day and being here. And but you don't know how happy you made Francesca when we said all of y'all. She smiled so big. So,
How the grammar people feel like. But I love all of you.
Yeah.
All right, board director's time, so we'll pop. Yeah.
Yes, well, welcome to the students and welcome Patrick, super excited to serve with you. And thank you to Jordan and Rose and Kathy specifically for organizing everything for today. I know it takes an incredible amount of logistics and kind of background stuff going on, so thank you. This summer, my family got to be a part of the HSD 4th of July parade, which was so fun. My daughter got to hand out Frisbees and pencils, and she just absolutely loved it. And she would choose who got one and who didn't. Also, just in the mind of a toddler, I don't know how she makes that distinction.
But some people got all of them.
Oh, some people got all of them, but one by one. So we're like the entire line, just handing out one by one. But it was a blast. So thank you for allowing my family to be a part of that. Whoever had the idea of doing Frisbees, I think Frisbees was such a huge hit. I think Frisbees should be the swag all the time. But other than that, we've had a wonderful summer and looking forward to a new school year.
Patrick, welcome aboard.
Yeah, well, it's been great preparing for this meeting. I've gotten to read a lot of material, answer a lot of my questions, and I've been reading a lot of policy materials, since I was appointed to try and get up to speed and pull my weight. But I appreciate several board members have offered to mentor me and answer any questions I have as I get going this first year. So I really appreciate that. And I'm very excited. It was inspiring to talk to some of our new administrators over lunch today. I just talked to a couple of the ones I did talk to. I appreciate the passion they have for frontline education and making sure every student is served well. So I'm really excited for the school year to start and get back to attending some student activities and athletic activities. So we have good things coming our way. We made it through the pandemic and we're on a good path. So glad to be serving all.
So I want to welcome the student reps as well, and hope you have an enjoyable year. It's great to see everyone again, and looking forward to the next school year. Roger, feel free to email me. I will not hurt you. And look forward to serving.
I feel like there's a big dark cloud that's slowly moving away from us from these last 2 years that we've been under. So it's so refreshing to just be back in the groups together. It's really nice. And I feel that just overall in our community, being back at the market, doing all our regular summer fun stuff. It's just, I think everybody's getting in a better mood. I see that by the emails that I'm not getting. Everybody's enjoying their summer and getting fun. All that. So that just, I feel really happy about that. I feel like people are reclaiming a little bit more joy in their life, and hopefully that follows into our new school year. And that we have a really awesome year this year.
I'm excited to continue on work with all of you and fellow board members. It's a great service that you do and I'm really appreciated. And I also want just reminding that, we also have the new license staff, like welcoming, and I don't think that we've been able to do that like in person for a little while, but you have like a barbecue or something like that, or like, well, it's really fun to do that event. So to kind of bring people and introduce them to our district, and board members who can attend and really see the new faces that are joining our district. So,
First of all, pleasure to see the energy from our student representatives. You guys rock, and we look forward to working with you. Welcome to our new assistant. Lovely having you. Welcome to the party. I'm sure you'll be tired of hearing from me. And again, I want to say sincere thanks, and I mean this from the heart, to Rose. She navigates a lot with my day job schedule, and so I'm begging forgiveness to Beth, who I unfortunately ignored at some point earlier. So it is a dance that I still don't do well yet, but I'm trying to navigate that and having my volunteer job and my real job, and both of them are significant, and I just beg for a little bit more grace while I'm trying to support Mark and do what he's doing, but this is the work that I was called to do, so I'm truly appreciative. I did have the privilege this year of attending, now that I've completed my first year, I now have completed my first summer OSBA conference. Did that in Bend. And it just occurred to me the reason why I didn't go last year was because I had a dragon boat race in Washington, which I didn't realize I was in conflict, and I actually didn't go. And I gotta tell you, I was almost depressed about that, but we got through it. What I really wanted to bring about this conference, it was really awesome to just see what Oregon is like. It was sort of as I expected. I was, the only one in the room. But it was kind of cool because, not cool, that's not the word I want to use. It was inspiring because we are not the only ones going to what we're going to. One of the most attended sessions was about the disruptions at school board, public speaking, when the public wants to come in and say their part. And so that was very exciting. I know that's bad to say, but I'm saying it. It's good to know that we're not the only ones, and it's nowhere near as bad as it has been in some other districts. So I was encouraged by that. It makes me appreciate my community. And in addition to that, and probably more importantly, just the man who was the keynote of the weekend was just phenomenal. His name is Dr. Stephen Constantino. And I'm happy to share this with Rose so that you guys can see. He, of course, is a book writer. And the unique thing about this guy is he started out as an art teacher, a band teacher, actually. And then he talked about his ladder, if you will, his journey, professional journey to where he is now, which is full-time consulting and doing all these wonderful things. But he talked about family engagement. And the one thing that I can share with you is that he talked about family engagement is what we do. And this is the ultimate intersection between my day job and this job, and which is probably why I enjoy it so much. You'll hear me say, oh, my day job, blah, 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 or this is this. It's because child welfare and self-sufficiency services, they go hand in hand with the school. And the more we get there, and that's what Dr. Constantino was advocating, the more we get there, the more we intersect, the better off the children are going to be. And so it was just an incredible one-day event that he gave the day before the rest of the conference came. It was incredible to the extent that I was motivated to send an email to my executives and say, you guys, this is phenomenal. I get it. This is the intersection of what we're doing, blah, blah, blah. And so it was very awesome. He wrote a book and it's called Engage Every Family. And one of the things he said that sticks with me, he said that family engagement is not math money. And it was interesting because it was almost like he just, that was a drop the mic kind of moment. And what he was really trying to get us to understand is that family engagement is not when you bring out your best math students who always have parents who attend and that will always take the child's presentation and take it to work and make it look good and present it on Tuesday night. He said family engagement is a journey. And I was like, yes. It's a series of activities that go and they keep going. It's a series of relationships that goes and keeps going. It is not a single event. And I think the more that where the group that I come from, the Oregon Department of Human Services, the more that we become involved in what we do, the more successful our children will be. And it just really, really impacted me because of what I see every day. My day job is to bring the business support to human services. And that's a very, very difficult thing to do. I am not a social worker by any means and don't want to be. But in effect, most of the people that are teachers, that's what they are. It's amazing. And so it helped me to really come, I could really kind of put my hands on the intersection between this volunteer job that I never imagined myself doing, and here I am, and my day job, and they really, 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 really intersected and came together for me. So I just wanted to share that with you, hoping that somebody else goes to the summer meeting, even though you've been here for 5 years. Mark went, and it was kind of cool, pal around with him, and to meet a few other people, and Erica was there doing her thing with OSBA. I mean, we were all cheering for her because this was the big debut and her big position with OSBA. And it was really awesome for me to be able to say, yeah, she was our chair, you know? So that was really awesome. And I really, really appreciated that. So I just wanted you to know it really meant a lot. And some of these conferences, you think it's no big deal, but you really got to go to experience it because it makes you look differently at the whole state. And so it was really, really kind of life altering. So I'll say that, and I'll say thank you to everybody thank you to all the teachers for your service, and God bless you. If I could go and bless every school, because it's about to happen, you're about to start again, and whatever we can do for all those teachers. And I tried to win that 1.2 billion. I did, because I, honest to goodness, I have a plan for the money. And part of that plan is a huge donation to every teacher in the district. So I just want you guys to know that, and thank you for your participation today.
And I did hear, not just that she used to be our chair, but that she was the better chair.
Yes.
I think it's good. No, I didn't say it. I heard it. Someone said to me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it was a great session, and you know, made me wonder. Yeah, I don't know how we quantitatively identify family engagement, but there are ways to do it. But using our Phosphorus 5 data to figure out, are our students who are struggling, the families with whom we haven't engaged, and is that really if we're going to find these last few percentages, is that thing that we need to find a way to get over the finish line, right? And it's in the data. We know who the students are family engagement. We know the students that are struggling, and finding if that's the bridge we need to cross, let's find a way to cross that bridge. Curious to know when we'll start to have a sense of enrollment decline that was pandemic related. There's conjecture that a lot of them are going to come back. When do we think we'll know that?
Usually October 1.
It's October 1.
Yeah,
we're still waiting there. No, it's not summer kind of thing. No. Okay.
May I ask you? May I ask you a question since we have a little time?
Yeah.
Something that Michelle brought up in our June cabinet retreat was talking about that very issue of declining enrollment, and obviously that's an issue for us the longer it goes on, and just trying to brainstorm ideas about how to kind of encourage people to re-enroll their children. For whatever reason, they may or may not either have historically been non-participants in HST or decided to take their children out due to pandemic or a desire to homeschool or for some other reason. We, at the 4th of July parade, on approximately 2,000 of our of our giveaway items, put stickers with a QR code and an encouragement to enroll on those items as just one idea for really, you know, kind of grassroots getting the word out, like, hey, enroll your student, it's time. But as we continue to kind of work on that in these next few weeks, I don't know if there's any great creative ideas about how to, you know, work on that or get the word out. But if you haven't yet enrolled, now's the time. Or we're ready to welcome your students, or it's a safe place to be, or just anything. We did kinder fairs, yeah, in the spring. I think there was a virtual option and in-person option.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an uptick, just saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if some students who may have been home from the pandemic come back. So we'll see how it goes. So I was curious when we would kind of start. All right. Welcome aboard, Patrick, new board member. Thanks for having me in our first meeting. Welcome aboard, students. So glad to have you. Was a big advocate for bringing student representation on board, so happy to have you guys here. Also, huge fan of the 4th of July participation and the frisbee. Yes, I would also second thumbs up for the frisbee. That is my favorite. I'll give away plenty of pencils, but also much more fun giving out frisbee. You really got to make a little bit of eye contact. You can't just be coming at their head. So yes, and you know, until we get to orientation for all of y'all, as everyone here knows, board service is, you know, a privilege that we get to do. Thank you for volunteering your time. There will always be more things than you can possibly do. There'll be more opportunities to participate than you can ever possibly commit to. You got life, you got jobs, work, school, everything. So we are grateful for whatever time that you haven't spent with us. Go to the things where you can make it. Don't feel good about the things you can't make it to. We're glad to have you on board. And with that, we are adjourned.